Meanwhile, it became clear that neither Braga nor the other black goblins hesitated to confront and defeat the goblins they encountered within the dungeon. Their enemies, they concluded succinctly. This pragmatic mindset afforded Vandalu's group fewer adversaries on the dungeon's second and third floors, where the black goblins honed their combat skills. Vandalu didn't mind much, as only rank 2 creatures roamed these early levels, offering little in terms of valuable experience points. On the 4th floor, the dungeon was instead the training ground for the Anubises, whose fierce cries echoed throughout. A young Anubis, spear in hand, was locked in combat with a menacing rank 3 baboon-like beast. Their snarls filled the air, a testament to their ferocity. Springing with surprising agility, the baboon ascended a nearby cliff, seeking higher ground for its advantage. "Yun!" barked the young Anubis, matching its opponent's reflexes by swiftly scaling the cliff on 2 legs, spear poised for battle. With a deft strike, the Anubis dislodged the baboon, sending it tumbling to the earth below. Without missing a beat, the Anubis leapt down, neutralizing the beast with a decisive stomp to its neck. An unequivocal victory. "Yun, what did you think of my hunt, king?" the Anubis named Zamido called out, brimming with the triumph of his conquest. "You've become formidable, haven't you? I'm confident you could tackle any rank 3 monster now, Zamido," Vandalu praised, noting the youthful Anubis who had been born around the same time as Braga. His eyes held genuine admiration for the growth and accomplishments of both Braga and Zamido, witnessing their unfolding strength and ambition like a proud guardian overseeing the rise of promising stars. "How are you feeling, king?" asked Braga, his voice deep and mature, boasting the changes of the last 6 months since his birth. Standing tall and fully grown, Braga observed Vandalu, who looked up at him, a blend of admiration and self-assured pride in his eyes. "I learned the skill and Badia gave me 80 points. Vandalu responded. His voice carried the echoes of pride, as vivid as the spark in his eyes. Hearing this, Braga's lips stretched into a smile of warmth and encouragement. "That's astonishing, especially given your size. You're doing remarkably well, king," he affirmed, ruffling Vandalu's hair with a hefty, yet affectionate pat. Despite the gesture being one of praise, Vandalu couldn't shake the niggling sensation of doubt. "I suppose it's like watching your childhood friends grow into adults while you're the only one left behind. Such an empty, unsettling feeling it stirs in you," mused Vandalu aloud, his words soaked in introspection. "Nonsense, king," retorted Braga gently, chuckling. "I'm a goblin, and you're a damper," he reminded, prompting Vandalu to jolt back to awareness of his unusual emotional state. After all, different races developed in different ways. Although Braga eclipsed Vandalu in height for now, as a black goblin, he stood only chest-high to an adult human. One day, Vandalu assured himself he would surpass Braga in height once more. "Right? Oh, and how goes your training, Braga?" Vandalu inquired, shifting the focus away from his own contemplations. "I've learned loads of skills: short swordsmanship, short spear technique, silent steps, detect presence. My level surpassed 80 already," Braga declared, his chest swelling with pride. Vandalu chuckled, using his flight ability to pat Braga's head in return. "You truly are a black goblin, Braga. Your race matures rapidly, much like the goblins and kobolds. It's as if your entire growth span is condensed, giving you a window of accelerated development," Vandalu explained. "For creatures like Braga, whose growth spurt culminated into adulthood within a year, this was a critical time to become stronger through relentless training. It's imperative for you to strive and increase your rank. Otherwise, it'll prove difficult to sustain yourselves by hunting the monsters dwelling around here in the future," cautioned Vandalu. Understanding the gravity of these words, Braga nodded in earnest determination. Living as assistants to the undead titans or ghouls at their current strength might allow them to scrape by, perhaps even dabble in agriculture, though it would challenge them given their monstrous nature. They were driven by a primal instinct to grow stronger. "See you later, King. Once we've mastered this area, let's embark on an adventure," Braga suggested with an enthusiastic grin, shaking Vandalew's hand firmly. "Yeah, an adventure," Vandalew agreed, matching Braga's fervor, as the Black Goblin returned to his vigorous training regimen. Meanwhile, it became clear that neither Braga nor the other Black Goblins hesitated to confront and defeat the goblins they encountered within the dungeon. Their enemies, they concluded succinctly. This pragmatic mindset afforded Vandalew's group fewer adversaries on the dungeon's second and third floors, where the Black Goblins honed their combat skills. Vandalew didn't mind much, as only rank 2 creatures roamed these early levels, offering little in terms of valuable experience points. On the 4th floor, the dungeon was instead the training ground for the Anubises, whose fierce cries echoed throughout. A young Anubis, spear in hand, was locked in combat with a menacing rank 3 baboon-like beast. Their snarls filled the air, a testament to their ferocity. Springing with surprising agility, the baboon ascended a nearby cliff, seeking higher ground for its advantage. "Yun!" barked the young Anubis, matching its opponent's reflexes by swiftly scaling the cliff on 2 legs, spear poised for battle. With a deft strike, the Anubis dislodged the baboon, sending it tumbling to the earth below. Without missing a beat, the Anubis leapt down, neutralizing the beast with a decisive stomp to its neck. An unequivocal victory. "Yun, what did you think of my hunt, King?" the Anubis named Zamido called out, brimming with the triumph of his conquest. "You've become formidable, haven't you? I'm confident you could tackle any rank 3 monster now, Zamido," Vandalew praised, noting the youthful Anubis who had been born around the same time as Braga. His eyes held genuine admiration for the growth and accomplishments of both Braga and Zamido, witnessing their unfolding strength and ambition like a proud guardian overseeing the rise of promising stars. Had been surrounded. The tension in the air was palpable as the ghouls, each armed with primal instincts and sharpened weapons, circled their colossal adversary. Vandalew stood at the edge of the fray, observing the seamless coordination of their movements. The ghouls moved with a practiced ease, a testament to the rigorous training they had undergone. Even amidst the chaos, there was grace to their action, a choreography of battle. Each ghoul knew their role and executed it with precision. The python hissed fiercely, its scales glistening like polished stone under the fluorescent glow of the dungeon. It thrashed violently, sending debris skittering across the floor, but the ghouls held fast, refusing to be intimidated by the creature's sheer size and strength. Watching this scene unfold, Vandalew's thoughts strayed for a moment to Zamido and his concerns over his sister, Mimetiga. The world they lived in was harsh, demanding strength and resilience from its inhabitants. Here, relationships and personal aspirations intertwined with survival, blurring the lines between what was considered early or necessary. Vandalew's musings were interrupted as the ghouls pressed the attack, their battle cries echoing off the cavernous walls. They lunged forward with renewed fervor, striking at their enemy with relentless precision. The python writhed under their onslaught, its once daunting presence now reduced to a flurry of defensive maneuvers. Beside him, Zamido watched the spectacle unfold, his earlier anxieties momentarily set aside. He had a long way to go, he knew, but he was determined. This world demanded not only strength but unity among its denizens, a lesson he was gradually coming to terms with. Vandalew nodded approvingly at the teamwork, acknowledging that Zamido's determination to grow stronger was guiding him in the right direction. They were, after all, stronger together, a truth that resonated deeply within him. The battle reached its crescendo as the ghouls' combined efforts finally subdued the python. As its massive body slumped to the ground, a victorious cheer rose among the group, their triumph cementing another step in their journey towards unity and strength. As the group began to gather their spoils, Vandalyu called Zamido over. "It's not just about becoming stronger," he said, a soft edge to his voice. "It's also about understanding what truly matters to us, who we choose to protect, and what we're willing to stand for." Zamido nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips. "I guess I still have a lot to learn," he admitted. And so, as the party moved onward, deeper into the labyrinth of the dungeon, they carried with them not just weapons and potions, but the bonds of camaraderie, proving that in a world that tested every fiber of one's being, it was these connections that fortified their spirits, propelling them onward into the unknown. Had been surrounded. The tension in the air was palpable as the ghouls, each armed with primal instincts and sharpened weapons, circled their colossal adversary. Vandalyu stood at the edge of the fray, observing the seamless coordination of their movements. The ghouls moved with a practiced ease, a testament to the rigorous training they had undergone. Even amidst the chaos, there was grace to their action, a choreography of battle. Each ghoul knew their role and executed it with precision. The python hissed fiercely, its scales glistening like polished stone under the fluorescent glow of the dungeon. It thrashed violently, sending debris skittering across the floor, but the ghouls held fast, refusing to be intimidated by the creature's sheer size and strength. Watching this scene unfold, Vandalyu's thoughts strayed for a moment to Zamido and his concerns over his sister, Mimetiga. The world they lived in was harsh, demanding strength and resilience from its inhabitants. Here, relationships and personal aspirations intertwined with survival, blurring the lines between what was considered early or necessary. Vandalyu's musings were interrupted as the ghouls pressed the attack, their battle cries echoing off the cavernous walls. They lunged forward with renewed fervor, striking at their enemy with relentless precision. The python writhed under their onslaught, its once daunting presence now reduced to a flurry of defensive maneuvers. Beside him, Zamido watched the spectacle unfold, his earlier anxieties momentarily set aside. He had a long way to go, he knew, but he was determined. This world demanded not only strength but unity among its denizens, a lesson he was gradually coming to terms with. Vandalyu nodded approvingly at the teamwork, acknowledging that Zamido's determination to grow stronger was guiding him in the right direction. They were, after all, stronger together, a truth that resonated deeply within him. The battle reached its crescendo as the ghouls' combined efforts finally subdued the python. As its massive body slumped to the ground, a victorious cheer rose among the group, their triumph cementing another step in their journey towards unity and strength. As the group began to gather their spoils, Vandalyu called Zamido over. "It's not just about becoming stronger," he said, a soft edge to his voice. "It's also about understanding what truly matters to us, who we choose to protect, and what we're willing to stand for." Zamido nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips. "I guess I still have a lot to learn," he admitted. And so, as the party moved onward, deeper into the labyrinth of the dungeon, they carried with them not just weapons and potions, but the bonds of camaraderie, proving that in a world that tested every fiber of one's being, it was these connections that fortified their spirits, propelling them onward into the unknown. Spear. His skeletal face turned towards Vandalyu with nothing but warmth in its empty eye sockets. The aura of a seasoned warrior and the gentle wisdom of an elder emanated from him, an impressive combination not often seen. "Nwaza," Vandalyu greeted, his voice calm yet filled with a hint of playful reverence. "It seems the craftsmanship has not lost its touch. Talashim stonemasons are as industrious as ever." "Indeed, the art of stonemasonry never dulls," Nwaza replied with a chuckle, his armor clinking softly as he moved with a grace that belied his skeletal frame. "Crafting stone imbued with mana is a labor of love, and we do not tire easily. But tell me, What brings you to this floor today? Surely not just an old man's tales of stone and memory? Vandalyu smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the busy titans, cutting massive chunks of gleaming white rock from the cliff faces. Each movement, each strike of their tools resonated with purpose, each chip a piece of Talashim's soul. I came to check on the progress, yes, but I also relish seeing how much this place has grown and flourished. It seems like the revitalization is ever ongoing. Nwaza's hollow gaze seemed to twinkle. And rightly so, under your guidance, Holy Sun. Every block of this precious stone we carve holds together the dreams of Talashim. But I sense something more on your mind. Vandalyu hesitated for a moment, contemplating how to phrase his curiosity. He recalled the sight of Mamediga's bright eyes and her shared worries, a typical tangle of youthful companionship. Easing minds and mending hearts, he thought, were as crucial as fortifying walls. I'm curious about strength and harmony, Vandalyu finally said, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. There's beauty in how different stones come together to form something greater, but the same must be applied to people. The wisdom he sought seemed to shimmer like the stone, embedded in Nwaza's answer. Building hearts is much like building grand cities, isn't it? Steady hands and patient hearts must lay each layer. It is said the strongest walls are those built with purpose, just as true bonds are built upon trust and understanding. Vandalyu nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle comfortably in his mind. As the discussion turned to lighter matters, the rhythm of the stonemason's work infused the air with a melody of practicality and hope. It was a vivid reminder that, just like the stones, each member of Talashim was an integral part of something magnificent. And so, with determination and a newfound perspective, Vandalyu and Nwaza continued their journey deeper into the heart of Garan's Valley, where the vibrant pulse of life and the testament of the past would guide them on their way. Spear. His skeletal face turned towards Vandalyu with nothing but warmth in its empty eye sockets. The aura of a seasoned warrior and the gentle wisdom of an elder emanated from him, an impressive combination not often seen. Nwaza, Vandalyu greeted, his voice calm yet filled with a hint of playful reverence. It seems the craftsmanship has not lost its touch. Talashim stonemasons are as industrious as ever. Indeed, the art of stonemasonry never dulls, Nwaza replied with a chuckle, his armor clinking softly as he moved with a grace that belied his skeletal frame. Crafting stone imbued with mana is a labor of love, and we do not tire easily. But tell me, what brings you to this floor today? Surely not just an old man's tales of stone and memory? Vandalyu smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the busy titans, cutting massive chunks of gleaming white rock from the cliff faces. Each movement, each strike of their tools resonated with purpose, each chip a piece of Talashim's soul. I came to check on the progress, yes, but I also relish seeing how much this place has grown and flourished. It seems like the revitalization is ever ongoing. Nwaza's hollow gaze seemed to twinkle. And rightly so, under your guidance, Holy Sun. Every block of this precious stone we carve holds together the dreams of Talashim. But I sense something more on your mind. Vandalyu hesitated for a moment, contemplating how to phrase his curiosity. He recalled the sight of Mamediga's bright eyes and her shared worries, a typical tangle of youthful companionship. Easing minds and mending hearts, he thought, were as crucial as fortifying walls. I'm curious about strength and harmony, Vandalyu finally said, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. There's beauty in how different stones come together to form something greater, but the same must be applied to people. The wisdom he sought seemed to shimmer like the stone, embedded in Nwaza's answer. Building hearts is much like building grand cities, isn't it? Steady hands and patient hearts must lay each layer. It is said the strongest walls are those built with purpose, just as true bonds are built upon trust and understanding. Vandalyu nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle comfortably in his mind. As the discussion turned to lighter matters, the rhythm of the stonemason's work infused the air with a melody of practicality and hope. It was a vivid reminder that, just like the stones, each member of Talashim was an integral part of something magnificent. And so, with determination and a newfound perspective, Vandalyu and Nwaza continued their journey deeper into the heart of Garan's valley, where the vibrant pulse of life and the testament of the past would guide them on their way. The mace looked as mighty as if it could shatter a skull with the ease of cracking an eggshell. Interestingly, his appearance was anything but what one might expect of a lich. "Yes, Nwaza. What business brings you and the others here?" Vandalyu inquired with an air of casual curiosity. "We are in need of some stone," Nwaza replied. With a skill known as golem transmutation, Vandalyu could ingeniously meld broken stone fragments back into a usable form. However, conjuring brand new stone from thin air remained beyond his capabilities. What puzzled him, though, was why they needed new stone. "Did I perhaps overdo it with the reversi sets?" Vandalyu mused aloud. He wondered if producing 100 of those beloved game sets had been too much. "No, that is not the issue, Holy Son. However, I would humbly request an additional 100 sets whenever you can spare the time," Nwaza explained. Reversi, along with Jenga sets and frisbees that Vandalyu had crafted, had become the talk of Talashim, capturing everyone's hearts. They were in high demand, not just for their entertainment value, but because they offered simple rules and quick enjoyment, an unexpected status symbol. Yet, Vandalyu worried whether their fascination might have spiraled too far. After all, he wasn't compensated for these creations. They required little effort on his part. Contemplating further, he decided it was harmless. "And perhaps a few more Jenga sets and frisbees as well, if it's not too much trouble," added Nwaza. Vandalyu was puzzled. "Is it necessary for me to make them?" "Indeed, it holds significance when they are crafted by your own hands, Holy Son," Nwaza stated, implying that for the undead, receiving Vandalyu's handmade toys was akin to being awarded a royal honor. Vandalyu wondered if he'd inadvertently established a brand. Understood, Vandalyu agreed. Their happiness mattered, so he would gladly continue making them. Reflecting on it, he realized he provided no salaries to the undead titans or ghouls, so this was the least he could do in appreciation. "But tell me, what purpose will this stone serve?" Vandalyu inquired. "The plaza before the royal castle is rather barren, wouldn't you agree? We thought a stone statue would lend it grandeur," Nwaza replied. "A stone statue? That's a splendid idea," Vandalyu agreed, knowing that art could enrich the soul. And for the undead, nurturing the mind was crucial for their well-being. "Our aim is to finish it by the next spring," Nwaza revealed, with an air of pride. "A statue honoring the Holy Son." Vandalyu was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Indeed. As the Holy Son prophesied to restore the goddess Vita, you are truly revered, Holy Son," Nwaza affirmed with conviction. "Now I'm having second thoughts about venturing outdoors," Vandalyu confessed. The idea of becoming a religious figurehead was unnerving, albeit flattering. Fortunately, his visage lacked any proclamation of his title. Discretion would be the key when traveling to Orbalm Kingdom. "Bakken, it's quite an honor, isn't it?" Rita chimed in. "A symbol of nobility might have a self-portrait or two, perhaps even a statue." "Don't resist it so," Saria encouraged. "Truly, are there nobles who place their likenesses at the royal castle's heart?" Vandalyu questioned. Rita and Saria didn't meet his gaze, sparking a hint of his suspicion. "Ah, there are none, it seems. Which means you're unrivaled, my lord." "Jayuho, my deepest congratulations," Bone Man exclaimed jubilantly. "It didn't truly matter," Vandalyu conceded. Hardly any outsiders visited Talashim, and the only ones who would appreciate the statue's presence were his undead titans, the ghouls, and those new races Vandalyu had brought to life. "Now, with your leave, we must transport this stone," Nwaza declared. With that, Nwaza and the other undead titans began the monumental task of hauling the stone from the dungeon, safeguarding it from the monsters they might encounter along the way. The mace looked as mighty as if it could shatter a skull with the ease of cracking an eggshell. Interestingly, his appearance was anything but what one might expect of a lich. "Yes, Nwaza. What business brings you and the others here?" Vandalyu inquired with an air of casual curiosity. "We are in need of some stone," Nwaza replied. With a skill known as golem transmutation, Vandalyu could ingeniously meld broken stone fragments back into a usable form. However, conjuring brand new stone from thin air remained beyond his capabilities. What puzzled him, though, was why they needed new stone. "Did I perhaps overdo it with the reversey sets?" Vandalyu mused aloud. He wondered if producing 100 of those beloved game sets had been too much. "No, that is not the issue, Holy Son. However, I would humbly request an additional 100 sets whenever you can spare the time," Nwaza explained. Reversey, along with Jenga sets and frisbees that Vandalyu had crafted, had become the talk of Talashim, capturing everyone's hearts. They were in high demand, not just for their entertainment value, but because they offered simple rules and quick enjoyment, an unexpected status symbol. Yet, Vandalyu worried whether their fascination might have spiraled too far. After all, he wasn't compensated for these creations. They required little effort on his part. Contemplating further, he decided it was harmless. "And perhaps a few more Jenga sets and frisbees as well, if it's not too much trouble," added Nwaza. Vandalyu was puzzled. "Is it necessary for me to make them?" "Indeed, it holds significance when they are crafted by your own hands, Holy Son," Nwaza stated, implying that for the undead, receiving Vandalyu's handmade toys was akin to being awarded a royal honor. Vandalyu wondered if he'd inadvertently established a brand. Understood, Vandalyu agreed. Their happiness mattered, so he would gladly continue making them. Reflecting on it, he realized he provided no salaries to the undead titans or ghouls, so this was the least he could do in appreciation. "But tell me, what purpose will this stone serve?" Vandalyu inquired. "The plaza before the royal castle is rather barren, wouldn't you agree? We thought a stone statue would lend it grandeur," Nwaza replied. "A stone statue? That's a splendid idea," Vandalyu agreed, knowing that art could enrich the soul. And for the undead, nurturing the mind was crucial for their well-being. "Our aim is to finish it by the next spring," Nwaza revealed, with an air of pride. "A statue honoring the Holy Son." Vandalyu was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Indeed. As the Holy Son prophesied to restore the goddess Vita, you are truly revered, Holy Son," Nwaza affirmed with conviction. "Now I'm having second thoughts about venturing outdoors," Vandalyu confessed. The idea of becoming a religious figurehead was unnerving, albeit flattering. Fortunately, his visage lacked any proclamation of his title. Discretion would be the key when traveling to Orbom Kingdom. "Bakken, it's quite an honor, isn't it?" Rita chimed in. "A symbol of nobility might have a self-portrait or two, perhaps even a statue." "Don't resist it so," Saria encouraged. "Truly, are there nobles who place their likenesses at the royal castle's heart?" Vandalyu questioned. Rita and Saria didn't meet his gaze, sparking a hint of his suspicion. "Ah, there are none, it seems. Which means you're unrivaled, my lord. Jayuho, my deepest congratulations." Bone Man exclaimed jubilantly. It didn't truly matter, Vandalyu conceded. Hardly any outsiders visited Talashim, and the only ones who would appreciate the statue's presence were his undead titans, the ghouls, and those new races Vandalyu had brought to life. "Now, with your leave, we must transport this stone," Nwaza declared. With that, Nwaza and the other undead titans began the monumental task of hauling the stone from the dungeon, safeguarding it from the monsters they might encounter along the way. As they made their ascent to the surface, the group couldn't help but glance at the stone. The creatures wouldn't purposely target it, but if one of their assaults accidentally struck, the stone would be compromised. Fugafugo, grunted Orcus with determination. We'll safeguard the materials for the king's statue, he vowed. And we get to enjoy more reversey sets, too, he added with a hint of excitement. Gorba and the other Orcuses were tasked with defending the stone. Though still in their youth and not yet fully matured like the Anubises and Black Goblins, they possessed ample skills and physical prowess to handle rank 3 creatures. This mission was perfect training for them. I'll craft them as soon as I finish up here, Vandelue assured. But moving the stone up the stairs, won't that be challenging? Don't worry about a thing. We've got this, a Titan responded confidently, revealing the existence of a handy magical item that could transform stairs into ramps. Along with the undead Titans, who never fatigued, and the young yet sturdy Orcuses, they had more than enough strength to manage the task. Concern was unnecessary. Leaving Noiza and the others behind, Vandelue's group pressed onward. It seemed their path had been cleared of threats to ensure the stone mining proceeded without hindrance. On the 6th floor, scarcely any monsters crossed their path. Why did we come through here again? To check on everyone? Vandelue pondered aloud. I get what you're saying, Badia replied, but I'm sure there are still plenty of creatures lurking beneath us. Let's keep moving, Van. As they made their ascent to the surface, the group couldn't help but glance at the stone. The creatures wouldn't purposely target it, but if one of their assaults accidentally struck, the stone would be compromised. Fugafugo, grunted Orcus with determination. We'll safeguard the materials for the king's statue, he vowed. And we get to enjoy more reversey sets, too, he added with a hint of excitement. Gorba and the other Orcuses were tasked with defending the stone. Though still in their youth and not yet fully matured like the Anubises and Black Goblins, they possessed ample skills and physical prowess to handle rank 3 creatures. This mission was perfect training for them. I'll craft them as soon as I finish up here, Vandelue assured. But moving the stone up the stairs, won't that be challenging? Don't worry about a thing. We've got this, a Titan responded confidently, revealing the existence of a handy magical item that could transform stairs into ramps. Along with the undead Titans, who never fatigued, and the young yet sturdy Orcuses, they had more than enough strength to manage the task. Concern was unnecessary. Leaving Noiza and the others behind, Vandelue's group pressed onward. It seemed their path had been cleared of threats to ensure the stone mining proceeded without hindrance. On the 6th floor, scarcely any monsters crossed their path. Why did we come through here again? To check on everyone? Vandelue pondered aloud. I get what you're saying, Badia replied, but I'm sure there are still plenty of creatures lurking beneath us. Let's keep moving, Van. The 7th floor of Garan's Valley held the secret to the flourishing existence of over 5,000 Titans. The city-nation they built owed its prosperity to this very place. It was the treasure of rock salt buried within the cliffs. A Titan voice echoed with urgency. The rock salt. Mind the rock salt, another called back. There aren't any monsters to hinder us, are there? The assurance came quickly, searching for the enemy. All clear. The floor of this dungeon offered high-quality rock salt, a vital resource. Talashim depended on it entirely for its salt supply. Encircled by mountains teeming with devil's nests, there was no hope of trade with other nations until a tunnel to the Orbom Kingdom was discovered. To reach the sea and beyond, Titans would have had to brave multiple devil's nests. Without Garan's Valley, Talashim would never have come into being, and the Titans' number might have dwindled to mere hundreds. Of course, even this bountiful floor wasn't free from danger. The monsters that roamed here were more formidable than those of the 6th floor. Rank 4 creatures like rock monkeys with their stony hides, spell-weaving kobold mages, martial skillful kobold generals, and giant stone golems larger than the Titans themselves. Conquering such threats required middle-class adventurers or Titans trained to be just as skilled. I won't let you interfere with our mining, declared one Titan, armored and brandishing a pickaxe, poised for battle against these formidable foes. When outsiders from the Orbom kingdom finally visited for trade, they found these miners formidable enough not to require escorts. And even death hadn't dampened the Titans' spirits. They fought with undying vigor, becoming more ferocious than ever. Hua, Miso, the source of Misu. One Titan roared, embodying their newfound zest for the delicacies they adored. I want fish sauce. If monsters get in our way, we'll fry them in miso and eat them. Their hunger was immortal, much like themselves. The truth that undead don't eat was as empty as the myth itself. Lowly skeletons and ghosts neither hungered nor tasted. Yet, zombies and higher-ranking undead did feel hunger and cherished food. Despite the cessation of their biological processes, the undead Titans couldn't completely shed their past needs. Out of the three essentials of life, eating, sleeping, and reproducing, only sleep was forfeited. They never tired. As for reproduction, the urge to leave descendants faded, but the act itself remained feasible for some. Hunger, on the other hand, was a specter never vanquished. It haunted their beings, pushing them to devour life to absorb its mana and evolve. Even skeletons and spirit-type undead could achieve superior forms, feasting upon flesh or siphoning vitality more directly. The undead Titans of Talashim were driven by this primal craving, relishing in monster flesh and blood, sometimes snacking on grass, branches, or rocks. But then, everything changed when Vandalu and the ghouls arrived in their midst. Experience points, even Vandalu might find it exhausting. Delighting in the thrill of adventure was one thing, but knowing there was a fallback plan should things go awry gave a reassurance that his comrades appreciated. They ventured further into the dungeon, each step echoing softly against the stone walls illuminated by the faint glow of Vandalu's summoned spirits. The dynamic within the group was a symphony of camaraderie and purpose, each member complementing the others with unique skills honed over countless endeavors. As they advanced deeper into the labyrinth of rock and shadow, the memories of the tantalizing flavors that had been born out of Vandalu's culinary experiments lingered. The tantalizing miso, born from an ancient art revitalized in this new world, had woven its own spell over the group. The Titans' enthusiastic exclamations still rang in their ears. Miso, 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 ma escoo. Vandalu chuckled inwardly, bemused yet grateful, as Saria continued with her cheerful chatter, offering perspectives that reminded him not to take everything so seriously. Even amidst the bone-jarring battles against stone golems and the eerie silence of a deeper unknown, those fond reflections of food brought a sense of home to their journey. Each encounter, each skirmish within these twisting stone corridors was a reminder of how far they'd come and the potential that lay ahead. Vandalu's creations had not only brought flavor to their meals, but had also strengthened bonds among his companions, creating memories as indelible as the scars earned in battle. The satisfaction of carving paths through adversity bore resemblance to crafting each delectable bite, careful, deliberate, and sweetly rewarding. As they made camp on the tranquil 7th floor, the group rested with the contentment of a job well done and the anticipation of what wonders their next trial might unveil. They were warriors at rest, dreamers in respite, united under the guiding spirit of miso and camaraderie, a spirit that softened the edges of a dungeon's harshness with the warmth of shared triumphs and tantalizing flavors. With the night enveloping them in a gentle embrace, Vandalu lay back, listening to the rhythmic breathing of his companions mingling with the hushed whisper of distant winds, now assured that the morrow held promise, much like the layers of flavor within every morsel of miso. Thus, in this steadfast journey through Lambda, they savored not just the taste of seasoning, but the ever-complex flavor of adventure itself. In a world where every experience point mattered, endless lives were simply not enough. This was the reality that Vandalu faced. "Zhu, my lord, how is your level progressing?" inquired Bone Man. I'm afraid I haven't even breached level 10 yet," Vandalu admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. His current path as a death attribute mage was a challenging one, with experience points trickling in at a frustratingly slow pace. Turning his attention to Badia, he asked, "What about you?" "I switched from apprentice warrior to a warrior, and now I'm at level 14, Badia replied with a triumphant grin. "Let's consult Borkus and the others once we return to Talashim," Vandalyu decided. Borkus, an A-class adventurer once celebrated as the Sword King, might hold the key to understanding the varying experience requirements across different jobs. Despite losing his job upon becoming undead, the memory of mastering numerous roles, despite being centuries past, could still serve them well. "My attribute values are on the rise, albeit slowly. Steady progress is crucial. Impatience won't serve us," Vandalyu resolved. "And just how much have they increased?" Saria's curiosity bubbled forth. "Each value has inched upward by 1 to 10 points, and my mana has increased by about 2%, Vandalyu calculated. "There's a long journey ahead, isn't there?" mused Saria. "But wait, your mana increased by 2 million? Incredible!" Bastia's amazement shone through. Meanwhile, Vandalyu continued the battle alongside his companions, careful not to deliver the fatal blow due to his lingering, unable to gain experience points independently. Curse. Although inconvenient, he could still absorb a fraction, about a tenth, of the experience earned by his allies, a mechanism he understood clearly. Essential to this process was his ability to visibly perceive his allies gaining experience. Engaging Bone Man from afar via Bone Bird's vision proved fruitless unless witnessed with his own eyes. Curious, Vandalyu pondered the potential aid of binoculars or telescopes, absent in Lambda's world. Even vision-correcting glasses were considered for experimentation. Perhaps if I could construct golems from glass, crafting lenses might become plausible. Low magnification is better than none, Vandalyu considered aloud. It's dangerous to be lost in thought during combat, chided Badia. "It's okay. I've thought it through," Vandalyu reassured. With a swift, decisive strike, he vanquished a monster, gradually honing his unarmed fighting skill. They finally arrived at the cavernous confines of Garan's Valley's 10th floor, the deepest depth yet encountered. Suddenly, a formidable rock gorilla loomed ahead, its size and presence dominating the space. With a thunderous roar, it challenged them by pounding its chest like a war drum. Ranked as a formidable rank 4 creature, this rock gorilla, though devoid of remarkable abilities, was a powerhouse with an intimidating mix of strength, hardness, and elemental cunning. Capable of unleashing multiple earth spells, it stood between them and their advancement. "It's awfully underwhelming for a D-class dungeon's final boss, wouldn't you say?" Vandalyu quipped with a grin. "Indeed, it feels more like a mid-boss, really," Badia countered with equal confidence. Appearing to understand their mockery, the rock gorilla let loose a primal growl before charging at a speed that belied its size. Just then, Bone Monkey launched himself into its path, stalling its advance. In a clash of raw power and grit, bone met stone, an elemental struggle. Bone Monkey's bones creaked ominously under the pressure. Despite being matched in might, the rock gorilla's advantage of flesh and carapace seemed insurmountable over Bone Monkey's bare skeletal form. "Goofu," the rock gorilla sneered, seemingly savoring its impending victory. "Buh!" retaliated Bone Monkey, his breath pouring forth, infused with a noxious, poisonous vapor that hit the gorilla squarely. "Vuchi!" the rock gorilla roared, its cry filled with pain as the poison found its way to its unprotected eyes and nose. Relinquishing its grip on Bone Monkey, it clutched its face in agony. The mightiest of howls echoed through the cavernous dungeon. "Gara! Gru! Taiyeya!" The ensuing melee was spectacularly one-sided. While the rock gorilla was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, especially for a creature ranked as high as 4, it simply could not hold its ground against the sheer force of 8 equally ranked monsters. Though Badia abstained from joining the fray, The struggle was less of a battle and more akin to an orchestrated dismantling. If the rock gorilla had opted for a more strategic retreat and assaulted from afar with its potent earth attribute magic, it might have presented a formidable challenge. Yet, possibly influenced by the dungeon's oppressive aura, it had become recklessly aggressive. Once the dust settled and the rock gorilla lay defeated, Vandalyu performed a cleansing craft, casting Disinfect to eradicate any lingering poison. They seized its magic stone and even its meat, which, though notoriously flavorful, made an exquisite soup when simmered with the right herbs. The organs were meticulously treated with sterilization and bug killer to transform them into an integral part of their meal. As for the gorilla's carapace, it would serve as a valuable catalyst to forge armor, bestowing its wearer with heightened resistance against earth attribute magic. With their prizes secured and enveloped in the preserving charm of preservation, Vandalyu animated them into a flesh golem. This ingenious creation heaved along their spoils, ensuring their group's momentum remained unhampered as they traversed the treacherous passages of the dungeon. Strong vigilance was required to protect this animated mass from marauding monsters, but with their abundant numbers, the party was well equipped to fend off any threats. "Shall we proceed downward?" Vandalyu asked, his voice a calm ripple in the aftermath of combat. Garan's Valley, once rumored to be a moderately shallow, D-class dungeon with only 10 floors, harbored secrets of its own. Over centuries of neglect, 3 additional floors had emerged. Mid-bosses were now a formidable reality within dungeons like this, unveiling themselves once more than 10 floors were present to challenge any adventurer daring to delve too deep. Such midway adversaries offered the perfect balance of might, more fearsome than typical monsters, yet not quite reaching the feared stature of true bosses. For instance, a dungeon stretching down to 27 levels would feature fierce mid-bosses on the 10th and 20th floors, with the real boss waiting on the final stage. I've heard tales from Borkus and others that conquering a mid-boss escalates a dungeon's difficulty. I advise cautious advancement, Badya declared resolutely. "Yeah," came the chorus of united voices, buoyed by the adventure that lay ahead. With optimism and preparedness, Vandalyu's party ventured deeper, to the 11th floor and beyond. Here, the dynamics shifted as rank 4 monsters began to lead packs of rank 3 creatures, forming alliances such as Kobold Knights under a cunning Kobold Mage, or the stalwart Rock Monkeys following a Rock Gorilla's lead. Upon reaching the 13th floor, the relentless rise in opposition was palpable as clusters of rank 4 monsters besieged them simultaneously. The group, adept in their martial prowess, rose to the challenge. When faced with flame-breathing hellhounds poised from a distance, Vandalyu unleashed a barrage of mana bullets, reducing several to mere charred remnants, a necessary sacrifice of experience points and materials. Faced with multiple rock golems, the party expended their martial energies freely, restoring their mana reserves through Vandalyu's mana transfer. They navigated expertly around traps, such as triggering a deluge of boulders, which Vandalyu decisively obliterated using the full extent of his mana. After all, boulders offered no experience points. Yet their trials bore fruit. Treasure chests glistened enticingly, and their yields from within were promising. Vandalyu pondered aloud, examining a broadsword. The weapon seemed sized for humans rather than titans, an intriguing oddity given the Titan's long-standing dominion over this hidden land for countless centuries. Why did such artifacts for humans abound here in Talashim's close vicinity? As Vandalyu pondered this curiosity, Badya, who had ventured into many dungeons, provided her insight. "This is the first time I've gone this deep into a dungeon, but I've heard that this isn't all that rare," she explained. Adventurers had discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The contents of treasure chests in dungeons seemed to adapt based on the person who opened them and their companions. It wasn't that the dungeons catered to the adventurer's desires or prepared treasures uniquely for them. Instead, The items adjusted in size and specifications. For instance, a party of Titans would find Titan-sized weapons and armor, whereas a group of dwarves, whose stature barely reached a human's chest, would unearth dwarf-sized equipment. A dwarf party wouldn't stumble upon Titan-sized armor, just as Titans wouldn't find dwarf-sized trinkets. There's a theory suggesting that malevolent gods designed the dungeons this way to entice adventurers more effectively. Alternatively, some believe the genie Ricklent, who created the dungeons for training purposes, set them up this way to boost motivation among adventurers. Honestly, nobody would chase after treasures that don't fit their needs, Vandalyu mused. It's convenient, so either explanation works for me. His thoughts mirrored those of many adventurers caught in the debates of scholars as he guided the flesh golem to wield the steel sword. Soon enough, they encountered the monsters inhabiting the boss chamber of the 13th floor, an orc general and 4 orc knights. I expected some kind of rocky monster, Vandalyu confessed. What shall we do, Bakken? Asked Saria. What shall we do? Replied Vandalyu. Of course, we won't leave until we've defeated them. Yet, despite being seasoned orc hunters from their winter exploits, Vandalyu and his companions couldn't fully hide their disappointment. Ignorant of its peril, the orc general flew into a rage with the pride of a dungeon boss, swiftly becoming an easy victory for Vandalyu and his party. Well, it is rank 5, so I did rack up a good amount of experience points, Vandalyu remarked. Their meat's tasty, and I was thinking of getting some lard, so I suppose it's perfect. But even the pack of hellhounds put up a tougher fight, Badia observed. You're right, Vandalyu agreed. The team moved through the treasure storage chamber with a muted enthusiasm. Recently, the undead titans and ghouls had formed parties and repeatedly cleared this dungeon, rendering it rather unremarkable. Notably, 2 centuries ago, the Adventurers Guild had equipped Talashim's dungeons with teleportation items. These devices allowed adventurers to instantaneously return from the treasure storage chamber to the surface. Depending on the dungeon, they could return from any floor or teleport to any previously visited level from the surface. What a convenient world it was. Badia has become a rank 5 Ghoul Amazonis, announced a notification. How was the dungeon clearing, boy? Inquired Zadiris, as Vandalyu enjoyed a bath in the royal castle of Talashim. It was all right, mother. Van can now defeat a kobold knight without his magic, Badia replied, while sharing the bath alongside him. Why such a gathering in a mixed bath? The reason was simple. Vigoro had once found Vandalyu with his head submerged under the water, a sight that stirred concern. Worry that leaving Vandalyu to bathe alone might be unsafe led to the decision that someone should accompany him in the bath at all times. Usually, Vigoro or Borkus filled this role, but they were busy tackling another dungeon today. Both Badia and Zadiris knew of Vandalyu's past lives, 40 years worth, but cultural differences in Ghoul society perhaps shaped their lack of embarrassment. My appearance and my actual physical body is that of a 3-year-old. So I suppose they don't feel anything, Vandalyu reflected, sharing the bath with a remarkably beautiful woman and a stunning young girl. A scene that, had he been from Earth, would have certainly caused a blooming spectacle of bloodshot eyes and a nosebleed. The excitement was palpable as he debated whether to leap with joy or perhaps shrink away, curling into a ball and averting his eyes. Meanwhile, Badia had emerged from the depths of the dungeon, transformed in both stature and spirit. Her rank had surged, elevating her to a Ghoul Amazonis, a status that none in her village had yet attained. To Vandalyu, still a child in perception if not in power, the term Amazonis seemed a perfect fit for Badia. Her newfound strength manifested naturally, shaping her into a formidable warrior, her attributes markedly aligned with a martial prowess. Her physical appearance hadn't shifted dramatically, yet she now bore striking tattoo-like patterns. These crimson designs meandered across her skin, exuding an aura of ancient magic, enhancing her allure and signifying her newfound strength. To the young Vandalyu, whose perceptions were still uncolored by maturity, These tattoos were merely an interesting novelty, cool to the eye but without deeper implication. Zadiri's, by contrast, appeared youthful, almost childlike, yet managed to exude a graceful beauty that was lost on Vandalu's 3-year-old sensibilities. For now, his innocent mind processed these images without the complications of thought most adults might entertain, merely noting, "Ah, they're naked," without a single skipped heartbeat or blush of embarrassment. Zadiri spoke, her voice rich with curiosity. "Who? That is quite impressive." Badia responded with a nod, acknowledging Vandalu's rising magic skills despite the limitations imposed by his unaligned job. His skill might still be at level 1, but it's growing stronger, she chimed in with encouragement. Zadiri's gaze moved to Bastia's new markings. "I see your rank has increased. Those magical-looking patterns have appeared. Have you taken an interest in magic now?" she inquired. Badia chuckled softly. "It appears that's just what happens to ghoul Amazonesses. These patterns have granted me some resistance to magic. Any other effects will have to wait. I'll think about magic after I've had a child." Vandalu, ever pragmatic despite his age, shifted the topic seamlessly to something of great concern to their community, the issue of ghoul fertility. "How's the magic item working out? It's supposed to boost pregnancy chances." At this, Bastia's expression faltered. "It's not going well," she admitted, frustration evident. Despite both her and her partner wearing the magic items, success eluded them. The items merely extended the durability of the egg cells and sperm to human levels, but they couldn't guarantee conception, a predicament reminiscent of human struggles despite modern aids. "Perhaps I should use my spirit form to investigate any underlying issues," Vandalu proposed, his resolve to help evident even at his tender age. His childlike determination seemed to bolster Bastia's spirits. "Thanks, I'm counting on you," she replied, relief touching her voice. Vandalu remained unbothered, loyal to his commitments. "It's fine. I've promised to spend a week in the city after the dungeon and make some more reversey sets today," he recalled, busy yet grounded in responsibility. Zadiri smiled approvingly. "You haven't forgotten your promises. That's good, in more ways than one." In this community, measures were in place to ensure Vandalu wouldn't become overworked, preserving a balance as they all faced the challenges on the horizon together. A sip of desire. Vandalu's longing for coffee. As Vandalu stepped out of the bath, he whispered softly to himself, "I want coffee milk." Memories of a promise made at a bathhouse back on Earth flitted through his mind. The rich, comforting aroma of coffee was somewhat of a rarity in Lambda. There, it was a beverage deemed fit only for the affluent, those living the high life with coins to spare. Ah, the bourgeoisie, a fancy term for the wealthy elite. Knowing this only intensified Vandalu's craving. Surely, somewhere in this vast world, coffee trees thrived. The electric fan-shaped golem, crafted by his own hands, blew a gentle breeze as he pondered. Perhaps the local dandelions could stand in for coffee, he mused, recalling how, back on Earth, he'd been stripped of coffee by an uncle who deemed it a luxury. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolved, "If I stumble upon such dandelions, I'll give it a try." Vandalu's mind drifted to experimenting with wild plants during his time on Earth, a curious endeavor inspired by a book on urban edibles he once found in his school library. "If it works here," he thought optimistically, "I'll share it with everyone." Once the bathhouse's comfort had sated him, he commanded, "Stop spinning," directing the golem to rest its gentle fan. Vandalu then slipped out, ready to tend to Bastia's health. Little did he know, when he later concocted his dandelion brew, it would fall short of delight. This world's dandelions, different from Earth's, yielded a rather uninspiring cup that failed to catch on in Talashim. Nevertheless, his inventive electric fan-shaped golems, crafted from surplus wood, found their fame. programmed to perform simple tasks such as adjusting rotational speed and swaying gently from side to side. These creations won the hearts of many in Talashim. Turning his focus, Vandeleu donned a white fur, a makeshift lab coat, and prepared for Bastia's examination. "Now then, I'll start the medical examination," he announced confidently. "Yeah, I'm counting on you," Bastia replied, her trust in him unwavering. Vandeleu's spirit merged with his arms, delving into Bastia's being with the practiced ease of previous examinations. Her recent rank increase was evident. Her health radiated from every pore, with not a hint of ailment to mar her perfect state. He scrutinized her body, blood, and vital organs, finding only vigor and vitality. Her uterus, too, reflected excellent health. Was stress or sheer mischance the culprit behind her inability to conceive? Nevertheless, Vandeleu examined her ovaries, uncovering something peculiar. "What's wrong, Van? Your hands, they've stopped?" Bastia inquired, sensing a pause in his rhythm. Vandeleu, knitting his brows, replied, "I'm going to examine you a bit more. Let me know if it's uncomfortable." He focused on the ovaries, usually vibrant and teeming with life. Yet, her ovaries felt different, lacking the characteristic heat of life energy. "Are the ovaries dead?" "No, that can't be," Vandeleu pondered, mulling over the anomaly. Planting his roots deep into his learning from Earth and experiences in Origin, he chased the answer in his mind. His death attribute magic had once dabbled in such matters, assisting with obstetrics and gynecology in ways unimaginable. Recalling, he thought, yes, infertility treatment. Perhaps I can help." In Origin, his magic had at times aided such treatments, proving his involvement in those fields had been more profound than he'd realized. As pieces of this puzzle came together, Vandeleu set forth with determination to explore these new possibilities for Bastia. The ghouls had their own unique methods, employing youth transformation on egg cells when the need arose. However, certain cases defied the capabilities of death attribute magic, standing out as true conundrums. For instance, the case of Bastia was particularly challenging. The dilemma was clear. If the egg cells weren't mature, fertilization was impossible. It would be easier to address this with life attribute magic, Vandeleu mused, diagnosing the situation. The problem lay with Bastia's underperforming ovaries and sluggish egg cell maturation. Life attribute magic, with its ability to invigorate the ovaries, was the solution. Yet Vandeleu himself lacked the necessary aptitude. Luckily, Talashim harbored several capable individuals like Nwaza, who wielded life attribute magic. Yet, there was the issue of Nwaza's grasp of physiology, a critical factor since magic was deeply influenced by the caster's knowledge and creativity. Picture how two mages, one hailing from a land of perpetual summer and the other from a winter-bound realm, would conjure ice. The winter mage, steeped in snowy familiarity, would undoubtedly craft ice with greater finesse. Similarly, Nwaza's magic, cast without a thorough understanding of the organs, might falter. Vandeleu could impart his own knowledge to Nwaza, but complex physiological concepts weren't as easily taught as basic arithmetic. "All right, I'll try my own method first," Vandeleu stated resolutely. "If that doesn't suffice, I'll enlist Nwaza's help." His strategy was indirect, entailing numerous steps. Vandeleu planned to extract the negative components from Bastia's ovaries, infusing them with his own vitality to restore normal function. Though life attribute magic could simplify this process to a single step, Vandeleu's reliance on death attribute magic necessitated division into numerous phases. The absence of the chant revocation skill meant this process could extend over an hour. "I'll activate surpass limits. I wish I had 3, or at the very least 2, more brains," Vandeleu grumbled inwardly as his mind raced feverishly even with the aid of the skill. Soon, he cleared his thoughts, pressing forward into the meticulous task. "It feels warm, doesn't it?" Badya observed. It's due to my rapid healing skill paired with the healing power enhancement, Vandalyu explained. To transfer his vitality, he transformed his arms with spirit form transformation, merging them with Bastia's body and activating his healing abilities in tandem with the non-attribute spell. 10 minutes elapsed before the rapid healing subsided, signaling the completion of this phase. Bastia's ovaries now teemed with vitality, enough to even singe Vandalyu's spirit form hands. Vandalyu speculated on the permanence of these effects, but estimated they should hold for at least a month. I've done as much as I can for now, affirmed Vandalyu. We'll monitor how things proceed. It's over, then. Thank you, said Badya, exhaling relief and still damp with perspiration. The unpleasant sensation, akin to Zadiri's experience during her own treatment, had thankfully concluded. I'll re-examine you in a month. Notify me of any issues before that, Vandalyu instructed, a sense of newly acquired medical proficiency washing over him. Then, his stomach unmistakably rumbled, hinting that the procedure had drained not just his mana, but his physical energy too. I'm hungry too. Let's cook something. We've got plenty of ingredients from the dungeon, Badya suggested. Count me in, Vandalyu replied, reminding himself of his stint as a cook, an activity his mother, Darshia, was still apprehensive about involving fire, despite his proficiency in the cooking skill. Vandalyu continued his meticulous care of Zandia, who lay ensconced within her wooden confines. Using a microfiber cloth, sterilized meticulously with disinfect, he cleaned her smooth skin ever so cautiously. While sterilize could brilliantly eliminate microorganisms, it fell short in removing dust particles. Bakken, what are you doing? Questioned Sam, whose face was a portrait of perplexity. As you can see, I'm tending to Zandia personally, Vandalyu answered, his tone nonchalantly, yet deeply invested in his tender task. In the midst of tending to Zandia, whose existence had been reduced to just a left hand and wrist, Vandalyu mused aloud, his thoughts turning to his spectral companion. Now that I think about it, you've started to show quite a lot of different facial expressions, haven't you, Sam? He observed, a hint of admiration in his voice. Once upon a time, the spirit form of Sam, who had faithfully accompanied the carriage, was nothing more than mist molded into the vague shape of a man, while the horses pulling the cart were similarly indistinct. Back then, discerning any kind of expression was an impossibility. But now, with the rising level of Sam's spirit form skill, he had taken on a more human appearance. His skin was an ethereal pale, complemented by eyes as red as embers, yet each detail, down to the last hair in his beard, had been rendered with startling realism. If he chose to don a hat, obscuring those burning eyes, Sam might easily be mistaken for a very pale gentleman. The horses, too, had transformed. With their eyes shut, they might pass for regular horses, though perhaps still too eerie for normalcy. I am truly grateful. But tell me, why engage in such a noble act? If it were an undead, I would understand. But it's merely a hand, Sam queried, his curiosity piqued. Vandalyu had indeed cast preservation on the hand to ward off decay, yet it wasn't undead. It was but a hand in its simplest form. To Sam, Vandalyu's careful attention seemed oddly misplaced. If I didn't treat it well, she would surely be cross with me when we meet again, wouldn't she? Vandalyu replied, envisioning an angered Zandia were she, perhaps, a sentient undead displeased at the neglect of her own hand. Hearing this, Sam exhaled in relief, his shoulders easing under the reassurance. That explains it. For a moment, I feared that you might harbor a peculiar fascination with certain body parts of the opposite sex, Bakken. No, I assure you, I have no unusual preferences for hands, Vandalyu laughed, waving off the notion with a hint of exasperation. I suppose. I have often heard tales of noblemen with peculiar tastes, So I thought possibly. If anything, father, Bakken is more interested in muscles, Saria cheekily interjected. The real problem is, neither of us have muscles or hands. Ours are merely pieces of armor, Rita chimed in, adding levity to the conversation. Indeed, noblemen in this world, too, seem to lean toward indulgences. Just then, Darcia gracefully entered the conversation, stirring curiosity and familial concern. Speaking of noblemen, there is something I've been meaning to ask, she began. Mom, it feels a bit awkward discussing this with you, Vandalyu confessed sheepishly. Not that, dear. I'm referring to the nobleman you aspire to be someday. Ah, so that was the crux. Vandalyu released a silent breath of relief. You mentioned having a child with Badya when you come of age. Were you serious? Darcia's question, however, brought the tension rushing back. It's something I've considered, Vandalyu admitted, thoughtfully. In his current 3-year-old state, emotions such as desire or love remained abstract to him. Yet he envisioned that fate could forge such a path in the years ahead. He held Badya in high regard. She was beautiful, protective, and passionate, a combination hard to ignore. As a damper of blended heritage, familial bonds held a special allure for him. So, why reject the prospect of a happy family? Don't get me wrong. Badya is a remarkable person, Darcia continued, her concern entwined with understanding. She's strong, and I trust she would safeguard you, Vandalyu. Yes, he nodded, recognizing the truth in her words, despite the mild urge to object. As a child beside a formidable ghoul Amazoness, the imagery was admittedly vivid, but many would likely object if you pursued becoming a nobleman. The Orbam kingdom might be more tolerant than the Amid Empire, but prejudices persist. Darcia's words lingered, weaving through the myriad considerations Vandalyu pondered about his future as a nobleman. Indeed, aligning himself with ghouls, regarded as monsters in human society, could spark significant outcry and rumors. As he drifted deeper into these thoughts, the road ahead appeared shrouded in uncertainties, yet charged with possibilities. On Earth, the notion of a damper ascending to the rank of nobility would no doubt ruffle some feathers. The issue of succession would inevitably arise, as Saria observed. Having progeny meant facing the complex dilemmas of inheritance in a society where noble lineages span generations. Would the Orbam kingdom ever entertain the thought of a half-ghoul child inheriting Vandalyu's noble status? The answer was murky at best. Vandalyu and Badya weren't planning on elevating their offspring to nobility, yet murmurs of scandal seemed inevitable even in contemplating the possibility. Though Vandalyu hadn't mulled over this predicament deeply, a solution glimmered on the horizon. I think I'll chart a new path as an honorary nobleman, Vandalyu mused aloud. If I remember, honorary noblemen hold their status for just one generation and leave no successors, correct? Darcia queried. Indeed, Sam concurred. These titles are conferred for individual merit, typically to those overshadowed by elder siblings in succession. Honorary noblemen were, in essence, nobility without the heirs, the vast estates, or the burdens of governance. A fitting choice for Vandalyu. Would that satisfy you, young master? Most people would deem it a splendid fate, Sam inquired with curiosity. The stipends they receive are said to far surpass a regular income, Darcia added thoughtfully. For many, such a title represented the zenith of ambition, a testament to personal achievement. I'd be perfectly content, Vandalyu remarked. Getting an annuity without land, responsibilities, or successors is rather liberating. With neither the inclination nor the acumen to cultivate prosperity in a territory, Vandalyu acknowledged the impracticality of land ownership. He could perhaps delegate to trustworthy advisors, but the prospect of managing regions seemed overwhelmingly complicated. While his skill in golem transmutation offered tantalizing possibilities if he governed land, it wasn't enough to sway him. Official duties would burden someone with his societal inexperience. At 40 in cumulative years, Vandeleu had lived apart from such complexities. Training might equip him for such roles, but the idea scarcely sparked joy in him. Succession, too, was a moot point. Given the lifespan of Dampiers, a staggering 3 millennia barring untimely death, plans for passing on a title seemed fanciful. Embracing the simplicity of the honorary noble path appeared logical. The goal was to deter those reincarnating from another world from targeting me, and to secure a life of luxury, Vandeleu explained. Either type of nobility serves that purpose, reputation intact. And how will you amass the necessary wealth? Sam asked. Trading monster materials we gathered from Garan's Valley should suffice for now, Vandeleu noted, sweeping enthusiasm into his crew. We'll simply continue our adventuring efforts. Even at 3 years old, the haul he amassed promised significant income from the Adventurers Guild, hinting at eventual riches surpassing modest noble earnings through sheer persistence. I suspect shedding the nobility mantle would be straightforward too, Vandeleu reflected. Wait, you'd relinquish it? Saria gasped. Perhaps. I'll deliberate when the time comes and a new understanding dawns upon me, Vandeleu concluded thoughtfully. Vandeleu stood amidst the reincarnated souls, contemplating the allure of nobility. For him, becoming a noble wasn't an aspiration but a mere stepping stone towards his greater goals. True, the life of a noble came with its perks, exclusive delicacies, rare artifacts, and the intoxicating fragrance of power. Yet, what if the weight of noble responsibilities began to eclipse these privileges? What if those very chains of nobility restricted his dealings with the ghouls and undead, or dragged him into unwelcome political games? If that happened, Vandeleu knew he could easily discard this role, like a tool outlived its usefulness. As an honorary noble, he mused aloud, I'd have no land or subjects to tether me down. I could renounce the title, lay low for a century or so, and wait for the storm to pass. Sam and his daughters, who had served noble families before, were left speechless. To them, nobles were a breed apart, almost exalted, while Darcia, raised in a dark elf village devoid of aristocratic airs, was nonchalantly impressed. That's incredible, Vandeleu. To have thought it through so deeply. I see you in a new light, she said, her tone light and musical. Vandeleu shrugged off the awe and reaction of Sam's family, aware that his modern Japanese perspective on nobility was especially unique in this world. He pondered if his sentiments had struck a chord or stirred unease in them. I see. As expected of you, Bakken. Sam finally broke the silence, admiration woven into his words. So, to you, the status of a nobleman is just another hindrance? Vandeleu blinked, slightly taken aback by the conclusion. The goddess did say an extraordinary person must have extraordinary ambitions. Saria chimed in with fervor. And you even declared yourself the holy son to Borkus-san, using Talashim to unite the continent. Could that be your true aim? Rita added, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Surely you jest, Vandeleu replied, scratching his head at the curious misconceptions brewing around him. His plans were far simpler. Just the restoration of Talashim seemed ambitious enough. Darcia's words floated in with a comforting ring. I wouldn't worry. Praise will only make Vandeleu grow more. With 1,000 years, perhaps the continent could unite under him. That's a little too long-term for my liking, Vandeleu said, lacking enthusiasm for such a prolonged endeavor. As dawn broke the next day, with Borkus's party yet to return, Vandeleu joined Zadiri's and her group for training, postponing his questions about jobs. Since you're with us today, boy, it's time for special training, Zadiri's announced. They gathered outside Talashim, surrounded by ghoul mages, black goblins, and Anubises, Memetiga among them. We'll work on mastering the chant revocation skill, Zadiri's declared, igniting a contagious excitement. The ability to cast spells without incantations was, after all, a tremendous advantage, erasing the need for the ritualistic sing-song of spellcasting, streamlining the art into pure intent and reaction. The air buzzed with the anticipation of honing this formidable skill, setting the stage for a day ripe with potential and growth. In the world of arcane arts, there exists a remarkable ability, one that defies the constraints of time and preparation: the power to cast spells without the burden of incantations. This skill dares the caster to push their mana and intelligence to the outermost limits, eliminating any chance of interruption or discovery from the verbal spells. It's a feat much more formidable than the skill of chant reduction, which merely trims the time needed for incantations. Yet, the path to mastering this skill is deceptively simple. The secret lies in the relentless practice of casting spells without uttering a single word. For Zadiris and a group of ghouls and undead titans, this meant conjuring spells silently. At Zadiris' fingertip, a flicker of light akin to a firefly glimmered, almost invisible in the sunlight. Around her, droplets of water began to manifest, flames danced briefly before disappearing, and whispers of wind caressed the air. Their mana drained with each attempt until they were depleted. "Looks like it's up to you now, boy," Zadiris called out, her voice carrying both hope and exhaustion. "All right," Vandalyu replied with a quiet assurance. He had been an observer until this point, but now it was his turn to act. Transforming his arms through the spirit form transformation, he created an intricate web of tubes to reach every aspiring mage. A vast ocean of mana, over 100 million strong, flowed through these channels, courtesy of Vandalyu's mana transfer. This infusion was crucial. Without it, Zadiris and the others would toil endlessly to acquire the chant revocation skill. Their limited mana could make this endeavor tortuously slow. Conversely, Vandalyu's task of exhausting his own colossal mana, reserved to expand it, would typically consume the better part of a day. But now, in this symbiotic rhythm of training, the exchange of mana allowed them to condense 10 days of practice into a single sunlit day. Onward with the training, Zadiris declared, invigorated by the newfound energy. Yet, despite the flurry of magical exertion around him, Vandalyu found himself surprisingly unoccupied. Though providing the mana was essential, it left him feeling adrift, his role reduced to that of a mere vessel. Perhaps, he mused, sitting cross-legged in meditation might lend an air of purpose to his involvement. Author's note: this section was intended for the final part of the previous chapter but was inadvertently excluded. Monster's explanation: Ghoul Amazonis. When a ghoul woman gifted with magical prowess chooses the path of martial mastery over sorcery and ascends to become a ghoul warrior, she can further evolve into an esteemed rank known as the Ghoul Amazonis. Though their outward appearance sees little change, intricate, tattoo-like patterns grace their skin, significantly bolstering their physical capabilities. These markings endow her with the magic resistance skill and amplify her inherent magical potential. So rare is this transformation that never do two Ghoul Amazonesses inhabit the same village. Typically, they rise to leadership positions, commanding respect and often placing other women in positions of power. Whispers tell of entire groups of female ghouls, led by a Ghoul Amazonis deep within the heart of Devil's Nests, though such tales remain unverified. What becomes of these Ghoul Amazonesses, should they elevate their rank further, remains a mystery. It is speculated that those skilled in both the martial and magical arts may transcend into an even more potent race. Treading through the dense, whispering trees with a heaviness that bordered on delirium, Vandalyu returned to the solitude of his forest home, accompanied by undead shadows and cradling a fragmented bone of his mother, a relic of her spirit. His body, echoing a hollow pang of hunger that threatened to consume him from the inside, found unlikely salvation in a raccoon ensnared by Darshia's trap. He drank its warmth before succumbing to the sweet abyss of unconsciousness. When the world invaded him once again with a blaze of sunlight, he awakened, eyes fluttering open to greet his spectral allies. A soft, garbled sound, betraying his intended greeting, slipped from his lips, a symphony of awe. "Have the hunters pursued me?" he pondered aloud, gazing at Bone Monkey, a constant guard at his bedside. A subtle shake of the head brought relief. His reprieve from unwanted fortune persisted. "Well then, let me piece together yesterday's revelations," he mused silently. The ominous specter of the Knights of Baronet Besterow and the zealots of High Priest Gordon, devotees to Alda, god of law and fate, cast a shadow of impending search through the woodlands to seal his fate. Guided only by fragments and half-truths, their quest would have a slow start. Yet Orby, a hunter, now deemed traitor, would come, a harbinger of peril, with his own greedy cohort, seeking to seize the rare Damper child. With them, can I hold my own? He wondered. His army was vast in number but sparse in might. Mere hundreds of unliving, creatures no bigger than mice, feeble insects, with a scant few, a paltry 30, forming any semblance of a combative force, even with Bone Monkey, who once had the primal strength of an orangutan but now was diminished, his prowess eclipsed even by Vandalu's own. Strength sapped, agility dulled. Only the fortification of dead flesh and bone stood between Bone Monkey and disassembly under force. Yet all rank one, their light extinguishable by any untrained villager. Still, 30 could make a difference. He needed plans, strategy, a twisting of fate. The insects will scout. Bone Monkey and a mere handful will safeguard me. The rest, his plan formed, a snare for Orby and his band. The thirst in him to hear the tales of Darcia, tales of his distant father, would have to wait. He would not be caught unawares. He intended to seize the initiative. Meanwhile, Orby wove his way through the labyrinth of the forest, in sync with the rhythm of nature, yet driven by avarice and desperation. With the two he rallied. Confidence surged through them. The holy knights would falter against the camouflage of the dark elf's sanctuary. The child would be theirs first, and riches, their final salute. "No bear or wolf will end us before we claim our fortune," his comrade assured, intertwining bravado with genuine caution. The forest, while not a nest of devils, harbored perilous fauna and scattered weak monsters like goblins, requiring vigilance as their steps carried them deeper. Odd, these tracks, monkey, bear? Observations of the undead's passage surfaced their anxiety. Possible, but these prints feel too light, Orby grunted, the shadows of doubt beginning to creep upon him. The mysteries of the forest whispered secrets, but neither hunter nor prey would be prepared for the fate the story prepared to unfold. In the dense forest, Orby and his companions found themselves piecing together an unusual puzzle laid out upon the earth. The footprints they discovered seemed almost spectral in nature, too shallow to belong to any creature of substantial weight. Their shape was peculiar as well, small and missing the full complement of toes one would expect from a bear. The prints looked strange, as if missing some toes, one of them observed, studying the impression with curiosity. The footprints were indeed the work of an undead, a skeletal beast devoid of the flesh and weight it had once carried in life. It lacked pads and digits, adding to its ghostly stride. However, Orby and his companions were not seasoned monster hunters. They often rallied more for the lure of extra coin than caution. They brushed off the notion of a supernatural foe, choosing instead to believe these were merely overlapping tracks from different animals. After all, this forest was said to be free from monsters. "We're close now. There's a cave nestled in a cliff not far from here. That's where she was hiding," Orby declared, tension mixed with anticipation. "Let's move. We catch that baby while it still breathes," another urged with determination. The group approached Darcia's domain, where the trees parted to reveal a sparsely wooded area. Evidence of a life once lived here was evident in the scattered remains of campfires and rudimentary tools. "Look at all this mess," Orby muttered, surveying the disarray of overturned earth, strewn ivy, and scattered bones. Frustration simmered as Orby pushed open the door, desperate to find their prize. Yet, the ground beneath them heaved with a mournful groan, escalating into an unnerving spectacle. An earth golem rose from the soil with an unsettling presence, surprising them. "What in the world? A golem?" Orby's voice rang out, laced with fear. "Yeah, an earth golem," someone confirmed, dreadfully settling in. Under the golem's protective mass lay undead creatures. A wolf, a bear, a frighteningly real menace that encircled the hunters. "Run!" one of them shouted, frantic. "Where?" "We're trapped." Around the beleaguered group, the forest itself seemed to come alive. Ivy wriggled like serpents, winding tightly around them, while pots previously discarded flung themselves with lethal force. "Damn it! Release me!" Orby cried as he struggled in vain, his blade ineffective against the animated tendrils. Pinned by the unrelenting undead forces, Orby and his companions found themselves ensnared. From a distance, Vandalyu watched the scene unfold with a mix of relief and triumph. His strategy had worked perfectly. The spirits inhabited the earth, transforming it into vigilant sentinels, while the undead lay poised beneath the golem. All static in the calm before their ambush, they remained undetected. Now, with the hunters subdued by spectral ivy, their fates were veiled in silence. Vandalyu made his presence known, appearing upon Bone Monkey's back, a figure to inspire awe and dread alike. His youthful visage betrayed no hint of the power he wielded. Orby and his companions could scarcely comprehend that the quarry they sought was now their captor, an extraordinary child commanding the dead with ease. "I'll need to find a way to communicate with them," he thought, recognizing the challenge of overcoming his childlike speech, limited as it was to indecipherable murmurs. With an intent born of necessity, Vandalyu conjured a sand golem from nearby gravel, determined to bridge the communication gap with his unwilling visitors. Their eyes widened in terror as the human-sized golem took form, each grain of sand testament to Vandalyu's dominion over life and death. In the stillness of the moment, the sand golem loomed before them, its massive form a silent sentinel. Curiously, it did not raise a threatening fist, ready to strike. Instead, parts of its formidable body began to crumble away, the granules arranging themselves into words across its sandy form. The message was simple and unexpected. "Stop making so much noise, be quiet. Answer my questions." "Nice, it worked." Vandalyu mused to himself, satisfied. Having speculated that if he could manipulate the stone walls of Ibigia into a golem, there was no reason a sand golem couldn't be made to form words, his theory was now proven correct. Yet, the success came at a cost. Feeding the golem required a huge amount of mana, sapping his mental strength. What remained uncertain was whether the captured hunters could even read Japanese characters. To test this, he released the bindings around their mouths, and the once noisy captives fell silent, watching him with wary eyes. What do you want to know?" "You can ask whatever you want. Just spare our lives in exchange, please." "Why, yeah. We'll tell you anything we can. We'll keep this place a secret. Just please let us go." Their voices trembled with desperation as they pleaded, their readiness to cooperate apparent. It seemed, fortuitously, that the language of both spoken and written communication in Lambda bore the familiar strokes of Japanese. How convenient, but why? Vandalyu pondered. According to the information Rodcourt had shared with him, champions from another world had been summoned to Lambda in the past. Perhaps that was the connection? But this mystery could wait for another time. Turning his attention back to his strategy, Vandalyu decided to continue his inquiries via writing and extract as much information from the hunters as possible. They had some grasp of hiragana and katakana, but struggled significantly with kanji. Their initial pleas for mercy seemed born from guessing, rather than understanding Vandalyu's written words. This limitation meant that he had to etch more characters into the sand golem, consuming additional mana and taxing his energy even further. Not every question would yield the insight he sought. What is a job? Huh. You want us to tell you our jobs? We're hunters, of course. What are experience points? Experience points are experience points, you know? Who is Alda? The god of law and fate? Ah, that's a god. The answers he received were distressingly basic, akin to asking inhabitants of Earth, what is air? Or what is water? If the hunters had been more educated, they might have offered more detailed replies. However, Vandalyu quickly realized that expecting nuanced explanations from these men was futile. I'll ask Mom about this stuff later, he resolved. Darshia, his mother, always had a way of simplifying complexities for him. Switching tactics, Vandalyu inquired about more immediate threats. Tell me about Baronet Bestero and his knights. One of the hunters answered with a mix of grudging respect and dismissiveness. The feudal lord who took over about 10 years ago is ambitious but otherwise unremarkable, your run-of-the-mill nobleman. I haven't heard of anything making him stand out from other nobility. Another chimed in, there are 5 knights he employs as soldiers. They're stronger than the ordinary men, though they undergo training just like everyone else. A third hunter eagerly suggested, that's why they're not that strong. We could take them down together. Team up with you, and it'll be easy. Vandalyu let that last suggestion slide. It seemed Baronet Bestero lacked skilled allies and posed little threat. This area was evidently considered quite tranquil by its residents. Finally, he turned to another pressing matter. Tell me everything you know about High Priest Gordon and his holy knights. The reply came swiftly. The High Priest and his holy knights rarely show up in town. About half a month ago, they came through with wanted posters featuring the Damper and the Witch, your mother. He's infamous as a vampire slayer, and alongside the Holy Knights, they're an elite group and a formidable threat. Another remarked with notable anxiety, yeah, for a clergyman, he's absurdly powerful, climbing to the position of high. Their words hung heavy in the air, their knowledge casting a shadow of looming concern. He still had the biological needs of an infant. This forest had been a shelter, a place he could escape into, and mapping its intricacies was becoming a survival game in its own right. There was an undeniable allure in understanding every nook and cranny, every whisper of the wind through the branches above, and every paw print left behind by creatures who'd slinked past in the night. If only his adversaries weren't breathing down his neck. Vandalyu took a moment, his tiny infant brow furrowing with a depth one wouldn't expect in someone so small. Orby and the other hunter remained stiff, bound by fear like rabbits caught in a predator's gaze. He studied them intently, his mismatched eyes, an unusual combination that defied his youthful visage, holding no promise of clemency. The name Hines echoed in his mind like a chilling melody, the blue flame sword and the 5 colored blades, a band of esteemed adventurers who roamed perilously close to his presence. His plan now hinged on eluding these formidable foes while buying himself enough time to grow stronger, to survive, and eventually, to seek answers to questions still unfathomable and vast. As the reality of his tender age loomed over him, the forest seemed to hush, listening to the unspoken pledge he made to himself. Surviving this tangled wilderness was his only option, sleeping beneath its thick canopies, waking with its dawn chorus. Each day carried him further from the teetering edge of desperation. The undercurrents of survival pulsed through his veins. Over the coming days, he would continue gathering the strength of knowledge and tactical advantage. Creature comforts were rare, albeit living life that was dogged at dusk and during the night. Most importantly, the 2 truly indispensable resources remained: blood and the terrain. Bone Monkey stood by, a silent sentinel that followed where Vandalyu led. Even in moments like this, where the quiet was wrought with tension and the air heavy with potential danger, the alliance between them was steadfast. It was a companionship based on necessity, yet one that bore a strange comfort of its own, no less peculiar than the child they were bound to. Tonight the moon would rise again, and under its guidance, Vandalyu knew he must prepare for another day drawn in the forest's embrace. Another day inching closer to understanding the mysterious paths his life had taken. Still, beneath the weight of grim foresight and infantile fatigue, he harbored a hope that one day he would taste the comforts that had long since slipped from his reach, the warmth of an embrace that was not shadowed by threat or fear. In this world of unexpected allies, formidable foes, and ever-present shadows, Vandalyu continued his journey. And somewhere, deep within, he knew it was only just beginning. Regardless of the myriad skills he had honed, he was still, undeniably, just a baby. While his stamina had improved since his 1-month-old days, he remained perpetually drowsy, struggling to stay awake for extended periods. His status effect resistance skill could stave off the effects of sleep deprivation, but using it could hamper his development, a risk Darshia wouldn't want to take. So, Vandalyu resolved to lay low until High Priest Gordon abandoned the search. Never did he imagine adopting the lifestyle of a recluse at a mere 6 months old, but survival left him with little choice. "Oh boy, what's wrong? Aren't you going to ask us anything else?" One of the hunters, Orby, clamored nervously. "If that's so, set us free." Both hunters began protesting, although they had already served their purpose by providing information. In response, the ivy snaked back over their mouths. Wait. Please release us. I have a mugu," he sputtered. What was he trying to say? Perhaps he wanted to mention a fiancée, a wife, a young daughter, or maybe an aging mother. It seemed ironic, considering he had betrayed a mother with a young son. Whatever he wished to convey didn't change their fate. Vandalyu communicated this through letters scribed in the sand. "You are merely food for me." The hunter's muffled screams punctuated the air. Once upon an ancient time, 2 titanic gods ruled the universe. The immense black deity, Diakmel, and the great white god, Arisen, engaged in a timeless battle. No one could tell which was good or evil, simply that nothing else existed beside them, which fueled their eternal strife. Yet, their mighty conflict found its end when Diakmel and Arisen simultaneously vanquished each other. As their forms lay entwined, new gods emerged from their remains. Vita, the goddess of life and love. Alda, the god of light and law. Xantark, the war god of fire and destruction. Perea, the goddess of water and knowledge. Shazarian, the god of wind and art. Botan, the mother of the earth and goddess of craftsmanship. Reclint, the genie of time and magic. And Zurawarn, the god of space and creation, all rose from the ashes. These 8 elemental deities joined forces with the dragon emperor, god Marduk, the colossus god Zerno, and the beast god Ganpaplio, becoming the 11 founding gods. Unlike their predecessors, these gods chose cooperation over conflict, collaborating to craft the world of Lambda. The elemental gods sculpted humans in their image, bestowing upon them guidance and wisdom. Marduk created dragons, Zerno formed the mighty colossi, and to nourish all living beings, Ganpaplio filled the land with abundant wildlife and teeming seas. Xantark, alongside Botan, ushered in the dwarf race, while Perea and Shazarian together birthed the elves. The term people began to encompass all these sentient races, with humans emerging as a distinct group. In the initial world these gods forged, peace reigned. Adoration for the gods flowed freely. The wise dragons and colossi coexisted amicably, and wildlife, plentiful and rich, provided without conflict. However, this harmony shattered with the advent of the demon king Guduranis, who emerged from the star-touched abyss. Guduranis descended upon Lambda with malevolent intent, waging war to seize the realm with his cadre of evil gods. Twisting mana into monstrous forms like orcs and goblins, horrors previously unknown to Lambda, the Demon King unleashed them against the Pantheon. Though the people had honed their prowess in competition and hunting, they faced unprecedented chaos in their first encounter with life-or-death warfare. The gods found themselves cornered. Despite the bravery of Xantark, Marduk, Zerno, and others, backed by Ricklant's magical gifts and strategic commands, the tide of battle remained unturned. In the swirling maelstrom of battle, the mighty beast god Ganpaplio fought valiantly, but ultimately met his demise. As the ominous shadow of the Demon King stretched ever closer, Zurawarn, the god of space and creation, turned to a flicker of hope from another world. He summoned 7 champions who carried with them the fire of defiance. These champions taught the people the art of combat and shared with them the secrets to forge formidable weapons. Together, they stood as a bulwark against darkness. The clash between light and shadow raged on, each skirmish adding to the legend. And finally, with a final stroke that resonated across worlds, the Demon King was obliterated and sealed for eternity, leaving behind no vestige of his malevolence. The gods who had served him were left powerless. Some faded into oblivion, others entombed in a silent, near-death slumber. Yet, the price of victory was steep. The war god Xantark, ensnared by curses born of evil, succumbed to the abyss. Perea sank into the ocean's embrace, and Shazarian vanished into the whispered breath of the wind. Botan lay sealed beneath the earth, while Ricklant and Zeruwan succumbed to an age-long sleep to restore their strength. Marduk shattered, reduced to fragments, and Zerno's heart lay in ruin. The faithful faced dwindling strength, with dragons becoming scarce while weaker drakes multiplied. The once majestic colossi devolved into monsters, finding their twisted faith in dark gods. Of the initial champions summoned, only 3 remained standing. The realm's populace had withered to a fragile echo of its former strength, unable to preserve its culture or legacy. Even with elves, dwarves, and the surviving humans joining forces, they barely sustained a single city. The once thriving world of Lambda teetered on the brink of desolation, overrun by monsters tainted by the Demon King's remnants. These creatures unfurled across the land, breeding without end in the desolate devil's nests. In this time of dire need, Alda, one of the last gods with dwindling might, sought to shepherd the remaining people alongside the stalwart champions. Yet, Vita, the goddess of life and love, held a different vision for restoration. Her belief was in new beginnings. With powers of creation, she endeavored to breathe life into new races to flourish alongside the remnants of the old. She first united with Talos, the noble sun giant, and together they birthed the Titans, beings of prodigious size and strength. Next, she embraced Tiamat, the mightiest of the surviving dragons, and from this union emerged the Draconids, humans adorned with dragon-like horns and power. She continued to forge new lives with the kings of beasts, giving birth to diverse beast folk, and with Tristan, the oceanic god, she brought forth the merfolk. From an ancient elf, she conceived the dark elves, who combined magic with unparalleled physical might. Alda, the strict god of law, was aghast at the rampant creation of these new beings. Yet Vita stood firm, believing in her path. Their discord remained unresolved as Vita continued her divine unions, birthing Lamia, Scylla, Arachne, centaurs, harpies, and magiants, each race echoing new facets of life. In a final act of defiance, Vita infused Zakhart, a fallen champion, with the essence of life itself, resurrecting him as an undead. Together, they brought forth the vampires, beings of immense power, capable of spreading their might through a transformative bite. Alda, consumed by fury at this, gathered the remaining champions for a final reckoning. He could not accept Vita's audacity to forge life from monsters, especially not vampires, whom he deemed a threat to the cosmic balance. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Vita, alongside the resurrected Zackert and her new races, faced Alda and his followers in a battle that would determine the fate of their world. In the narrowest of margins, an epic battle concluded with her unexpected defeat. She fell from the revered heights of her divine station, only to vanish into the devil's nests, vanquished beside the champion, Zackert. Alda emerged as the victor of this climactic clash. Yet, his triumph was far from absolute. He lacked the strength to obliterate the vampires that lingered, clinging to existence in the shadows. With the goddess of life now absent, the burden of her role fell on Alda's weary shoulders. Exhausted, he proclaimed himself the god of light, law, and life, and was venerated by his followers as the god of law and fate. Yet, even 100,000 years after that fateful battle against Vita, chaos still threaded through the world like a stubborn vine. This is the legend of the origins of Lambda. Darshia's voice resonated softly through the cavern. "Thanks, Mom. That was very helpful," Vandalyu replied, his thoughts still anchored in the story's echo as he continued with his meticulous preparations inside the secluded house. Darshia, existing now only as a spirit within the bone fragment, had just recounted the tale of Lambda's inception. Meanwhile, Vandalyu crafted golems from the cave's elements, commanding them to vigilantly stand guard, a sentinel army molded from the earth and rock. To prevent their sanctuary from collapsing, he ingeniously manipulated the golems, compelling earth and rock from the deeper cave regions to fortify the entrance. As he delved ever deeper, he ordered the golems to seal the entrance, releasing their spirits to ensure their safety. With an abundance of mana at his disposal, Vandalyu skillfully reshaped the golems for construction, relying on their versatility. To mislead any would-be hunters, he left behind fragments of broken furniture and ornamental vases, crafting an illusion of a cave-in. Yet, he harbored a silent prayer that High Priest Gordon wouldn't command: "Dig out the cave until you find that damper's corpse." Though he had extended the cave's depths by more than 50 meters from its entrance, a feat bordering on the impossible without vast construction efforts or an Earth Attribute mage's aid, he created a small air passage to ensure a steady supply of oxygen, with his dark vision skill negating the need for light. Embracing his new underground life, Vandalyu found companionship in Darshia, and through their conversations, he pieced together the complex puzzle of their world. So this is Merg, a country nestled in the northwest of the Bongaya continent, under the Amid Empire's rule. The Empire and its lands revere Alda, the god of law and fate, making it perilous indeed, he mused aloud. Alda, the formidable god who once contested with Vita, opposed the races she birthed, fearing they would unbalance creation. Thus, a half-vampire like Vandalyu faced a destiny fraught with persecution. No, extermination. The Amid Empire and its adventurers' guilds, heavily swayed by the Church of Alda, boldly advertised extermination missions. Their gruesome proof of success was the crimson sphere of an eye. In such treacherous circumstances, seeking refuge in the forest was sensible. Dark elves like Darshia, alongside beast people, draconids, and other races Vita birthed after clashing with the Demon King, were similar targets of persecution. Within the Amid Empire, people was a term reserved for humans, elves, and dwarves, whereas titans, dark elves, and beast people stood marginalized, branded as demi-humans. Humans faced enslavement solely upon criminal conviction, but demi-humans were subject to unrestrained trafficking. Among Vita's creations, those begotten by monsters, including vampires, faced extermination akin to any creature deemed monstrous. Ironically, for each vampire or lamia slain by Amit's adventurers and soldiers, a life was taken in retribution, staining even civilians with the price of bloodshed. Alda's devotees heralded such chaos as proof of malevolence, deeming their god just. Contrarily, Veda's believers argued that these monstrous transformations were the result of losing their goddess's guidance, laying blame squarely on Alda's shoulders. This age-old dispute endured over millennia, a testament to the relentless passage of time. Next, tell me about my father, vampires. And then we come to the fascinating topic of dampiers, Vandalyu said, his eyes filled with curiosity. Darshia gave him a warm smile and gently reminded him, "That's wonderful, but it's time for your afternoon nap. I promise we'll pick up right where we left off once you wake up." Vandalyu nodded, a little drowsy but eager. "Okay," he agreed, settling back comfortably. As he drifted off to sleep, a mysterious notification echoed softly in his mind. "You have acquired the Golem transmutation skill." Redeployed in a different capacity, his talents redirected to another part of the nation's endeavors. Yet, despite the intricate politics and shifting fortunes, the heart of our story beats elsewhere. Young Vandalyu, around whom whispers of prophecy and power circle, remains a boy, a child with a burgeoning destiny, unfolding one layer at a time. For now, his tale intertwines silently with the bustling prosperity of Viscount Balchess lands. The annals of this region tell a remarkable story. A landscape once considered too wild and hostile to bother taming was fast becoming a cradle of opportunity. The skies, unobscured by the dense forest canopy, now stretched wide above the fields of possibility. Where once only the brave or the desperate trod, soon village lanes would be busy with the bustle of daily life. Muggy summer days would see children darting between the rows of crops and farmers cradling the fruits of their labor with pride. Yet, in the hushed corridors of power and on the sunlit paths of the reclaimed land, there lingers the prophesied eventual revenge. A tale waiting quietly to be told, enfolding within the seemingly tranquil scene. While the common folk and nobility alike are swept away on tides of prosperity, somewhere in the background, a boy named Vandalyu continues to grow, each day edging closer to the unknown role fate has in store for him. So, dear listener, as prosperity blooms under the Viscount's watchful eye and the future unfurls its soaring horizons, remember that every tale holds its undercurrents. Stay vigilantly tuned, for our young protagonist's narrative is sure to intertwine with these bustling developments in ways most unexpected. The stage is set, and the players are gathered. The rest is left to the unfolding of time. Long deceased. And you're suggesting we simply ignore the possibility of an ambush? The damper is cunning, and if we're to avoid unnecessary losses, we must think ahead, unlike the humans who stumbled upon this path centuries ago. Eleonora, her voice, silky yet unyielding, danced with an edge of mockery as she addressed Serkrant's vexation. Serkrant's fists clenched subtly at his sides, the swell of anger within him as palpable as a storm waiting to break. Yet, he dared not unleash it, not here, not now. The inn's elegance was a facade that concealed walls thinner than paper, ready to carry whispers to neighboring rooms, transforming them into secrets unraveled. Drawing a slow breath, Serkrant fixed his gaze back on Eleonora, the flicker of his ire reshaping into a mask of forced patience. A spiritualist may he be, but our power is unmatched by the human rabble of ancient times, he retorted, his voice deliberately low and controlled. The monsters that dwell in those mountains pose less threat to us than they ever did to humans. Oh, dear Serkrant, Eleonora sighed, her lips curling into a smirk that barely concealed her disdain, a patronizing air enveloping her words. This is precisely why it's troublesome for dimwits like you to grasp the subtleties of strategy. Muscle alone shan't dictate victory. Serkrant's veins thrummed with the rapid pulse of reined-in wrath. His eyes, dark as a moonless night, never left her form. She was infuriatingly right, and yet, He longed to challenge her every word. Your scorn adds nothing to our objective. We move cautiously, but decisively. This damper will learn that meddling in the affairs of vampires is a pursuit sown with peril, he asserted, a shadow of defiance threading through his tone despite his restraint. Eleonora leaned back, her fiery hair cascading behind her like a stream of molten rubies, watching Serkrant with an air of boredom mingled with intrigue. "Well then, have your cautious ways," she replied at length, her voice a silky prowl. "But remember, Serkrant, the pursuit of power isn't a straight march. It's a dance, and sometimes you must lead, other times follow. Or you might find the floor pulled out from beneath you." Silence stretched between them, weighted by unsaid words and unseen forces. The mission ahead loomed large, and the two vampires, kin yet adversaries in their own ways, would need to navigate the tangled paths of ambition and survival. Lithesome Eleonora, with her sharp tongue and sharper instincts. Stoic Serkrant, with a temper as fiery and precarious as the flame-haired adversary before him. Together, they'd find a route through the mountains, and not just a route of geography, but one through the labyrinth of their own destinies, winding and rife with echoes of a future yet uncharted. Control over him. Eleonora's piercing gaze bore down on Serkrant, her voice smooth yet filled with the kind of authority that brooked no dissent. She continued, her words flowing with a melodic rhythm that seemed almost soothing, even as they held the sting of a rebuke. "You must realize the precariousness of our situation," she said, almost as if she were coaxing a stubborn child. "This damper, no ordinary spiritualist, has defied expectations time and again. Do you not see that this sets him apart from anything our past knowledge can predict?" Serkrant, feeling the weight of her words, nodded silently. It was a tense, unbroken pause where the air seemed to hum with unspoken acknowledgement. The damper indeed was a mystery wrapped in the unknown, and anything mysterious in their line of work warranted caution, serious caution. Eleonora's voice softened now, as if to temper the severity of her earlier reproach. "Ensure you chart our path across the boundary mountain range wisely. It is not just a route, but a thread upon which our fates are strung. Can you at least do that?" Her question hung in the air, not really seeking an answer, but posing a challenge. Serkrant clenched his jaw, nearly baring his fangs in frustration. But in the hierarchy they adhered to, the social ladder was an ever-present specter, dictating every interaction, every conversation. The vampires of the evil god of joyful life thrived in a world defined by dominance and submission. And so, even among themselves, their society was a constant dance between those at the top and those clawing their way up from the bottom. For Serkrant, already marked by failure and standing on shaky ground, this was not just an acknowledgement of his current status, but a motivation to ascend. Eleonora, though newer to the vampiric life, was a force to be reckoned with, her wit sharper than any Fong, and her conviction stronger than the oldest vampire blood. In the dance of power, she was leading, and Serkrant, for now, had no choice but to follow. It was a precarious balance, this hierarchy of theirs, for in their world, the difference between respect and contempt could shift with the faintest breeze of success or failure. Theirs was a life constantly peering over one's shoulder, wary of the precarious slips that could lead them plummeting from the heights they strove so arduously to climb. With a final nod, the conversation closed, but its reverberations lingered in the silence of the room, a testament to the tenacity of their existence. Eleonora and Serkrant, bound by the intricacies of rank and rivalry, prepared to face the unknown, the enigmatic damper, a creature whose mysteries surely held the power to reshape their world. Consistently triumphed against overwhelming odds, Vandalyu was perceived as a remarkable figure, an embodiment of brilliance and potential. Yet, nestled within him was an appreciation for stories of relentless determination conquering innate talent, a fond nostalgia for the heroes of Earth whose perseverance alone fueled their rise to greatness. In the dim room, Eleonora's whispered apologies hung in the air, an echo of self-preservation driving her actions. The torchlight flickered, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to dance with her anxieties. She had no appetite, no need for sustenance like before, yet a dragon-like essence roamed within her, providing a veil of power. Still, the clasp of fear lingered, tightening at the thought of failure, at the prospect of exchanging places with Serkrent. On the training grounds, the air was charged with anticipation. It was the 7th and final day of honing skills, the pursuit of the coveted chant revocation ability. Nwaza, his once frail frame now impressively muscular, celebrated his newfound power. "Behold the gracious gift from the Holy Sun," he proclaimed, lifting his arms triumphantly. "Seems you've outpaced me this time," mused Zadiris, her voice a blend of envy and admiration. As a ghoul mage, she understood the arcane components yet struggled to grasp the skill's full essence. Monsters in this world, mirrors of their strengths and weaknesses, could find themselves naturally attuned to certain abilities. Nwaza's mastery over chant revocation highlighted a deeper aptitude, perhaps more insightful experience than Zadiris had gathered. But beyond raw talent, this world prized perseverance. A gifted swordsman might race to master his craft, yet a humble soul, through relentless dedication, could reach similar heights, even if their journey spanned decades. It whispered a truth, that anyone, even a meager goblin with the heart of a king, could rise above predestined limitations through sheer will. For adventurers, life's moments teetered on this balance. Those blessed with exceptional gifts became legends, carving paths through formidable dungeons and dragons alike. Yet those without such fortunes had to thread pathways of resilience, chasing echoes of greatness with relentless fervor. Alas, many faltered, their tenacity cut short by life's unpredictable tides or untimely exits from the grand stage of adventuring. As Vandalyu continued his quiet task of transforming humble acorns into a fine powder, the notion persisted. In the eyes of others, perhaps he wore the mantle of genius, but inwardly, he cherished the timeless tale of toil triumphing over talent, the yarn of the underdog emerging victorious against all odds. In the mystical land of origin, a vast reservoir of mana is indeed a talent beyond compare. Yet, for our protagonist, once an ordinary man on Earth, such gifts had never been acknowledged until now. He couldn't quite perceive their significance, for they had always been out of reach. "Now then," said Vandalyu, his voice gentle yet commanding, "if you use the skill of chant revocation to cast spells, it seems the skill will grow stronger, so let's return to your normal training." Nwaza hesitated, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Now that we're at this point, part of me wants to hold back," he admitted. Zadiris chuckled mischievously. "Why hesitate? You can venture into the dungeons and devil's nests whenever you wish." Though disheartened, Nwaza couldn't suppress a smile at Zadiris' playful teasing. It was clear that Vandalyu's immense mana, bolstered by his mysterious death attribute charm, had a strangely pleasant effect on those close to him. Vandalyu exhaled softly. "Since today marks the end of my 1-week respite, I'm planning to enter a dungeon tomorrow," he announced. Zadiris stared in astonishment. "What?" she gasped, while Nwaza was the one to let out a chuckle now, roles completely reversed. "Do you not think a little more rest would be wise, my child?" Zadiris implored, worry coating her words. "Rest won't bring me experience points," Vandalyu replied steadfastly. "Besides, there are materials I urgently need." His next destination? Doran's Aquatic Cavern, a formidable D-class dungeon comparable to Garan's Valley, yet filled with deeper dangers and richer treasures. Its labyrinthine caves held underground lakes and rivers teeming with marine life, crucial for Talashim's survival. Though Vandelyu was never a fan of seafood back on Earth, a culinary endeavor sparked his quest, a craving for kombu or wakame, any seaweed to recreate the umami essence of dashi, so integral to the miso soups he longed to perfect. His past attempts at brewing miso in lambda had fallen flat, lacking the savory depth he remembered. The issue, he realized, lay in the absence of dashi, the flavorful broth once taken for granted. Seaweed hadn't graced the tables of Bon Gaia's continent, least of all the Amid Empire's realm, and even Darshia, Sam, and their companions found the notion foreign. Yet, Vandelyu saw an opportunity to sow seeds of gastronomic culture on this land, offering a taste of Earth's beloved delicacy. If hopes of finding these treasures in Orbom Kingdom were forlorn, then Doran's aquatic caverns held his only chance. First on his list was kombu, essential for his culinary experimentation, then the much-needed katsuobushi, dried sardines, and indeed, kombu. And let's not forget wakame, nori, those sheets of tailored seaweed perfect for sushi, ramen, and somen, as well as tengusa, cherished for crafting exquisite vegetable gelatin. Thus, with determination gleaming in his eyes, Vandelyu prepared to delve, once more, into the depths where new challenges and vital ingredients awaited. The mesmerizing world of culinary delight, where simple ingredients transform into soul-warming dishes, a concept Vandelyu was more than acquainted with. Zadiris, I need kombu. It's essential for crafting delicious miso soup, declared Vandelyu with a glimmer of culinary quest in his eye. Zadiris responded with a reassuring smile. No, I think it's already plenty delicious. I agree, chimed in Nwaza. But the Holy Sun seems to have a never-ending ambition for culinary mastery. Or perhaps he's simply more of a gourmand than an ambitious soul, Zadiris remarked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. It appeared Vandelyu's gastronomic fervor was unmatched. Yet little did they know, their perceptions would soon change. Once they tasted miso soup infused with dashi, the rich umami would persuade even the most skeptical palate. Vandelyu himself had been marveled by its depth when he first tried it elsewhere, sparking his wish to recreate it. The following day, Vandelyu set forth on his journey into Doran's aquatic caverns, flanked by his steadfast companions, Sam, Braga, Zran, Kachia, and Vigoro. These were no ordinary companions. Each brought unique prowess to the expedition. The enigmatic Zran, once a rare scout among Titans, now played the role of mentor to the newly ranked Black Goblin Braga. Sam, always ready to assist, had come equipped to haul their finds and test his newly acquired gear. Meanwhile, Kachia was there to transform into a whirlwind on the battlefield if needed, and towering Vigoro added an extra layer of security to their excursion into this D-class dungeon. As they ventured into the labyrinthine corridors of the first floor, they encountered quite a spectacle. "Fish, catch the fish!" echoed the mighty voices of the undead titans, fervently casting their nets into the waters below. "I've seen this scene somewhere before," Vandelyu mused, recalling the infectious culinary craze he had inadvertently ignited amongst the titans. "We can't help it, Holy Sun," one titan replied with zeal. "It's all for the sake of fish sauce." And yet, Vandelyu noted with a playful smirk, "I'm the one who ends up making it." The Titans of Talashim had long dismissed such small fish, deeming them too insubstantial for their tastes. With over 2 meters being the standard for what was deemed catchworthy, these small fries had gone unnoticed. That was until the tantalizing allure of fish sauce turned the tides, converting former farmers into fervent fishermen, their palates singing praises for the condiment. But Vandelyu faced another challenge. Salt, rock salt from Garan's valley had served them well, but the notion of extracting sea salt from Doran's seawater intrigued Vandelyu. Yet, creating salt was no simple feat. It demanded time, effort, and sunlight, the latter of which never graced the dungeon's shadowy depths. Vandelyu spoke with resolve. "Before we conquer this dungeon, I'll gather some salt water." His companions glanced at one another, questioning why he'd labor for this when rock salt was abundant. Undaunted, Vandalyu deftly maneuvered the barrels in Sam's carriage. "Arise, aqua golems," he commanded, directing the pure salt water to become sentient, harmonious forms. While it was no easy task to maintain liquid golems, deftly guiding them into barrels was within Vandalyu's inventive capabilities. Now, he just had to transport them safely back from this enchanted aquatic realm. The saga continued, each step forward driven by spirited determination for culinary innovation and adventure. In the stillness of the corridor, a commanding voice broke through. "Get up," ordered Vandalyu. The very walls seemed to heed his command, rumbling and transforming into towering rock golems that began to hoist barrels effortlessly. "Now then," he continued, "please head to Talashim." And obediently, the golems lumbered off, demonstrating the incredible utility of Vandalyu's skill. Golem transmutation. Vigoro, observing all this, inquired, "Vandalyu, what are you going to do with the salt water?" "Rock salt has a different taste from sea salt," Vandalyu replied. "Really?" Vigoro's expression was puzzled, but Vandalyu assured him with a confident nod, hinting that a taste test would reveal the difference. He wasn't just setting up this elaborate operation to extract salt from the dungeon's saltwater for its unique flavor, but also to ensure a diversified supply of such a vital seasoning. After all, salt was essential for maintaining the addictively savory flavors of miso and fish sauce that the undead titans had come to love. Yet, despite these successes, Vandalyu found his mind wandering to other ingredients he longed to procure. "I wonder if there's any sugarcane growing somewhere," he mused aloud, yearning for the sweetness it would bring. Unfortunately, that discovery would have to wait, as it seemed unlikely that such a treasure would be found within this particular dungeon. Vandalyu found himself caught in the conundrum of trying to level up. The task proved to be more challenging than he expected. Seeking wisdom, he turned to Borkus, the former A-class adventurer known as the Sword King. Borkus pondered for a moment, then tapped his fingers on his head thoughtfully before speaking. "It can't be helped," he said. "The death attribute mage job you have is likely a specialized one. With a dungeon like Garan's Valley and the company you've chosen, leveling up won't be easy." This wasn't exactly new information for those who had delved deep into their careers. There were some unspoken truths everyone seemed to understand. Borkus continued with his sage-like advice. "You probably know that each job requires different amounts of experience points to progress, right? Apprentice jobs level up quickly, the more general ones take a moderate time. But specialized jobs, well, they're a real grind." And so it was. Apprentice jobs, those with the word apprentice leading the title, were a breeze. Badya and Zadiri's hit level 100 in just days. They were that easy. Generic jobs, such as warrior or mage, offered enhancements across a range of skills and took a little more effort. Then there were the specialized jobs, like swordsmen or elementally attuned mages, focused on specific disciplines. "Your job, being new, is a mystery even to me," Borkus admitted. "But from the name, it's clearly tailored for death attribute magic. It seems it enhances more skills than other elemental mage jobs." These kinds of jobs indeed demanded hefty amounts of experience points. Adventurers, or even regular folks, only opt for specialized jobs when they aim for mastery, Borkus said, his tone firm with experience. "You can't expect to outpace a novice in strength with that kind of job," he added with a knowing nod. Feeling a bit more grounded after this conversation, Vandalyu set his focus back on navigating Doran's aquatic caverns. The place was teeming with aquatic creatures. Beyond the 5th floor lurked bizarre entities, fish-like beings with pale limbs known as Sawajin, predatory flying sharks, massive crabs ominously called big cancers, and gargantuan octopuses dubbed killer octopuses. Sawajin, akin to the goblins of the sea, carried spears but were rated weak, mere rank 2 demi-humans. "This isn't something we can eat, right?" Vandalyu asked, his nose wrinkling at the sight. "I suppose not," replied Zran wryly. "Maybe if you were starved for several days, you'd think otherwise." The materials from these creatures were as unremarkable as their reputation. Having battled flying sharks often within Talashim's waters, the group's confidence stood unshaken. Braga, with his innate agility, deftly avoided the snapping jaws of one such shark, delivering a swift, decisive strike with his short sword. His skills were honed under the tutelage of Zran, refining his movements almost to a dance, graceful yet deadly. As it were, black goblins, a race born of Vandalu's design, stood at the lower end of the monster spectrum, mere rank 2. Yet by clashing with the formidable creatures of Garan's Valley, they gleaned invaluable experience, embracing growth fight by perseverance-filled fight, with the constant threat of monsters lurking in the shadows. Yet, the core value in those caverns was not just in the abundance of natural resources, but in the daring spirits willing to face danger for them. As Vandalu mused over these thoughts, the rhythmic sound of Sam's carriage wheels moving steadily over the rocky terrain became a sort of comforting background music to his contemplations. As they entered deeper into the caverns, the darkness seemed to embrace them tighter, but Vandalu wasn't concerned. His companions were veteran fighters with skills sharpened from countless encounters, and they moved with a confidence born from hard-earned experience. Braga, their newly acclaimed and formidable scout, displayed a surprising grace and agility, a testament to his rapid development since birth. His presence was a reassurance, a silent promise of protection against unseen threats that lurked around every corner. As Vandalu recalled the earlier conversation with Zran, he couldn't help but smile. The undead warrior, with his curious mix of cunning and warmth, had been both mentor and friend. Though Zran's laughter echoed with the eerie timbre of one who had long since crossed over into undeath, it was no less genuine. There was a camaraderie between them that transcended life and death, a bond forged in battle and cemented by shared victories and secrets known only to those who dared tread the darker paths of existence. "King, why do you smile like that?" asked Braga, joining Vandalu's side. His eyes were bright with curiosity, reflecting the light of phosphorescent crystals embedded in the cavern walls like trapped stars. "I was just thinking about how far you've come, Braga," Vandalu replied, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "From a small goblin into someone who moves with the grace of a shadow. You're like a ninja." Braga's eyes gleamed with a mixture of pride and confusion, the unfamiliar word dancing on the edge of understanding. A ninja, an enigmatic figure that Vandalu had pulled from the depths of another world's history. The concept sparked a new determination in Braga, a fresh horizon to explore in the limitless expanse of his own potential. Together, they ventured deeper into the caverns, united by shared purposes and dreams. Each step forward marked progress not just in their journey, but in the unfolding saga of lives intertwined by destiny. As the party continued its exploration, they moved with skill and precision, easily dispatching lesser foes and making their way towards the rarer, more valuable resources hidden within the earth. The rhythmic clash of their encounters echoed like a syncopated heartbeat against the cold stone, a song of power and discovery. And so, with hearts steadfast and spirits bright, they journeyed further into the world's mysteries, each day unfolding a new part of the story yet untold, where courage and camaraderie laid the foundation for legends yet to be born. In the heart of the mysterious dungeon, a peculiar discovery awaited those who dared to explore its depths. The metal found here did not present itself in the usual scattered ores. Instead, it appeared in large, pure lumps, nearly ready to be crafted into formidable armor and metal goods without the need for extensive refining. Upon learning this, Vandalu couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of other worlds, thinking to himself, how incredibly fortuitous this is. This unique characteristic of the dungeon's resources meant that in Talashim, blacksmiths thrived while smelters, Those tasked with transforming raw ores into usable metal were unnecessary. After exchanging warm greetings and sharing a meal with the miners, who were burdened with these hefty metal lumps, Vandalyu and his companions pressed on to continue their quest to clear the dungeon's enigmatic floors. As they ventured from the 6th floor onward, they encountered rank 4 monsters mingling with the rank 3 ones, adding a new layer of challenge to their journey. Among these creatures were the elusive chameleon squids, adept at changing the color of their bodies to launch surprise attacks on unsuspecting prey. There were also the formidable blade shrimp, their sharp claws as lethal as any bladed weapon, and the deceptively beautiful shark-eating anemones with their venomous tentacles. These newfound foes posed some problems, but they were no match for the adventurous party's finely honed skills. Braga's natural intuition and detection, along with Vandalyu's danger sense, death, allowed them to easily detect where danger lay. Though the terrain wasn't as daunting as Garan's Valley, the team possessed strength in spades, enough to overcome any adversity. "Yuru, quick slay an ash," roared Zran, his short sword slicing through the air with such speed and force that it cleaved a blade shrimp cleanly in two, displaying ferocity akin to a berserker. "Gah! Whip-axe!" Vigoro bellowed, as his powerful arms wielded an axe with dexterity, surpassing even the writhing tentacles of the shark-eating anemone, cutting them down with ease. As a ghoul berserker, Vigoro's lust for battle seemed to have only intensified. Yet, Vandalyu wondered if it was merely his imagination. Sam, the wise voice of reason, spoke up, "Bakken, might it not be wise to rein them in? They're supposed to be supervising you, not indulging in their own combat amusements." The truth was, with their high ranks, neither Zran nor Vigoro would gain considerable experience from these lesser foes. The encounters served more as a light exercise than true training. In fact, the enemies were so weak that their skills and instincts risked becoming dulled rather than sharpened. "Well, they've been grumbling about being bored," Vandalyu confessed with a shrug. "It is rather awkward indeed to have them just stand by idly, doing nothing," Sam agreed. "We can take the opportunity to rest up a bit while they're engaging," Vandalyu suggested, watching the two warriors relish their battles. Meanwhile, Kachia observed the culinary bounty before her with trepidation. Killer octopus legs, blade shrimp, and the raw sashimi of fish and shellfish. "Are we really meant to eat this?" she asked, her face a mask of doubt. Curious, Vandalyu inquired, "Do the people of the Merg Shield Nation not indulge in octopus or eel?" Kachia explained that there wasn't much of an ocean nearby, so eels were rare, and octopus was typically dried meat. This revelation didn't quell her hesitation. "It's not the seafood, it's that it's raw," she clarified. "Ah, there it is," Vandalyu realized, recalling that while some Earth cultures relish dishes like carpaccio, perhaps such customs hadn't permeated Lambda. Or maybe a certain influential figure had discouraged the consumption of raw fish altogether. "It's quite safe, trust me," Vandalyu assured, nodding towards Braga, who heartily savored the sashimi, dipping pieces into fish sauce and wasabi. Although soy sauce wasn't available, this improvised pairing proved satisfactory, echoing the distinctive flavors he missed from another world. The flavor of the dish raised eyebrows, a curious taste that left them relying solely on fish sauce during their adventure. Were the walnuts or acorns to blame? Or perhaps something went awry during the fermentation process with the mysterious fungus. Regardless, Vandalyu longed for the comforting familiarity of soya beans. "It's delicious. Kachia, you have to try some too," Braga exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, Sam chimed in with a culinary report. "The fusion of this tender texture with the sharp tang of the wasabi is indeed marvelous." Kachia hesitated. "Why, you might say that, but humans can't eat fish raw," she protested, instinctively clutching on to her past norms. "Kachia, remember, you're a ghoul now," Braga reminded her gently. "Oh, right. But even ghouls shouldn't eat raw fish, should we?" she questioned. In a world where goblins and kobolds often devoured their meals raw, other demi-humans would only go as far as roasting meat over an open fire. However, the ghouls had adopted primitive culinary methods like skewering meat for roasting and baking it within leaves even before Vandalyu entered the scene. A race born from Vita's design, much like the Titans. But it's all right, Vandalyu reassured her. It's incredibly fresh, and I've used sterilization, bug killer, and disinfect to ensure there's nothing dangerous left in it. Any fungi or parasites that dared to linger had been mercilessly eradicated, leaving the meal safe and pure. Even poisonous mushrooms would turn edible with Vandalyu's meticulous attention. If you've gone that far. It's delicious? Kachia's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she eagerly wolfed down the sashimi, following Braga's lead. Her satisfaction was infectious, bringing a smile to Vandalyu's face. It wasn't long before Zran and Vigoro returned from their monster hunt. Zran, now an undead, gleefully admitted, "Since becoming an undead, raw meat tastes irresistible," as he dug into the sashimi. Vigoro, initially skeptical like Kachia, declaring, "Raw? We'll get stomachaches," eventually gave in after being assured of its safety. The mid-boss on the 10th floor was an imposing rank 4 Sawajan berserker surrounded by rank 3 Sawajan pirates. Though they yielded no precious materials, they served as perfect sparring partners for Vandalyu to hone his unarmed fighting skills. As they pressed on into the depths of Doran's aquatic caverns, from the 11th floor onwards, rank 4 monsters appeared at the helm of rank 3 creatures, a marked increase in danger. The frequency of traps increased as well. Deathly contraptions lurked at every turn. Pitfalls with poisoned spikes, spears cloaked among stalactites, and walls that hurled axes awaited them. "King, there's a trap here," Braga called out, tense with anticipation. "Can you disarm it?" Vandalyu inquired calmly. "I'll give it a try." Braga murmured as poisonous gas hissed into the air, only to be swiftly neutralized by Vandalyu's disinfect. "Sorry, I failed," Braga admitted. "It's fine. Just do your best next time," Vandalyu encouraged. Zran mused, "Why is it that the Holy Sun, who trails at the back, always knows where the traps lie? Death could be more treacherous than any monster, but Vandalyu's ever-active danger sense, death, allowed him to perceive these deadly threats faster than Braga, the actual scout. Fortunately, many traps were imbued with poison, swiftly neutralized by Vandalyu's mastery of disinfect. With the Holy Sun here, do we even need scouts?" Zran wondered aloud. "Don't feel down. We're here for the training and the materials, after all," Vandalyu explained. By allowing Braga to engage with the traps, processing skills were being developed they would later rely on. Skills that detect more than imminent death, like oil-slick pranks designed for annoyance, not danger. "And I can't detect traps that aren't lethal, such as something that merely spills oil on your clothes," Vandalyu added playfully. "That would be more of a prank than a trap," Sam chuckled. "But isn't detection unnecessary for those?" "They won't be the end of you," Zran noted. "True in that sense," Vandalyu agreed. "In a dungeon, approximately half of all traps aim to kill, while the rest incapacitate or debilitate, making it easier for lurking monsters to strike. Vandalyu's vigilant senses typically alerted him to most traps. "But you know, I won't always be here with you," Vandalyu reminded them gently. "You're right," Zran concurred. As their journey deepened, they established camp, and persistently, over the next day, they reached the dungeon's lowest recess. While 200 years ago, only 10 levels were present, abandonment had expanded Garan's valley to 18 intricate floors. Their daunting expedition continued, a testament to their unyielding resolve. "Was just overwhelmed," Kachia admitted, her voice quivering as tears streamed down her face. "I failed my plan, and yet," she paused, looking at the shattered remnants of her sword in disbelief, "you saved me. Thank you." Her gratitude was sincere, filling the cavern with its warmth. Vandalyu approached her, his presence reassuring. "Kachia, there's no shame in asking for help," he said softly, his eyes kind and understanding. "You're strong, stronger than you know, and we'll get you an even better sword, one that can withstand even the hardest of shells." The promise hung in the air, buoying Kachia's spirits. She nodded, the tears still glistening in her eyes, but now they carried a glimmer of hope. As they gathered themselves, the group began to make their way back through the caverns, their steps echoing softly against the ancient stones. The air was cool and damp, carrying the salty tang of the sea from floors above. With every step, Vandalyu pondered their recent encounter, not just the victory over the insidious turtles, but the profound reminder of camaraderie and trust. "It's remarkable how far we've come," Vigoro reflected, breaking the contemplative silence. His voice was a deep rumble, filled with admiration as he glanced at his companions. "And with each battle, we carve new paths in ourselves, the paths of growth." Zran nodded in agreement, his features softening. "Indeed, we're not just fighting against creatures, but against the limits of who we believe ourselves to be." As they walked, the anticipation of returning to Talashim grew stronger in their hearts. Vandalyu's mind raced with ideas for the smoking room, dreamily envisioning the first taste of katsuobushi made with freshly caught skipjack tuna. In this bond of shared struggles and dreams, the adventurers found a new rhythm, a melody of strength and unity. Their journey was more than just a quest for resources. It was a tapestry of small victories and lessons learned, of friendships forged in the heat of danger and secured by trust. And so, with the cavern's shadows lengthening behind them, they journeyed onward, their steps assured, their spirits undaunted, and a promise of a brighter tomorrow lighting their path forward, filled with reprimand or anger. Instead, his voice was gentle, almost soothing, as it floated through the air like a warm embrace. "I understand, truly," Vandalyu repeated, his eyes reflecting a depth of empathy that surprised even himself. "Sometimes, the path we choose leads us down roads of frustration and doubt. But," he continued, with a firmness that carried reassurance, "it's in these moments of struggle that we find our true strength and resolve." Being a leader means recognizing when someone is lost in their own shadows and guiding them back to the light. Kachia looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mix of relief and gratitude flooding over her. Her journey had not been a solitary one, it seemed. Vandalyu's understanding reached her in ways she hadn't expected. "As you grow," he said softly, "remember that each step, no matter how small or arduous, is a victory, a testament to your strength and spirit. You're not alone in this. We all walk these paths together, learning and growing as one." This gentle reflection of encouragement and shared struggle was more powerful than any scolding could have been. It resonated with Kachia, filling her with renewed determination and hope, her earlier impatience beginning to dissipate like mist under the morning sun. As the golem carried them gently toward the horizon, the landscape of Talashim stretched invitingly before them, a land filled with promise and potential. Each bump and sway of the golem beneath them was a reminder of Kachia's and everyone's resilient nature, capable of further growth and newfound strength. In that moment, riding alongside Vandalyu and his companions, Kachia realized that her journey was only just beginning, and with allies like these by her side, she looked forward to whatever lay ahead, each challenge a step closer to becoming who she was destined to be. "Listen, just like a true allyda." "Kachia," Vandalyu offered a sympathetic nod, understanding the turmoil behind her words. Every reprimand, every scolding, those were experiences he had known all too well. It wasn't merely empathy. It was a shared journey of feeling isolated in a world moving too fast. On Earth, despite his earnest efforts, His grades barely grazed above average. Scoldings were frequent at his part-time job, and friendships remained elusive. When he finally managed to join a school trip with his saving up all around him, his peers enjoyed a bond that he could only admire from afar. Perched on the same spot yet worlds apart, he masked his alienation by attempting to savor a view that everyone else seemed to find effortlessly joyous. His sense of self-worth struggled. Though it was constant, the ascent of others cast a shadow that made him feel his value was fading. "I still feel impatient," he confessed, his voice calm yet resolute. "Among my mother's foes, Gordon is ancient, yet Hines, judging from his voice, retained youth. Undoubtedly, he has grown stronger while here I am." Back then, Hines was a B class. It was reasonable to suspect that time had elevated him to A class. Despite Vandelu's own endeavors, Hines's strength surely multiplied. As for Amamiya Hiroto and others destined to reincarnate here, they were likely engaged in intense training, perhaps serving as soldiers or agents in origin. Free from the curse that their experiences would not carry over, they'd utilize their past training fully once reborn in Lambda. It was likely that even without their extraordinary abilities, they would possess first-rate skills. Kachiya was astounded by his composure. "So how can you stay so calm?" she inquired. His response was as calculated as it was candid. "I intend on using any method available to me. No matter how powerful they grow, they won't attain immortality." He laid his plan bare, employing poison, spreading plagues, lurking in shadows waiting for a chance. A horde of undead and golems could lay siege with sheer numbers. Accusations of cowardice wouldn't faze him. Survival was paramount, and victory was all that mattered. The reincarnates, if they chose to pursue his life, would meet the same fate. Mortality was a shared limitation. Yet, the notion of clashing with all 100 was distasteful. Though he harbored resentment, mindful of their past transgressions, the importance of triumph at the struggle's end was clear. Communication was key. When they apologized, he would watch from a distance, allowing them to improve their world, while he relished a life rich with delectable flavors shared with those dear to him. That, in its essence, would be his revenge. "What should I do?" Kachiya questioned, her mind now clear from the storm. Vandelu pondered momentarily before offering a new direction. Why not set aside swordplay for a while and explore the realm of magic? Ghoul women are reputed to have a knack for it. She might risk being a jack of all trades and master of none, but one had to take risks to find opportunities in stagnation. "I'll give it a try," Kachiya decided, willing to embrace change. "But what if it doesn't bear fruit? If it doesn't work out, I'll be there to listen," he promised, a steadfast presence in her uncertain world. She wasn't just another companion on his journey. He had suggested that she and the others become ghouls, a decision that changed their lives irrevocably. He knew full well the permanence of this new path they walked, one that had no turnabouts. Taking care of them wasn't merely an obligation. It was an instinct he couldn't ignore. After all, wasn't it the essence of humanity to help those in need? It reminded him of the adage that the character for person was a pictogram of one supporting another, a reflection of how they all should strive to act. In his heart, he knew he'd be there for Kachiya, just as a true comrade should. "Listen," Kachiya said, her eyes focused intently on the path before her. "If magic doesn't pan out, there are always other options, like mastering the art of crafting fish sauce and acorn miso." Vandelu mused thoughtfully. Give it another shot." Kachiya considered and then ventured. "What about joining Saria and Rita as a maid?" "A maid, huh? Well, let's go with that for now," she replied, a hint of uncertainty lingering in her voice. But why the hesitation, the "for now"? Could it be that she had once dreamed of donning the maid's uniform, perhaps imagining herself leading a team as a young girl? Kachiya nodded with newfound resolve. "I've found my motivation. I'm not sure how far I can go, but I'll give my all to magic as soon as we return." Whatever the reason for her momentary lapse, it was a relief to see her spirit rekindled. "Badia has a rival now," Vigoro observed, an amused twinkle in his eye. "This is good news, isn't it?" "Heroes are meant to be popular with women," chimed in Zran. "I want to be popular too, like Berg," Braga said wistfully. Had Vandalyu somehow set a series of unexpected events into motion? He remained unfazed, his thoughts drifting to the culinary delights of miso soup infused with kombu and dashi. Aware of Kachia's struggles, he reflected on her journey. As a human, she possessed commendable strength for a D-class adventurer, yet swordsmanship was her sole skill. Hitting a plateau in her growth had only heightened her frustrations. Now, as a ghoul, she'd inherited passive skills and seen her abilities amplify under Vandalyu's strengthened followers. Yet, her fighting style from her days as a human prevented her from truly harnessing this newfound power. "Hogya, Hogya!" The cries echoed through the royal halls, resonating not with the typical essence of a newborn, but with something extraordinary. There, nestled within the stone fortress of Talashim, was a baby unlike any other. A soft cascade of blonde hair, shining like spun gold, crowned its head, while its skin gleamed as pale as the very rocks that the castle was built from. Delicate pink, triangular ears adorned its head, and a tiny, curious tail sprouted from its lower back. An interesting fact about Lambda: pig beast people were unheard of here. Before we realized it, the live-dead crumbled to ashes, and then this child emerged, crying, explained Badia, gently cradling the infant in her arms. "I see," murmured Vandalyu, his expression one of intrigue and calm curiosity. He had just returned from Doran's aquatic caverns, only to be met by the sight of Badia with this peculiar baby. During his absence, it appeared the fetus had matured fully, and with the live-dead depleted of mana, it completed its purpose. "Well, the live-dead's fate doesn't concern me much," Vandalyu continued, indifferent to its end. "I only intended to bury it once its role was fulfilled." With a flick of his hand, he transformed the ashes into a golem, tidy as ever. For Vandalyu, the live-dead had merely been a vessel, a heart beating without soul, existing purely to foster his own rebirth within its womb. "The baby arrived safely, but there's a slight problem," Badia confessed, a touch of weariness creeping into her voice. "She just won't stop crying." "Hogya, Hogya," came the baby's cries, relentless and urgent. "May I hold her for a while?" Vandalyu asked. "Of course," Badia replied, passing the baby into his arms. Instantly, the tiny girl ceased her cries, her wide eyes locking onto Vandalyu's face. He gazed back, studying her as if piecing together a puzzle. "She truly does bear a resemblance," Vandalyu mused softly. Indeed, the child's visage reflected the live-dead, possessed of a human-like nose amidst the whimsical features of her lineage. Clearly female, she belonged not to the noble orcs, a race of all males. "I'm going to have a closer look, so bear with me a moment," he murmured to the child. You, she gurgled in response. Employing his spirit form transformation, Vandalyu allowed a portion of his essence to slip into her little body, examining her from within. Her organs, bone structure, nothing aligned with the orcs but instead mirrored humans closely. It was still too early to say whether she functioned like a human, though she was unmistakably not an orc or noble orc. Yet, neither was she fully human. Golden hair, cerulean eyes, pink ears, and a tail all suggested a complex heritage. Was she a half-noble orc, perhaps? "Can you perceive your status?" Vandalyu inquired, hopeful for a glimmer of response. "AMU," was all she offered, innocent and unknowing. For now, she didn't appear vexed by her own unusual existence. "Are you feeling hungry, maybe?" Vandalyu ventured, tilting his head in question. "Van, I doubt a baby can grasp your words," Badya pointed out, her tone lined with amusement. Yet as Vandalyu turned toward her, the baby unexpectedly tightened her soft arms around his neck, holding him fast in an adorable headlock. Her strength was remarkable for someone so small, leaving him immobile under her grip. When I was born, I retained my memories quite early, Vandalyu explained. I assumed she might understand too. I see, but she didn't heed me earlier. She kept crying until you came, Van, Badya added. Then it might require some time before her memories resurface, Vandalyu contemplated. His own recollections had returned swiftly post-rebirth, engineered by the divine intervention of Rodcourt. This baby's reincarnation, however, was a newly practiced technique by Vandalyu himself. Her memories might take months, or perhaps even years to fully come back. Given that several months had elapsed post-mortem prior to her spirit being used for reincarnation, gaps in her memory and consciousness were certainly plausible. Well, I've made arrangements with Bilda and others for milk, so let's go get some nourishment for her. You can't produce any yet, right, Badya? Vandalyu stated, shifting gears. Me? Badya blinked in surprise. Yes, you're pregnant. Please remember to wear the protective magic item for the baby, Vandalyu advised gently. Is that true, Van? Badya gasped, her voice a mix of disbelief and joy. It's true. Congratulations. Just ensure you visit me regularly for progress checks, Vandalyu confirmed with a smile. Ah, the baby babbled, perhaps sensing the joyous mood. And so, on this day, not one, but two miracles unfolded, bringing with them a spirit of celebration. Later, under the gentle winter sun, Vandalyu dried kombu side by side with the rebirthed girl, preparing for what lay ahead. Now then, let us commence the experiment, Vandalyu declared. AI. Came the baby's soft yet resolute agreement, a fitting response to their shared future. He deftly applied the spell of withering on the kombu to draw out its moisture, while meticulously balancing it with the spell of aging. The stakes were high. A misstep could result in the kombu drying to a brittle crisp, or if he lingered too long, it could disintegrate into dust. Precision was key. Concentrating, he maneuvered these spells for just a minute, battling through the headache and fever that accompanied magic use. His efforts bore fruit. The kombu was perfectly desiccated. Satisfied, he halted his spells, gently retrieving his expertly dried kombu. Now then, time to actually taste it, Vandalyu murmured, a hint of anticipation in his voice. AI. A little voice echoed from beside him. It was Palvina, the childlike presence at his side. Vandalyu tossed the kombu into a pot sitting atop a magical stove he had salvaged from the ancient ruins. He ignited the stove, and soon, dashi slowly seeped out and infused the water. Knowing the moment was right, he fished the kombu out just before the boiling point. Using a ladle crafted by the blacksmith Datera, he poured some liquid onto a small plate, cooled it, and took a sip. Aha, that's good dashi, he mused, satisfaction warming his voice. With the base in hand, he added wakame and vegetables, and finally, dissolved miso, creating a comforting soup. It's turned out well, he declared. You, chimed Palvina, her voice filled with interest. I think it's a little too early for you to be drinking miso soup, Palvina, Vandalyu cautioned gently. Oh, Palvina sighed, her spirit sinking a little. Reborn as a half-noble orc, Palvina, who had once been a live-dead, displayed a hint of dismay. Vandalyu consoled her, a sense of accomplishment settling over him for conjuring up a successful batch of kombu dashi. By ingeniously applying the aging spell, one originally meant to wither living beings into old age, he managed to simulate a quarter-century's worth of natural drying in mere moments. This was no trivial feat. 25 years was the magic number, offering a high-quality kombu, much revered on Earth for its rich umami transformation. While no spell could verify if the umami content had indeed intensified, Vandalyu recalled tales of miso soup crafted from such premium dashi. Still, there lingered the possibility he was simply drawing on assumptions. "Oh," Palvina continued, her voice light with a child's persistence. Though initially thinking Palvina hadn't recaptured her memories, Vandalyu found that indeed, right after her rebirth, fragments had begun to piece together. They were patchy, far from a coherent whole. Even her own name lay a mystery. What she did know, however, was that Vandalyu had brought her back, saving her at what had once been his expense. Any other interpretation felt skewed, yet she felt gratitude and a heartfelt connection to Vandalyu. Palvina muttered, her thoughts adrift. Though she possessed a semblance of past memories, they hadn't altered her childish essence. Unlike others, Palvina hadn't truly reincarnated as Vandalyu had, but was a child granted a shadow of her past life. Vandalyu sighed inwardly, knowing she would mature anew, moving towards adulthood for a second time. Already towering nearly to his height at only 3 months, Palvina promised to be considerable in stature, a reflection of her noble orc lineage, perhaps? He pondered if he might be playing at a mad scientist, concocting new strands of life. Yet Nwaza and the other titans showered him with approval, likening his acts to sacred progeny. "So far, everything is going well," Vandalyu said, a quiet confidence lacing his words. You? Palvina replied, a questioning lilt in her voice. "Everything but the Katsuobushi," Vandalyu admitted with a wry smile. Palvina was thriving, with no sign of health issues, and between them, a bond had steadily blossomed. Since he had a hand in crafting her new existence, Vandalyu felt a deep sense of responsibility to ensure her well-being and growth. With Bastia's pregnancy revealed at the same time as Palvina's rebirth, Vandalyu knew his duties extended far and wide over this new chapter in their lives. Wizard even before he was born. After all, this was making the entire venture seem more like a wild goose chase than a mission. Eleonora, with a sense of growing frustration, tossed the empty vial of holy water aside, watching it disappear beneath a blanket of snow. Her mind wandered back to their last mission briefing. Her master had been so sure, so confident in the way he assigned this task to them. Yet here they were, struggling with nothing to show for their efforts but cold fingers and tired feet. The unforgiving winter was settling in, and the mountainous landscape provided no mercy. Every step against the wind felt like a reminder of their failures. "We should regroup," Eleonora finally decided, glancing at the huddle of weary figures behind her. Even the subordinate vampires, usually so arrogant and unfazed by challenges, now appeared dejected. "If there's anything we've learned, it's that we need a different approach." Serkrant nodded, relief momentarily flickering across his features. "I'll direct the familiars to search the caverns. Maybe we'll uncover a clue." As they descended from their icy vantage point, the hope was thin, like mist evaporating under the rising sun. Yet a flicker of determination lingered in Eleonora's heart. She couldn't return without achieving her goal. Failure wasn't an option she dared entertain. Not here, not now. Meanwhile, back in the relative warmth of the Devil's Nest, Vandalyu continued his culinary experimentations, oblivious to the hunters close behind him. His life, full of newfound family and burgeoning skills, provided a stark contrast to the tense struggle of his pursuers. "I may be making mistakes," he mused aloud, absently pinning another thin slice of fish to the rack, "but it's all part of learning." His voice was calm, laced with the curiosity of a child discovering the world anew. Palvina watched him closely, their earlier disagreement still unresolved, but it mattered little. The serene days of fishing and crafting were bolstered by the companionship they all shared. Whatever threat loomed beyond their peaceful grove, Vandalyu believed they'd face it together, armed not with swords, but with the strength of their bonds and the heat of his newly constructed smoker. As the winter deepened, the stories of these two intertwining fates crept relentlessly towards a collision no snow or smoke could forestall. The lead himself and prove his competence. Yet, the idea of Eleonora working independently was not something he anticipated. Serkrant's mind raced as he considered the implications, both the immediate failure he might face and the slim opportunity it presented. Eleonora, with the grace and poise befitting a vampire of her rank, knew exactly what she was doing. Her icy gaze met Serkrant's bewildered eyes, and she could almost sense the turmoil churning within him. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she continued. "You seem troubled, Serkrant. If the ruins are truly overrun with undead, you should have no reason to fear. I trust you'll handle the task admirably on your own." She pivoted sharply on her heel, her decision made, and prepared to embark on her solo venture toward Talashim. Her departure was a calculated move, a subtle play in the intricate game of power and influence that defined their vampiric society. Serkrant, left in the oppressive quiet of the Devil's Nests, felt the seriousness of his predicament. He knew that Eleanor's indifference was as deadly as any battle he might face with the damper. It was a reminder that in the world of vampires, one's downfall could come not only at the fangs of their enemies, but in the silence of their allies. But resolve began to crystallize within Serkrant as he grasped at the last threads of his ambition. The mission was not lost yet, not if he could prove himself capable. Eleanor's departure might have been unexpected, but it opened a path to redemption or failure. In the shadowed expanse of the Boundary Mountain Range, with its ominous aura and lurking perils, both vampires were set on a path of survival and supremacy, each step an echo of their resolve to rise or fall in their dark and dangerous world. Claimed Talashim and had been secretly rebuilding it all this time. Eleonora considered the scenario. Titans, hidden away for 2 centuries, laboring in the shadows to reconstruct their home. The notion was fantastical, yet it seemed the only plausible explanation, unless the undead were harnessed for something beyond their nature. With the moon casting its silver glow upon their ascent, Eleonora and Serkrant silently continued to explore the city, their senses heightened. Shadows twisted beneath the tall, resilient structures that whispered stories of battles long past. Still, the city was eerily intact, as if history had not yet laid its final claim. Within the heart of Talashim, the echo of their footsteps punctuated the silence like a heartbeat in a land unexpectedly thriving once more. Each street they traversed spoke of a past undisturbed, of devastation turned renewal. The absence of sounds other than their own heightened the tension, a reminder that their mission was far from complete. Eleonora's sharp gaze searched for movement, for signs of life or hidden threats. Her thoughts churned with unanswered questions, but her purpose remained unwavering: to find the damper. It was the key to the enigma that surrounded this rebuilt sanctuary, to the forces that seemed to defy the laws of nature. As they delved deeper into Talashim, the 2 vampires couldn't shake the sense that they had stepped into a secret woven of time and shadows, of intentions yet unveiled. In their minds, the question that loomed was not just how but why. Why had Talashim risen again? And why were they drawn to its heart like moths to a flame? In the corridors of her mind, Eleonora knew that answers awaited them within these mysterious walls, and with them, the power to shape the destiny of all who ventured into Talashim's confines. The moon followed their journey, a silent witness to both the past and unfolding future, to whisper anxiously among themselves, their voices barely audible beneath the ominous silence that cloaked the city. The strange and unsettling scene before them was swiftly eroding their confidence, and the tension could be felt in the air like a taut string ready to snap. Eleonora, her eyes locked onto the peculiar tableau of undead and monsters coexisting in such harmony, struggled to reconcile what she knew with what she was witnessing. Her mind, a whirl of disbelief and intrigue, couldn't shake off the allure of the mystery that lay before them. Despite the dread creeping into her heart, there was a part of her, albeit small, that was fascinated by this uncanny display of unity. "This shouldn't be possible," she muttered under her breath, almost to herself. An impossible harmony, forged under Vita's influence. But why here? And how? Serkrant, his own mind gripped with fear, could feel the weight of their predicament pressing heavily upon him. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but the pull of this dark enigma was almost too enticing to ignore. Serkrant Sama, one of his subordinates, urged, her voice edged with urgency, "We've seen enough. If the divine protection of the goddess Vita is indeed at work here, we may be in grave danger." Serkrant hesitated, gazing around one last time at the animated stone statues, the sibilant clatter of painted board pieces, the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the orc's makeshift kitchen. Everything seemed to challenge his understanding of the world's order, but the truth now buzzed perilously close in his thoughts. They were halting one step before a boundary of no return. "You're right," he finally conceded, though reluctance thickened his voice. His decision was powered less by a strategic mind and more by an instinct for survival, the only companion never to betray any creature. "Then let us depart quietly and swiftly," Eleonora added, glancing one last time at the illumined path ahead. She, too, felt the magnetic pull of the unknown call out to her like a siren's song across a stormy sea. Yet, she knew when it was time to sail homeward and hope for brighter dawns with clearer skies. Rising like shadows from the veil of night, they began their retreat, a silent vow lingering in their wake to return one day and unravel the strange mystery of this eerie harmony. Unknown to them, as they slinked back into the suffocating embrace of darkness, eyes, both alive and undead, watched them go, with intentions as varied as the denizens of this peculiar land. For in Talashim, the wheel of fate had begun to turn in ways none could foresee. The atmosphere crackled with tension as whispers of retreat floated among the ranks. They knew all too well the grim fate that awaited them if they were discovered by a pure-breed vampire devoted to Vita. Utter annihilation under the crushing force of that vampire's immense power. Even the presence of nobleborns like Serkrant and Eleonora would make no difference. Such was the vast chasm between their powers that they would stand no chance. This was precisely why pure-breed vampires like Berkine and Ternitia, notorious for their despotic nature, could effortlessly dominate hundreds of nobleborns for eons. Serkrant, having endured Berkine's cruel torture, and Eleonora, handpicked and appointed by him, understood this disparity far more intimately than their subordinate counterparts. They longed to retreat immediately, to vanish before disaster struck. But then, realization dawned upon them like a thunderclap. They had stumbled upon the reason they couldn't flee. "Wait, among the undead and goblins, there are ghouls. The damper must be here," hissed Eleonora, her eyes narrowing with determination. Their exhaustive search of every place but Talashim had turned up no ghouls. Yet here they were, aplenty. These were undoubtedly the ghouls the damper had led across the treacherous mountain range from the Merg Shield Nation. It only made sense, then, that the elusive damper was present here. "You know the consequences if we run away without dealing with the damper, don't you?" Eleonora's voice was a chilling reminder. The already pale faces of the subordinate vampires blanched to an even starker shade of white at the thought. "We'll find the damper. If I remember correctly, his name was Vandalyu. Eleonora, capture one of the ghouls and make them talk." Serkrant issued his command with the gravity of their situation echoing in his tone. "I don't need you to tell me what to do," Eleonora snapped, her patience fraying but resolve unwavering. The plan was simple yet fraught with peril. Eliminate the damper swiftly and slip away unnoticed by the superior entity blessed with Vita's power. With a fiery determination fueling her actions, Eleonora cast aside her irritation and revulsion for Serkrant. This mission was perilous, yet she steeled herself to accomplish it, calculating each move with precision. Translator's note: I've decided to make a small yet significant adjustment to my translation approach for this series. You'll notice that characters' internal monologue sometimes intersperses the narrative without any clear indication, unlike those enclosed in these brackets. Initially, this narrative choice puzzled me, as these moments are brief, rare, and often adopt a distant, almost third-person style without pronouns. I thought sprinkling the narrative with occasional first-person phrases might disrupt the flow, so I revised them into third person. This didn't alter the meaning or the experience much until now. However, the upcoming chapters are brimming with internal monologues. Continuing my old method would drastically transform the reading experience. So, moving forward, I'll italicize the internal thoughts that blend with the narrative and forego the brackets for bracket-contained musings. It's worth noting that these brackets also denote specific dialogues for characters such as Zran, Borkus, the Living Armor Sisters, and Darshia. I've decided on this change after completing this chapter and most of the subsequent one, requiring considerable rewriting. I hope you appreciate this transition. Your feedback is welcome. Yoshi. Teria made her way home from the bathhouse, wrapped snugly in a fur coat to ward off the biting chill of the winter's night. Phew. It has gotten colder lately, hasn't it? She mused to herself softly. Despite Talashim's nickname as the capital of the sun, its winters bit colder than the Devil's Nest forest she once called home. Over the years, Teria hadn't grown any more susceptible to the cold, but as she observed the ghouls and undead indulging in laughter and feasting, she marveled at the burgeoning affluence in Talashim. To outsiders, her views might seem odd. At first glance, the ghouls didn't appear particularly prosperous. Their garments, rarely woven from fabric, largely consisted of tan leather and fur stripped from monsters, lending them a savage, tribal look. There were no sophisticated shops or grand theaters, no bookstores housing worldly tomes, nor fancy restaurants serving lavish meals. The economy survived on rudimentary barter, and yet, the innovations of Vandalyu surpassed any of these cultural luxuries. While board games were an opulent indulgence for the elite in human cities, Vandalyu had introduced the simple yet captivating game of Reversi, distributing it freely among them. He had crafted a myriad of seasonings more precious than the boards themselves, starting with humble walnut sauce and acorn cookies, a continuation from his days in the Devil's Nest. But it was in Talashim that he unveiled astonishing creations like fish sauce and miso. He didn't stop there. Even ginger, once relegated solely to medicinal use, and the strange plant known as wasabi were transformed into newfound culinary treasures. These were generously shared, with traders able to acquire more at the remnants of the Adventurers Guild. Vandalyu probably hadn't realized the magnitude of his achievements, nor could Teria fully grasp just how extraordinary they were. In human cities, seasoning food was a luxury reserved for the affluent. Poorer souls barely afforded even a pinch of salt, never mind a hint of sugar. Though times had changed somewhat 2 centuries ago when Teria had been human, such luxuries were confined to the upper echelons of society. Yet here, these flavorings were available at prices accessible to all, a fact that ensured miso and fish sauce would fetch astronomical sums in human marketplaces. Lately, Vandalyu had even ventured into creating kombu dashi and the still unfinished katsuobushi. Certainly, he hadn't just revitalized the ghoul race's fertility, he'd also restored every public bathhouse in Talashim. For commoners, the simple pleasure of immersing their entire bodies in steaming baths of water was a measurable joy. Wistful sigh, momentarily lost in thought, her lips curling into a soft smile. It was as though discussing the mighty Vandalyu was as much of a luxury as savoring a well-seasoned dish. As long as Van Sama is here, the ghouls will thrive for 1,000 years, Teria declared with unwavering confidence, her voice echoing the conviction she felt in her heart. Vandalyu had woven feats of wonder, earning her steadfast belief. Yet, This certainty also brought with it a stirring of unease. How might I bridge the gap that separates me from the great Van Sama? She mused, her voice a gentle whisper carried by the night breeze. Teria was no warrior. She was an artisan, an armorer who fashioned weapons from monster hides and bones, as Vandalyu devoted himself to clearing dungeons and honing his martial prowess. Their moments together grew infrequent, like fleeting stars against the vast sky. His small frame meant he donned only leather or fur, more second skin than armor, wielding his own claws as his primary weapons. Opportunities to craft magnificent gear for him were scarce. He had promised not to venture far from Talashim until Pavina's growth reached fruition and Badya safely crossed the threshold of her pregnancy. Yet, the looming dawn would see him delve into another dungeon before the seasons change. The distance is palpable, the chasm between me and Van Sama, Teria lamented. The city held her fast while Badya and others embarked on trials, spending precious time alongside him, enduring peril together. Kachia, once an adventurer, now a ghoul, had exhibited strange behaviors of late, and Zadiris seemed poised to join Vandalyu on his forthcoming dungeon expedition. How swiftly fortune shifts. If only she bore daughters, all could be well. Alas, she had birthed sons exclusively thus far. A daughter seemed a distant dream. Could it still be possible for me to have a daughter at my age? Over 260, yet still, she pondered, her brow furrowing. But I cannot conceive another's child, not in the presence of Van Sama. Her face flushed with the thought, the audacious notion intolerable. Vandalyu, acting the role of a dedicated maternity doctor, served as an omnipresent guardian to their kin. To attempt closeness through childbirth would be an embarrassing exposure, an unbearable shame to endure. Badya had managed, of course, but when Teria inquired, Bastia's response was nonchalant. He doesn't see me during the act. It's nothing to fret over, is it? Differences, Teria reflected, between those ghouls born and those made. Should I simply take matters into my own hands? Yet if this causes Van Sama to retreat, her monologue halted abruptly. As Teria moved past an alley shrouded in shadows, a pebble skittered across her path with a mischievous clatter. Her gaze turned, meeting the eyes of a woman alight with an otherworldly glow. Ghouls, blessed with the sight to pierce the darkness, could see clearly. Even the woman's crimson pupils shone bright. Could you tell me more about this Van Sama? The mysterious woman inquired, her voice a melody in the moonlit night. A figure of stark contrast emerged, crimson hair, pale skin, eyes burning like embers. Teria knew at once this stranger didn't belong to Talashim, yet no fear or caution stirred within her heart, only an inexplicable warmth. Of course, Teria replied, a soft warmth enveloping her thoughts and words. Thank you. Shall we converse over here? Suggested the woman, guiding Teria away with an enchanting allure. Entranced, Teria followed as if led through a dream. Eleonora. Among the bustling ghouls, she had singled out Teria, captivated by her reverence for Van Sama. Her lack of apparent strength and deferential address clued Eleonora that this Van Sama was indeed the damper she sought. The magical tug of Eleonora's enticing gaze captured Teria swiftly and silently, drawing secrets forth like a gentle tide. Van Sama resides within the castle, occupying a chamber once belonging to a minister or general, perhaps, Teria imparted, her eyes now glassy, her will sapped. He should be resting there now. Eleonora absorbed the revelation. So, the damper dwelled within the regal castle, yet not in the king's own quarters. Did this suggest the dominion of a superior entity among the undead? I see. Is there anyone here blessed by the goddess Vita? Eleonora asked, her curiosity piqued further. Teria hesitated, her lips quivering as she searched for answers. A delicate pause before the night unfurled its mysteries once more. The puzzled look on her face lingered, as if she were caught in a web of uncertainty. Under the enchanting influence of Eleonora's gaze, she instinctively treated Eleonora as though they were kin. Yet, despite the compelling bond, she couldn't conjure up answers to questions beyond her knowledge. This was a query posed by someone seemingly close to her, compelling her mind to race towards an answer. "I am certain it would be Van Sama," Teria replied, the words rolling off her tongue effortlessly, drawing from a reservoir of loyalty and admiration. Teria, no longer human, having left her mortal ties 2 centuries ago, had never grasped the impossibility of taming the undead. For her, it was as natural as day turning into night that Vandalyu could command them. From the moment they crossed paths, undead had flocked to him, and she had never felt the urge to question this odd yet undeniable reality, especially since she recalled how Nwaza and other undead titans revered him, calling him the prophesized Holy Son. It seemed all too obvious that Eleonora's query was about him. "What? That damper is the one." Eleonora's exclamation sliced through the air, resonating with shock among her fellow vampires. Here was the damper they aimed to erase, now known to possess the divine protection of the goddess Vita. This revelation meant not just the ghouls, but every undead titan in Talashim was under his sway. "This isn't good. We must eliminate him at all costs," Serkrant muttered, fear tinging his voice. For the vampires who worshipped sinister deities, the nightmare of a damper amassing an army had become a bitter reality. Supported by the ghouls and an ever-growing legion of undead, their numbers eclipsed 1,000, entrenched within a fortified stronghold. Although their defenses were still imperfect, they would soon weave an impenetrable shield even vampires found daunting. As the damper's dominion expanded, the looming threat stirred Serkrant's anxieties. If the Master Berkine uncovered this mess, even success in his mission wouldn't shield Serkrant from severe punishment for allowing the damper's influence to grow unchecked. This oversight was unforgivable, such that even the typically detached Gubaman might choose immediate retribution over leniency. Understanding Serkrant's unease, Eleonora silenced his clamor with a dismissive gesture. Teria, catching wind of Serkrant's distress, reacted with curiosity. "What are you planning to dispose of?" Teria asked, her voice light but inquisitive. Eleonora's charming demon eyes lacked the fortitude for permanent domination, and they had already extracted the necessary intelligence. A commotion now would be inconvenient. "You need not worry. He's merely speaking to himself. Thank you for sharing your insights. They've been invaluable," Eleonora assured her, smoothly redirecting Teria's attention. "Ufufu. I'm pleased to have been of service," Teria chuckled, her wariness disarmed by Eleonora's charm. "You must be weary. Why not stay here tonight? Lie down, rest your eyes," Eleonora suggested, guiding Teria to a gentle reprieve. "Now that you mention it, my eyelids are growing heavy." "Excuse me," Teria murmured, surrendering to a yawn as she nestled into the empty stone chamber, swiftly succumbing to slumber. However, the tranquility was rudely interrupted. A subordinate vampire, sword drawn, prepared to strike at the defenseless Teria. "What in the—" "Eleonora-sama, what's happening?" The subordinate's confusion was cut short as Eleonora, with an effortless motion, shattered his arm. "What's the meaning of this treachery? She served her purpose. What is wrong with disposing of her?" Serkrant barked, his voice ripe with disbelief. "It's anything but wrong, Serkrant. Haven't you been paying attention?" Eleonora retorted, her irritation thinly veiled. "If you're worried about her spirit, we can simply douse her in holy water after death," Serkrant insisted, his frustration spilling over. Eleonora sighed, her hand finding her forehead in an exasperated gesture. She could no longer fall ill, but the futility in Serkrant's obstinacy was headache-inducing. "Serkrant, this differs from your typical victims. The ghoul idolizes the damper. In death, she'd eagerly join him. Purifying her spirit prematurely stops that from happening. But if the damper can charm the undead, how can you be so sure that another spirit won't be? Become alert to our presence. So time is of the essence. We need to act swiftly yet silently if we are to achieve our goal, Eleonora whispered, her voice tinged with urgency. Together with Serkrant, they navigated the shadowy corridors of the castle, their senses heightened to pick up any anomaly that might betray their infiltration. The castle was eerily silent, the kind of silence that clung to the walls and settled in the corners like a thick shroud. The absence of guards was perplexing, raising questions about the damper's self-assurance or naivety. As they advanced, their goal became clear. The elimination of the damper would not only fulfill their immediate mission, but also ensure their escape from this city teeming with undead. However, the complications were mounting. Eleonora's plan involved the use of her charming demon eyes, a potent yet demanding power requiring sustained eye contact to bend the will of the target. Meanwhile, Serkrant's role was to deliver the decisive blow once the damper was under Eleonora's thrall. Remember, we cannot afford even a whisper of our presence to reach outside these walls, Eleonora cautioned, her mind darting through possible scenarios. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to their lack of holy water and the inherent risk of challenging a being capable of commanding such a mysterious force of ghouls and goblins. Approaching the throne room, the air grew thick with anticipation. Eleonora, her heart steady despite the stakes, prepared to unleash her power. Serkrant tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to act with precision and finality. Yet, in this delicate dance of death, they needed synergy and luck by their side. As the heavy doors loomed before them, Eleonora took a deep breath, poised at the cusp of confrontation with the damper. Her mind was a whirl of strategy and anticipation. Each step inched them closer to their target, and to the hope of a clean, undetected escape, leaving behind a tale of shadow and silence. Eleonora's voice was a mere whisper, yet it carried the urgency and tension of the world it belonged to. "We've turned him into the undead, haven't we?" she said, her gaze piercing through the thick shadows of the room. Serkrant nodded, his voice equally tense. "Indeed, but we must confirm it ourselves." Despite his defeat at the hands of Mikhail, there's no denying he's still an undead hero. He maintains a rank of considerable stature even as an undead. Hence, it's unfathomable he'd serve as a mere underling to a damper. However, that damper might know his whereabouts. "I understand," replied Eleonora, determination lacing her words. "I'll question the damper while I draw him out." Serkrant's eyes shimmered with a dangerous glint, much like an animal cornered with no escape. The hope that Borkus's bones might offer him protection from government seemed faint, but it was enough to push him forward. In his desperation, Eleonora saw a mirror of her potential future. It was a future she intended to avoid, which made cooperation a necessity, not a choice. With stealth born from necessity, Eleonora slipped unnoticed through the unguarded door. Her heart skipped a beat as her eyes landed directly on the dampers. Surprise caught her, moments before realization dawned. This encounter could work in her favor. Her charming demon eyes had been preemptively activated, casting a spell over the damper the moment she entered the room. His eyes, once lively, now carried the dullness of a tainted soul. "You are Vandalyu, aren't you?" she asked softly, her voice a gentle contradiction to the brewing tension. "Yes, I am Vandalyu," came the damper's honest reply. His white hair and oddly colored eyes testified to his lineage, confirming what Eleonora already knew. The vampires had indeed singled out the correct target. Yet, something felt amiss. Usually, victims of her charming demon eyes would display loosened facial muscles and slurred, drunken speech. In contrast, Vandalyu remained expressionless, his tone unervingly steady. His eyes, instead of being vacant, seemed to hold an unfathomable depth. a creeping abyss having ensnared Eleonora in its pull. Could my demon eyes have been resisted? Eleonora pondered, feeling an icicle of worry pierce her certainty. Such defiance would require a high level in the mental resistance skill. Even with status and magic resistance from a dark elf bloodline, this shouldn't be possible. Perhaps mental corruption played a role, but wouldn't that lead to madness? Yet, Vandalyu appeared disturbingly sane. I must be certain. Tell me, what do you think about me? Eleonora probed, her voice carrying a mix of seduction and curiosity. He responded with a simple, I think that you're a beautiful person. Her lips curved in a sincere smile. That pleases me. Will you be my friend? If you're willing to have me, then yes, it would be my pleasure, he replied, after a moment's hesitation. Then, would you praise the evil god Hiryashukaka we worship? Say he is a wonderful god, she commanded, testing the limits of her enchantment. Sure. Vandalyu obliged, pressing his hands together in feigned reverence. The evil god Hiryashukaka is a wonderful god. He fell silent, meeting her gaze with a placidity that suggested complete compliance. Eleonora inwardly sighed with relief. Her earlier caution seemed unnecessary. A conscious damper would have realized her true nature as a vampire and reacted. A being favored by the goddess Vita would never ordinarily extol an evil god. This encounter had initially filled her with dread, but now she saw Vandalyu in a different light. He was nothing more than an endearing child ensnared by her charm. The next steps were clear. Extract the needed information, then deliver him to Circrant and the others. You have tamed the undead. How did you accomplish that? When did the goddess bestow her protection upon you? Vandalyu began to reply, his tone as calm as ever. Yes, although the process is complex, I can tame them. As for when I received the goddess's favor, the conversation, dense with secrets and truths unforeseen, hovered on the precipice of revelation. Eleonora, poised to seize answers that could alter the course of their fates. Your duty, Circrant. Eleonora's eyes flickered with a mixture of defiance and contemplation. The storm brewing between duty and curiosity churned relentlessly within her, but she could not allow it to show. Not here, not now, when the stakes were high and the dangers higher. I'm merely ensuring we do not waste the opportunity to gather useful information before proceeding, Eleonora replied, her voice as smooth and unyielding as polished steel. After all, acquiring knowledge that could enhance our capabilities might prove beneficial to our superior tasks. Circrant's lip curled in derision, eyes dark as the shadowy corners of the room. The subordinate vampires behind him remained silent, their presence like looming specters in the dim light. They were all bound to a code, to the edict of the pure-breed vampires, the rulers of their kind. And the edict was clear. Eliminate the damper. If you want knowledge, find it after he's dead, Circrant snapped, his patience thin as stretched ice. Our society is built on obedience, not on entertaining flights of fancy. A tense silence settled like fog in the air, wrapping around them, dense and unyielding. Eleonora's mind raced, calculating, weighing each possibility and potential outcome. Was there a way to both satisfy the edict and preserve the valuable information the damper might hold? She turned to Vandalyu, still entrapped in her charming demon eyes, a figure of quiet mystery and unsettling calm. One last question, if you will, she said, ignoring Circrant's scowl, determined to extract every bit of useful knowledge she could. Something compels me to understand. You created golems to rebuild the city, she began, each word carefully measured. Is it true that your power is derived from a divine source? Is that how you came to wield such abilities? The question hung in the air, a final gambit, a reflection of her inner conflict between following orders and uncovering the secrets the damper might hold. Secrets that could, perhaps, shift the balance of power in their eternal, shadowy world. No time for thought, no room for hesitation. The damper, Vandeleu, stood before her, his eyes like endless voids, pulling her in. Eleonora felt her own resolve wavering, her mind a chaotic storm despite her years of ruthless survival. Serkrant's words echoed in her mind, pushing her forward, reminding her of the world that Berkine had painted for her. A world where only the ruthless ruled, and hesitation was a weakness that could lead to her downfall. Yet here she was, caught in the gravity of a child's gaze, a boy who appeared so defenseless yet seemed to hold a mirror to her very soul. The seconds stretched into eternity as she stood poised, claws ready, but an unexpected sensation welled up from within her chest, a pressure, an ache that she couldn't quite name but felt all-consuming. It wasn't fear, nor was it the familiar thrill of domination. It was something else, something foreign and destabilizing. The subordinates watched silently, their collective breath held in abeyance. Serkrant, a step back, thinking himself safe and in control, was poised to pivot Eleonora's failure into his own advantage. But as the moments ticked by, his confidence began to wane. Eleonora, Serkrant's voice was a whisper, an urgent reminder of danger. Yet even that reminder felt distant, overshadowed by the weight of the child's presence. Vandeleu remained still, unblinking, as though he could see through the layers of her guarded self. Eleonora, struggling to regain her composure, felt a strange pull towards mercy, a crack in her hardened heart. This was the impossible, compassion lurking in the darkest corners. Her claws remained suspended, her mind racing back through the corridors of her past, through the blood-stained legacy that had shaped her. Her mind screamed to act, to cement her supremacy, to affirm the lesson drilled into her being. Kill or be killed. And yet, what was it about this child that stopped her cold? Was it truly an echo of guilt, a shadow of innocence lost? Or perhaps it was the understanding that this boy embodied a choice, the possibility of something beyond the endless cycle of betrayal and blood. For the first time in her life, Eleonora questioned, what if Berkine's world was nothing more than a castle of shadows, crumbling as light filtered through? In that moment, she knew, whatever her decision, nothing would ever be the same. There was no change. Those eyes still held no light, a vast emptiness. Yet, within the void, Eleonora sensed a presence she couldn't escape, no matter how desperately she tried. It was something she couldn't defy, no matter what she did, something that seemed not to exist and yet dominated her thoughts. No, I must not disobey this person. She froze, rooted to the spot, breathing heavily but unable to strike the damper with her fangs. Just then, Serkrant's voice pierced the air, commanding, "Do it, you bastards! Dispose of the damper and Eleonora as well, just like we did to that piece of trash, Valen." "What?" Eleonora gasped as swords turned toward her and the damper. In a sudden, inexplicable motion, she was pulled forward, diving onto the bed where the damper had slept, rolling away just in time. TCH, she avoided it instinctively. As expected from one of Berkine's bodyguards, even if she's fallen from grace. But with that wound, she can't defeat us now, Serkrant sneered. A deep wound marred Eleonora's back, dangerously close to her heart. Although she was a noble-born vampire, not easily killed unless her heart was destroyed or her head cut off, the injury slowed her. "If I kill you along with the damper and seal your lips, Berkine and Gubaman will never know of my failures. Die!" Serkrant roared. Despite his bluster, Serkrant sensed an unusual aura from the damper. It wasn't as strong as his own or Eleonora's, but perhaps his verbose tirade was an attempt to free himself and his followers from its grip. However, those very words would seal Serkrant's doom. "What did you say just now?" came a chilling voice Vandeleu's. The demon eyes had no effect, it seemed. As she gazed at the damper, Eleonora was gripped by petrifying fear. Yet amidst the pain of her wound, she found a strange sense of relief. Relief that those eyes were not fixed on her. Tricks on me. You just shattered Circrin's soul. That's not something you see every day. Borkus, Vandalyu dusted off his hands as if wiping away the remnants of the gruesome act, though there was nothing there but the invisible weight of the soul he had destroyed. His gaze met Eleonora's, and for a moment, the room was filled with a somber silence. It seems my curiosity got the better of me. I've always wondered what it would be like to crush a soul, to end someone truly. No redemption, no reincarnation, just nothingness, Vandalyu stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. Eleonora shuddered slightly, her eyes never leaving his. I've heard stories, legends about such an ability. It's said to be impossible, a mere fantasy. Yet, here you stand, proving those stories wrong. Borkus, regaining some composure, let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Kid, you've got some real spooky talents up your sleeve. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Vandalyu gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. You have nothing to worry about, Borkus, as long as you remain on my side. The gravity of his actions weighed heavily in the air. Here lay Circrin, a hollow shell, his essence obliterated, forever denied the cycle of life and death. It was a demonstration of power that went beyond the physical realm, venturing into territories unknown to most beings. Is it unsettling? Vandalyu asked, turning to Eleonora. His voice softened with genuine curiosity. She nodded, not out of fear, but because the reality of what she had witnessed was reshaping her understanding of the world and of him. It is, but it's also intriguing. A reminder that the world holds mysteries yet to be fully understood. Just like you. His expression softened ever so slightly. In this moment, he realized that in breaking Circrin's soul, he had not only settled a personal vendetta, but had also taken a pivotal step in his journey to uncover the mysteries that lay in waiting. Let's move on, Vandalyu said quietly, as he turned away from the scene of obliteration. We have much more to do and little time to dwell on the souls that cannot be saved. With a renewed sense of purpose, the trio stepped forward, leaving behind only the echo of Circrin's screams and the shimmer of his extinguished existence. The path in front of them was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Vandalyu was not one to be crossed lightly, for his wrath was as eternal as the oblivion he bestowed upon his enemies. Tricks on me. You just shattered Circrin's soul. That's not something you see every day. Borkus, Vandalyu dusted off his hands as if wiping away the remnants of the gruesome act, though there was nothing there but the invisible weight of the soul he had destroyed. His gaze met Eleonora's, and for a moment, the room was filled with a somber silence. It seems my curiosity got the better of me. I've always wondered what it would be like to crush a soul, to end someone truly. No redemption, no reincarnation, just nothingness, Vandalyu stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. Eleonora shuddered slightly, her eyes never leaving his. I've heard stories, legends about such an ability. It's said to be impossible, a mere fantasy. Yet, here you stand, proving those stories wrong. Borkus, regaining some composure, let out a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Kid, you've got some real spooky talents up your sleeve. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Vandalyu gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. You have nothing to worry about, Borkus, as long as you remain on my side. The gravity of his actions weighed heavily in the air. Here lay Circrin, a hollow shell, his essence obliterated, forever denied the cycle of life and death. It was a demonstration of power that went beyond the physical realm, venturing into territories unknown to most beings. Is it unsettling? Vandalyu asked, turning to Eleonora. His voice softened with genuine curiosity. She nodded, not out of fear, but because the reality of what she had witnessed was reshaping her understanding of the world and of him. It is, but it's also intriguing. A reminder that the world holds mysteries yet to be fully understood. Just like you, his expression softened ever so slightly. In this moment, he realized that in breaking Serkrant's soul, he had not only settled a personal vendetta, but had also taken a pivotal step in his journey to uncover the mysteries that lay in waiting. "Let's move on," Vandalyu said quietly, as he turned away from the scene of obliteration. "We have much more to do and little time to dwell on the souls that cannot be saved." With a renewed sense of purpose, the trio stepped forward, leaving behind only the echo of Serkrant's screams and the shimmer of his extinguished existence. The path in front of them was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Vandalyu was not one to be crossed lightly, for his wrath was as eternal as the oblivion he bestowed upon his enemies. The room was filled with a tense silence, broken only by Borkus's chuckling. "Tricks on me, that was his soul. The kid really went and shattered that vampire's soul. Haha, he actually did it." Borkus's laughter had a nervous edge to it, a mix of relief and disbelief. Eleonora stood there, her face a canvas of shocked amazement. "His soul," she whispered, as if trying to grasp the weight of what had just transpired. Vandalyu, feeling the eyes of the room upon him, crafted a smile using muscles that lay dormant under his usually stoic demeanor. I suppose it's my turn for some questions now. And, well, there's really no need to go praising Vita or anything," he said, his voice trying to cut through the bewilderment. Yet despite his words, both Eleonora and Borkus seemed frozen in place, caught between awe and admiration. As the silence stretched, a whisper brushed through Vandalyu's consciousness. "You have acquired the soul break skill." It felt like a gentle accolade, a testament to the new power he now wielded. The room was filled with a tense silence, broken only by Borkus's chuckling. "Tricks on me, that was his soul. The kid really went and shattered that vampire's soul. Haha, he actually did it." Borkus's laughter had a nervous edge to it, a mix of relief and disbelief. Eleonora stood there, her face a canvas of shocked amazement. "His soul," she whispered, as if trying to grasp the weight of what had just transpired. Vandalyu, feeling the eyes of the room upon him, crafted a smile using muscles that lay dormant under his usually stoic demeanor. I suppose it's my turn for some questions now. And, well, there's really no need to go praising Vita or anything," he said, his voice trying to cut through the bewilderment. Yet despite his words, both Eleonora and Borkus seemed frozen in place, caught between awe and admiration. As the silence stretched, a whisper brushed through Vandalyu's consciousness. "You have acquired the soul break skill." It felt like a gentle accolade, a testament to the new power he now wielded. "A knife's edge right now," Eleonora explained, her voice steady and measured despite the gravity of her words. Her presence filled the room, an unexpected ally amidst turmoil. The gathered faces hung on her every syllable, eager to understand the larger web of events that had begun to ensnare them all. Vandalyu listened intently, his eyes sweeping over the assembly of loyal followers gathered around the massive, Titan-sized table. Next to him, Teria shifted uncomfortably, her earlier embarrassment momentarily forgotten in light of Eleonora's revelations. The weight of the information hung in the air like a storm about to break, and each detail Eleonora shared seemed to tighten its grasp around their collective fate. This meeting of disparate souls, friends, allies sworn in blood, and former adversaries, seemed on the cusp of defining the fate of not just their home, but perhaps that of far greater realms beyond their understanding. It was a moment freighted with potential and laced with danger, an intersection of paths forged in the tumult of chaos and ambition. Vandalyu, in his quiet, slightly enigmatic way, maintained the equilibrium among them, His strength did not lie in his size or his age, but rather in the calm, unyielding force of his spirit. And as he looked to each face, he sensed more than understood that this gathering was the birth of a new epoch, a transformation unseen but surely felt by every heart united in that room. In the lingering silence following Eleanor's discourse, Vandeleu leaned forward slightly, ready to chart their next course with the unusual allies and resources now at his disposal. The room awaited his words, those subtle words that had the power to forge a path through the encroaching shadows, a path only he could lead them down. In a realm far beyond what Vandeleu ever imagined, shadows played a dance more intricate than he'd foreseen. As he listened, a weight settled over him. A much larger scale than I thought, he mused aloud. The vampires, those sinister entities who had ended his father Valen's life, had remained elusive specters since Vandeleu had regained his memories. Their involvement had been shrouded by the likes of High Priest Gordon and the infamous Hines. Hiding beneath layers of deceit, they'd orchestrated events in ways that left him yearning for more than just vengeance. The Merg Shield Nation, a pawn of the Amid Empire that venerated his sworn enemy, the god of law and fate, Alda, had been acting under unseen influences. The mere notion left an unsettling chill. If they condemned vampires as evil, why had they allowed themselves to become mere puppets of their machinations? Well, the Merg Shield Nation and Amid Empire were always my enemies to begin with, Vandeleu resolved, determination hardening in his voice. The truth appears stranger than fiction, Sam interjected, even his ghostly essence tinged with disbelief, a sentiment shared by one who once called the Merg Shield Nation home. Their adversaries seemed to multiply spectacularly, pure-breed vampires like Burkine, Ternitia, and Gubaman, alongside their entourages of noble-born and subordinate vampires. And then there was the enigmatic Marshal Thomas Palpapek. Though Vandeleu had conquered one foe, an entire legion loomed ominously on the horizon, and they were involved in a war 200 years ago. You instigated that? Borkus bellowed, his rage palpable as the infernal heat from a forge. Their allies were entangled in horrifying events, the vampires worshipping the malevolent deity known as the evil god of joyful life had sown discord and destruction. Eleonora, speaking rapidly and perhaps in fear of Borkus's wrath, shared what she knew. I wasn't born then, but I heard Gubaman use that war to pilfer the corpses of Talashim's heroes. To the vampires, life was a trivial game, a belief system taken from the teachings of Hiryashukaka, the evil god of joyful life. Existence was a game of prey and predator. Those who manipulated life were exalted, and this divine protection afforded them the power to subjugate the undead or twist the deceased into macabre puppets. Among these dark practitioners, Gubaman, a pure-breed vampire, had an obsession, animating the bodies of venerated heroes into his own undead collection. This grim ambition drove him to dispatch his minions to battlefields and mass hunts, harvesters of the dead. I see. So that's why Gina and Zandiajushin's bodies aren't here, Borkus growled, frustration underpinning his words. Why didn't they take mine? Perhaps, Nwaza speculated, your body was too damaged? With your arms severed and your magic sword shattered, they might have thought you'd not be useful even as an undead. Are you calling me weak, Nwaza? Borkus snorted in affront. Nwaza quickly interjected. I'm conveying what the vampires might have thought, not my own belief. Eleonora, sharing another tidbit, said, I heard your body wasn't taken because others were prioritized. Then Mikhail returned before they could reach yours. That encounter, a clash between Mikhail and the vampires, echoed hauntingly in the annals of memory. Believing they'd claim rewards from Gubaman, the vampires attacked Mikhail, underestimating the adventurer, who was slated to ascend to the fabled S-class. Even without his famous spear, Mikhail fought with the ferocity of a cornered wolf, driving the vampires back. Tragically, the exertion exacerbated his wounds. Help arrived too late, and Mikhail fell. While I was there, dead, such things unfolded around me, Borkus reflected, realization dawning. He set the ice to keep the vampires away. Ironically, it wasn't the intricately designed dragon golem of the goddess that ended Mikhail, but instead, the greedy grasp of vampires seeking Borkus's body. A chilling testament to how truth could often be more bizarre than any tale spun from mortal lips. Navigating this delicate situation, the shadows of intrigue and looming danger were never far behind Vandelu's every step. In this world where allegiances could shift like sands in the wind, each decision carried the weight of countless lives on the precipice of his choices. The night air outside hummed with a spectral tension, almost echoing the unyielding determination that burned within Vandelu. He knew, deep within his bones, that destiny wouldn't merely wait for him to take a stand. It was actively unfolding, demanding action, tempting fate with every whispered promise of power. Vandelu, you mustn't underestimate this. A voice solemn and gentle called from the shadows, breaking into his thoughts. It was Darcia, his mother, a spirit radiant and ethereal, tenderly imploring from the realm beyond. Remember, your path is yours alone, shaped by not only your enemies, but those who stand by your side. She was right. It was a path carved by blood and dreams, by the laughter of allies and the cries of foes. Each ally, each undead titan, every ghoul who fought beside him, they were not merely pawns in a game of thrones but living, or once living, beacons of Vandelu's vision for the future. Borkus, chiseled by spirit and history, rumbled a laugh from where he stood, his voice like distant thunder. Every king has his trials, kid, he said, a grin dancing on his lips. But not every king has his friends. And you've got us, mad enough and loyal enough to follow you into any battle. Nods went around, a silent, solemn agreement shared among them, an unwavering loyalty born of shared hardship and battles fought together. There was comfort and strength to be found there, a warmth that transcended words. As the night gave way to the faint blush of dawn, Vandelu felt the weight of his decisions once more. Yet there was no hesitation in his steps. With friends at his side and the ghosts of a kingdom behind him, he would face whatever storms the future held head-on. And as Vandelu gazed beyond the horizon, thoughts mingling with memories of past and promises to those who believed in him, he knew in his core, whatever the outcome, this time, history would not forget the mark made by a young damper standing defiant against the night. We remain uncertain about the Orbaum Kingdom's future actions. Reflecting now, perhaps I should have considered this possibility much earlier. Moving forward, we must strengthen our defenses not just against monsters, but against people as well. Vandelu was resolute. Talashim was his, painstakingly claimed and organized as a safe haven for others, a sanctuary he was unwilling to abandon. Beneath its surface lay a piece of magical equipment capable of resurrecting Darcia, another reason he was determined to defend it, even if the Orbaum Kingdom turned hostile to seize it. Now, let's discuss our strategies for various scenarios, Vandelu began. Vansama, first we need to address the matter of this woman. Teria interjected, gesturing toward Eleonora. Her voice quivered with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, still grappling with how she had succumbed to Eleonora's charming demon eyes. Eleonora met Teria's challenging gaze with calm detachment, causing Teria to falter slightly and bow her head in reluctant acknowledgement. I sincerely apologize for last night's events, Eleonora said with unapologetic honesty. You're apologizing without any prompting? Teria exclaimed, wide-eyed. Indeed, Eleonora replied, her manner unflustered. I was at fault. The last thing I wish is to become Vandelu-sama's adversary. That notion is far more frightening than anything else. terrifying enough that I would willingly discard my pride as a noble-born vampire to avoid such a fate. As Teria absorbed the unexpected apology, Eleonora elaborated smoothly, her voice steady, her reasoning crystal clear. After eradicating Serkrant's soul, Vandalyu had taken a moment to speak with Eleonora and the spirits of the subordinate vampires before irrevocably annihilating their souls, not solely for them seeking his life, but for having taken the life of his father, Valen, and attempting to kill Teria. Eleonora, however, sat unharmed and unrestrained, spared by Vandalyu's judgment. She had no hand in Valen's death, and although initially tasked with killing Vandalyu, she had hesitated and prevented the subordinate vampire from harming Teria. Thus, for these reasons, Vandalyu determined Eleonora was not his enemy. Why are you saying all these things about me? The goddess's divine protection and all, that was simply a misunderstanding. Vandalyu interjected, curiosity piqued. No, Eleonora replied confidently. In a certain light, you wield a power more formidable than that of the gods. Vandalyu pondered her words, intrigued. The act of destroying a soul, an ability only once attributed to the legendary Demon King. Not even the evil god of joyful life possessed such a capability, nor did my former master, Eleonora continued. I heard such tales as a child, but when you obliterated that one's soul, my body froze in disbelief. What some might call rigor mortis, joked Borkus, though his interjection was lightly brushed aside. Beneath Borkus's humor lay a stark truth. No entity in Lambda possessed the power to dismantle souls. This domain, the cyclical nature of transmigration, fell under Rodcourt, the god overseeing multiple worlds, including Earth, Origin, and Lambda. Within his domain, neither gods nor evil gods, no matter their might, could obliterate a soul. Souls, regardless of the suffering they endure or gruesome deaths they encounter, ultimately return to Rodcourt's hands, destined to be reborn anew. Few in Lambda, including Eleonora, had any inkling of Rodcourt's existence. Yet, the belief in the transmigration cycle was universal. It offered hope beyond death, a cherished chance to be reborn, to tread a life anew. An intact soul was a beacon of hope that one might earn the favor of a god and ascend as a follower after death. Numerous heroes and luminaries had walked this path, their illustrious deeds celebrated long after their time. As long as a soul remained whole, there was little hope of escape. The intricacies of power in this world were woven together by the gods and the Demon King, a formidable figure whose ability to obliterate souls struck terror into even the most divine beings. And now, with the Demon King's demise, there was someone else possessing the most fearsome power known to this realm, Vandalyu. Eleonora, a creature of fear and survival, recognized this shift. Her life had been one long string of subservience. From her oppressive parents who sold her, to the brutal slave merchant who saw her as worthless, to the mine owner who squeezed every last drop of utility from her exhausted body. It was under the gaze of Berkine, a figure of even greater dread, that she first found herself in a twisted semblance of comfort. He praised her talents and clothed her in finery as long as she delivered on his demands. Thus, Eleonora bloomed into a stunning vampire, revered for her charming demon eyes and eventually earning a place among Berkine's favorites. But the dread of falling from favor always loomed, as Berkine was never truly bound to her alone. A millennium meant little to him, and her position could easily be claimed by another in the expanse of time he lived. For this reason, Eleonora continued to serve Berkine until she crossed paths with Vandalyu, whose presence was even more daunting. She understood the stakes. Switching allegiance to Vandalyu could incite Berkine's wrath, leading to unspeakable torment. Yet, unlike her fears with Berkine, with Vandalyu, her soul would stay intact. Are you really certain about this? Vandalyu's voice was tinged with curiosity, and even Teria looked puzzled. "I am certain," Eleonora affirmed. "Berkine's side may have more resources, but look at what you did to Serkrent. You crushed him mercilessly. I could never achieve such a feat." Vandalu's eyes flickered with amusement. "I can't tell if that's meant to be flattery." Eleonora dismissed the apparent abundance of Berkine's resources. To her, it was clear that they weren't what truly mattered. "Serkrent, from yesterday?" Vandalu mused aloud. His downfall was his carelessness, and indeed, Serkrent hadn't been an easy adversary. He fell victim to a series of missteps and unfavorable turns of fate. He underestimated Vandalu, got separated from his allies, and found himself dismembered by Borkus. The zombie dinosaurs made short work of the rest of his forces. His choice to engage Vandalu in close combat, misjudging the power of the magic he faced, sealed his fate. Trapped within the impact-negating barrier, his own reckless choices led to his undoing. A weapon would have served him better, but as it stood, he was ensnared with no hope of reprieve. The narrative wove a tale of peril and changing tides, with the promise of more thrilling events waiting just beyond the horizon. Vandalu could feel the raw force being siphoned away from his very muscles, leaving him paralyzed and impotent. But this time, Vandalu was not one to repeat past errors. He channeled an overwhelming quantity of mana into the barrier, structured with newfound fortitude thanks to his enhanced skill level. This left Serkrent besieged by an unyielding array of disadvantageous conditions. Truly, fortune had abandoned him. "Eleonora, from what you've shared, it seems he was already cornered, even before your arrival," Vandalu mused. Perhaps it drove him to desperation. Had he maintained his distance and chosen long-range combat, escape might have been within reach. Lightly, Vandalu omitted any mention of a fair fight, for Borkus's presence guaranteed an undefeatable adversary in the shadows while Vandalu fortified himself within his protective barriers. With such formidable opposition and an elusive target in sight, Serkrent had no viable path to victory. "Running would only lead him to execution," Eleonora observed, the Vampire Society's rigor evident in her voice. "A harsh existence indeed," Vandalu noted. "But truthfully, I'm not yet powerful. My strength lies in defense alone." While Borkus could fell enemies effortlessly with mere swings of a sword, Vandalu lacked such offensive clout. His mana bullets, though lethal, were neither swift nor as precise, their range limited compared to an arrow's flight. "But one day," Eleonora whispered with a potent intensity, "you will obliterate Berkine and his vampires, won't you?" "Indeed, I shall," Vandalu affirmed, remaining unshaken. Despite Berkine's ancient, thousand-year lifespan, defeating him might prove simpler than those reborn from origin with extraordinary abilities. Berkine might wield an evil god's divine blessing, yet he was not the deity himself. What if Berkine intervenes directly before you gain full strength? Eleonora continued, her tone full of real concern. "That won't come to pass," Eleonora replied confidently. "They would never risk crossing the boundary mountain range themselves." Eleonora's assurance stemmed from a deep understanding. Berkine and his fellow purebreed vampires, Ternitia and Gubaman, were like power plays on a grand chessboard, cooperating only when necessary, invariably poised to overtake each other at the slightest misstep. Should Berkine act openly, they'd feign support by lending subordinates, only to seize control during his absence. A king vacates his hill at his peril, knowing rivals would scramble for the throne. "This grim, power-driven landscape you describe," Vandalu mused softly. "It's why you choose my side?" "Yes, because in this world, there is none more formidable than you," Eleonora affirmed with a clarity that spoke volumes. "And Teria and the others? Will you strive to get along with them too?" "Without question. If their foes are yours, they are mine as well. I will earn their forgiveness, even if it means begging at their feet." In truth, had Teria fallen victim to misfortune, Eleonora would not walk alongside them now. Vandalyu might have extinguished her himself. Her courage seemed both earnest and risky. Very well, Vandalyu concluded. Let's move forward together. As swiftly as clouds disperse after a storm, the moment passed. Vandalyu, are you sure it's wise to trust her so readily? Chimed in Darshia, her voice laden with doubt. Boy, Zadiris added. Her words suggest that if someone more terrifying than you emerges, she might turn against you. To quell the gathering storm of doubt, Vandalyu gestured amiably. Trust is about assurance. We have a measure of that in place. Zadiris, your words hold truth, but life reflects these principles. People align with those who offer the greatest advantages. Vandalyu had seen it before. On Earth, reports told of workers transitioning to better-paying jobs, uprooting livelihoods for stability and growth. Eleonora's decisions echoed these life patterns. Eleonora's metric is fear. So as long as, in the shadowy realm of legends, where tales of the Demon King's resurrection weave fear into the hearts of many, our story unfolds with a singular twist of fate. Only one soul holds the power to shatter others, a burden borne by Vandalyu, whose heart remains steadfast in the belief that she will never betray him. As whispers float of individuals reincarnating from origin with enigmatic abilities, Vandalyu remains unperturbed. Would Rodcourt, the divine weaver of destinies, bestow such power to encroach upon his sacred domain? Unlikely, he muses. The art of ruling through fear, Zadiris concedes, is an ancient one indeed. Contemplating alliances, Vandalyu considers Eleonora's potential as a companion. She bears no guilt for the tragedy that befell my father. Thus, she is no foe. Her knowledge of the vampires who revere the wicked god is invaluable, and a mischievous voice interrupts. She's quite the enchanting beauty, wouldn't you say? And her physique, well? Borkus adds with a sly grin. Indeed, Vandalyu agrees, unwittingly stirring an unusual ambience within the room. Why, he ponders, does this simple truth cause such ripples? Van Sama, Teria interjects, her tone urgent. Weren't we to dismiss such notions swiftly? I see little reason to craft needless falsehoods, Vandalyu replies evenly. Then, are you saying you favor her above me? Teria's query is laced with playful disbelief. No, Teria. Your physique is superior, he reassures, appreciating the strength in her sculpted arms and the admirable firmness of her core. Oh my, she exclaims, feigning a blush as her fingertips caress her cheeks. I'm certain he refers to her musculature. Zadiris murmurs to Badia, who nods in agreement. Of course, Badia concurs. Sam, guiding the conversation back on course, queries, Bakken, how do you propose to secure this insurance? I shall create a golem in the likeness of an earring, Vandalyu explains, that will mark her presence always. If betrayal occurs, it shall unleash havoc from within. Though severe, this safeguard was paradoxically Eleonora's own request, a dramatic overture to facilitate her acceptance among their ranks. To enhance its longevity, Vandalyu intends to line the accessory with mercury, preserved against time's corrosive tide. If it's so extensive, I harbor no objections. But where do you plan to place it? Her navel, perhaps? Vigoro suggests with a chuckle. Vandalyu, dismissing Rita's playful jibes about his supposed affinities, firmly decides, I will have her wear it upon her tongue. Silence, laden with the weight of surprise, cascades over them, even causing Darshia to question softly, Vandalyu, isn't that? But Eleonora, resolute in her desire to belong, extends her crimson tongue, inviting his mark. Be it one or many, I embrace them freely. Gracefully shifting the subject, Vandalyu states, let us turn our attention to Talashim's defenses. For while the weight of this day lies heavy in intrigue, the true necessity remains, planning for the trials that await. The newfound power of the soul break skill shall be explored in due course, yet for now, Their fates are meticulously forged. Undead, standing proudly at Vandalu's side. If Gubaman learned that such a prized warrior was not only snatched but now followed Vandalu willingly, it would infuriate him beyond measure. The looming threat of the vampires demanded swift and decisive action. Talashim had to become a fortress, an impenetrable bastion able to withstand any onslaught. Vandalu's resolve was unwavering, and his companion's support was resolute. Together, they would forge defenses that rivaled the grandest fortresses. "I am truly grateful for your loyalty," Vandalu said, his voice steady with determination. "We will craft a barrier so robust that even the mightiest forces shall break upon it like waves upon rock. By the time the sun graces us with summer's warmth, so too will our city be shielded from all harm." His words sparked courage in the hearts of his followers. They responded with a unified roar of agreement, their spirits alight with the fire of determination. Borkus, Nwaza, Vigoro, and Zadiris exchanged fierce looks, each of them ready to lay down their lives for the sake of their home and the young king they so fervently followed. "Then let's begin," Vandalu declared. His gaze swept across the faces of those gathered, a silent vow passing between them. With newfound resolve, they would transform Talashim into a symbol of unyielding strength. Through the union of their efforts and Vandalu's unique abilities, this haven would stand as a testament to their defiance against the forthcoming storm. The vampires might have their sights set on them, but it would not be an easy conquest. As the moon rose high, glimmers of hope and conviction reflected in Vandalu's eyes, a force far greater than any adversary that would come their way. The reanimation of Talashim. In the eerie silence of the undead world, Vandalu meticulously gathered the scattered fragments of his right arm, piecing them together like a masterful puzzle using his spell, Corpse Healing. It was a testament to his power. What he could restore, few could even comprehend harnessing. The thought of Gubaman, whose personality remained a mystery to Vandalu, boiling with rage over a mere damper claiming Borkus, a hero intended for his collection, brought a wry smile to Vandalu's face. Satisfaction danced in his eyes at the prospect of thwarting Gubaman's ambition, but he knew it was folly to engage with such an unreasonable adversary head-on. His gaze turned to the vast, imposing Boundary Mountain Range, a formidable obstacle that mirrored the difficulty of his own situation. The vampire covens loyal to the evil god dotted their bases throughout the land, their locations shrouded in mystery, even to Eleonora. Offensive maneuvers were impractical. He needed a new strategy, a solution to the pressing problem of his dwindling ranks. Talashim, once a fortress teeming with 5,000 titans, now stood hauntingly vacant. Merely 1,000 undead titans roamed its streets, and even with the inclusion of ghouls and new monster races Vandalu had forged, their number barely grazed 2,000. It was insufficient for a robust defense, and though tireless, the undead required moments of indulgence, a taste of life's pleasures amidst their eternal watch. Thus, Vandalu's mind turned ingeniously towards golems, decreeing their numbers must swell. "Rise and go forth," he commanded, infusing Garan's valley stones with animation. He crafted an effortless system by transforming the very stone walls into golems, directing them to march back to Talashim. "Astonishing, holy sun," remarked a titan, awe and uncertainty mingling in his voice. "Are our jobs in jeopardy?" another titan questioned, voicing the budding unease among them. "We're running out of time," Vandalu replied. "Today, I'll mine until this is no longer a valley, but Garan's pit." Concern crept into the Titans' conversations. Were they truly dispensable, mere placeholders in this grand design? Yet Vandalu reassured them, for their workloads would grow, as they would sculpt these golems into aesthetic ornaments. "I shall embed these golems into our outer walls and buildings. Make them appear as exquisite decorations," Vandalu instructed with clarity. Curiosity flared within the stonemasons. Does it enhance their strength? No, he admitted. But they'll be mere adornments to the unsuspecting eye. Once set, the decorated golems would lay dormant, a surprise ready for unwary intruders mistaking them for harmless art. They could animate without warning, defending the walls from unseen angles, recalibrating the very essence of warfare. When ladders rise against us, he mused aloud, these sculptures shall awaken, dismantling our foes' advances. That's cunning, a Titan admitted, begrudging admiration in his tone. But won't our structure falter when they animate? Vandalu's plan was more than decorative. He reassured them with his design to reinforce buildings, aligning faces and eyes upon their surfaces for scouting. Ambushes and security melded into a seamless, artistic tapestry protecting Talashim. Inspired by Earth's stealthy security practices, this ingenious camouflage not only fortified the city but elevated its beauty. As Vandalu delved deeper into this newfound revelation, the intriguing evolution of his strategy unfolded, reshaping the horizon of Talashim with each stone's gentle placement. In the heart of Garan's valley, the towering stone cliffs posed a double-edged sword. If excavated too aggressively, the miners would find themselves at an impasse, as if met by an unseen wall that refused any further advance. The landscape beyond might appear inviting, yet closer inspection revealed it was like a painting on a steadfast barrier. Fortunately, the dungeon was known to rejuvenate itself within days, so fears of depletion were unfounded. While Vandalu and the stonemasons toiled diligently, others had their tasks cut out for them. Vandalu addressed them. I have a slightly risky request. I need all of you to position the golems and undead that I've created to keep a vigilant watch at specific locations. Strengthening defenses was crucial, especially with the uncertainty of when or where adversaries might strike. The deployment of golems served as a deterrent. There were 3 conceivable paths that potential threats could pursue. Leave it to me, Vandalu-sama, Eleonora declared with confidence, referring to the first route she herself had taken through the mountain range. Although deemed relatively safe, this path had seen many of Circran's subordinate vampires meet their demise. It was a treacherous trek, passable only by the most powerful noble-born vampires. Eleonora marveled at Vandalu's audacity. He'd crossed with 600 ghouls without a single loss. Do we need to monitor this route too? Zran inquired. Yes, Zran. Vampires who worship the evil god linger in the Orbom Kingdom as well, Vandalu replied, considering the second path, a tunnel leading to the Hartner Duchy. Though currently collapsed, this route held the potential for restoration and exploitation by enemy vampires, especially if the first princess remained willing to aid them with the simplest of emotions tethered to her homeland. The third route was the most elusive. Are we searching for an existing tunnel to the Mergshield Nation? Is such a passage real? Zran questioned, skepticism tainting his voice. I can't dismiss the possibility, affirmed Vandalu. Though legends of such tunnels were absent, the presence of a tunnel to the Orbom Kingdom implied another could exist, concealed for eons. Perhaps these passages predated even the Amid Empire and Orbom Kingdom, constructed before the goddess Vita birthed the vampires. It made sense. The builders would aim for both east and west. Explorers faced a daunting task, weaving through lands teeming with devil's nests and untamed creatures, searching for ancient ruins. Borkus was assigned to lead Vigoro, Zadiris, and an army of undead, including Bone Wolf, through this perilous mission. I'm fine with it, but make sure there's miso, fish sauce, and especially katsuobushi waiting for me. If adventurers are expected to toil, they deserve rewards, Borkus jested. Katsuobushi? You like it? Vandalu asked with curiosity. Yeah. It adds a nice depth to soup and is a convenient ingredient. It requires no fuss, Borkus explained, referring to the dried albeit unsmoked version of the delicacy. I plan to perfect katsuobushi by the year's end, vowed Vandalu. It's not perfected? I'm eager to try the ultimate version, Borkus chuckled. Before Vandalyu redirected to the task at hand, setting that aside, I need you to place goblin skeleton skulls, rock golems camouflaged as boulders, and wood golems masquerading as fallen branches, Vandalyu instructed. Each creation was seemingly innocuous, designed to blend seamlessly with the natural surroundings to remain undetected by the casual observer or even those casting the appraisal spell on unremarkable rocks and twigs. After all, in these rugged mountains, survival was a daily struggle, and one seldom paused to scrutinize every stone and branch underfoot. So, there was always a slim chance that a golem or an undead could meet an unfortunate end at the claws of a stray monster. But that was precisely why they were deployed in sets of 3. If one met its demise, it would simply be replaced. Meanwhile, Vandalyu had made a strategic decision to abandon the old route once used by the Merg Shield Nation's army 2 centuries prior. Eleonora had informed him that a pair of hurricane dragons had taken residence in the area around that path. Battling 2 dragons of rank 10 or higher in an atmosphere of precarious, fragile cliffs would demand the formation of an elite S-class adventurer party. This was a challenging task, even for the Amid Empire, should they muster all their resources. It wasn't an easy feat for the vampires either, though Eleonora mentioned that a pure-breed vampire like Berkine could possibly conquer them. Such a battle would send ripples of light, explosions, and the reverberations of the mountain crumbling that would be heard far and wide, even reaching Talashim. Additionally, enemies could opt to detour towards the southern expanses of the Bongaya continent and slip through the Boundary Mountain range. Yet such a venture would spell certain doom for even a pure-breed vampire. Those regions boast dragons and giants of even higher ranks than those populating the mountain range. There's even rumored to be a palace of demons, Eleonora had explained. The landscape was a maze of unexplored devil's nests and massive, organized swarms of monsters such as the noble orc empires. Though these weren't exactly Vandalyu's allies, they offered a formidable protective barrier. Yet, they also prevented Vandalyu from seeking out the Vita-worshipping vampires. All right then, let's get to work, Vandalyu instructed with a resolute tone. Within less than a month, most tasks had been accomplished except for uncovering the ancient tunnel to the Merg Shield Nation. Vandalyu assigned Eleonora and Zran's party to unite with Borkus and continue unearthing the centuries-old passageway. In the meantime, we'll focus on constructing second and third outer walls and developing new weaponry, Vandalyu declared. Bakken, are you planning to work yourself to exhaustion? Saria queried worriedly. Not to worry. I'll take proper rests on my days off, Vandalyu assured her with a slight smile. Over the last 2 centuries, only Vandalyu, the ghouls, and a motley crew of vampires, led by Eleonora, had set foot in Talashim. Now, aside from Eleonora, those vampires were long dead. Thus, observers might not quickly discern the additions to Talashim, though its silhouette had modestly changed with an increased number of walls. The second wall was crafted with the same strength as the first, outfitted with golems, and laced with arrow slits for protection. Yet, the third wall was designed to be an enigma, appearing ragged and unstable, towering above the prior 2. My plan is to cover them in mud and intertwine undead vines across their surface, giving them the look I desire, Vandalyu explained. To invaders from the Merg Shield Nation, their records would betray them. There were no breaches, only a fragile facade that might lull them into complacency. Of course, the entire structure was composed of golems to ensure it stood firm in the face of assault. So, eventually, the wall will transform into a legion of soldiers, Sam remarked thoughtfully. But can't noble-born vampires or greater just fly over the walls, like Eleonora-san? Saria asked with a hint of concern. This is why I plan on creating anti-air weapons. Crafting flying undead takes time, Vandalyu explained. If he only required a handful, it would be manageable. However, producing dozens, even hundreds, of flying undead would be an enormous task. Whether evolving skeletal remains of creatures like bone bird or securing fresh corpses of wyverns seemed necessary, but time-consuming and risky nonetheless. While converting scores of smaller creatures like birds or insects crossed his mind, in this world, becoming an undead didn't inherently imbue the creature with newfound strength. Even if he were to transform winged insects and beetles into the undead, there was a high probability these tiny creatures wouldn't even manage to pierce an enemy's skin. And considering that noble-born vampires were adept at magic, they could effortlessly be wiped out by a single area-wide spell. Furthermore, converting such a vast number of insects and small birds into the undead was likely to exhaust Vandalyu to the brink. I could potentially utilize the corpses of insect-type monsters, mused Vandalyu. But I suppose once I've set everything else in motion, I can take my time collecting them. More importantly, Vansama, what about the new weapons we will be assisting you with? Inquired Teria. If it's working with metal, leave it to this old man, boomed Datera, the undead titan blacksmith. I'm planning for us to build some crossbows, Vandalyu declared. Teria and Datera exchanged bewildered looks. Crossbows? Ah, you mean those? Murmured Teria. What are you going to do with something like that? Datera questioned, puzzled. Crossbows were not unknown in the world of Lambda, but they weren't exactly in vogue. They were precise weapons, albeit with a slow rate of fire. The beauty of them lay in the fact that even the frail, women, and the elderly could use them thanks to their strings being drawn mechanically. However, in a world where skills and martial prowess reigned supreme, crossbows had fallen out of favor. A high level in the archery skill increased a bow's accuracy and power, and as adventures level up, even the slightest individual can masterfully wield a large bow. But the structural nature of crossbows meant they couldn't capitalize on martial skills. Unlike drawing a traditional bow, the force isn't from one's physical strength, which meant increased attribute values didn't enhance their power. Thus, soldiers avoided them, let alone adventurers. Ordinary folks would sometimes purchase them as a precautionary measure, but more often than not, the cheaper alternative, regular bows and arrows, was preferred. Hence, crossbows became a rarity, often regarded as an eccentric choice in Lambda. So much so that even weapon stores in big cities seldom stocked them. It would be wiser to distribute good bows and arrows instead of crossbows, advised Datera. No, that's not the plan. They're not for distribution among everyone. I'm going to turn the crossbows themselves into undead, Vandalyu explained. He elaborated on his vision. It involved imbuing the crossbows with spirits to create cursed weapons. These were weak, rank 2 monsters, weapons animated by spirits moving on their own. Though normally ineffectual against regular soldiers, much less vampires, crossbows had one significant advantage. They discharged bolts capable of penetrating armor with merely the squeeze of a trigger. Their smaller drawback of not using martial abilities was effectively nullified in this undead transformation. The primary challenge would be ensuring they stayed loaded. However, if Vandalyu equipped each crossbow with a golem arm dedicated to reloading and strategically placed them atop walls, rooftops, and the royal castle, they'd have legions of tireless archers. These archers could rain death upon any intruders until their ammunition was exhausted, imperceptible by detect presence and able to see in darkness. For the anti-vampire crossbows stationed on upper walls and rooftops, Vandalyu envisioned projectiles tipped with silver. Usually, such plating would require advanced technology, but he could manage it easily by reshaping silver through his golem transmutation skill. Let's make ballistae and catapults as well, Vandalyu suggested. You're really preparing for war, aren't you? I can't wait to get started. Teria exclaimed eagerly. I can make ballistae, but catapults are a different story, confessed Datera. Fear not. I'll take charge of crafting the catapults, Vandalyu reassured. Of course, Vandalyu had no former experience in constructing catapults. Still, he'd once watched a documentary about ancient weaponry on Earth. The program had detailed the construction of such machines, enough that it stuck vividly in his mind, even provoking a twinge of irritation in a relative whose delicate sensibilities were affronted by such modest pursuits. While the documentary hadn't gone into exhaustive detail, it undeniably provided a clear picture of their design and function. In the realm of creation, Vandaliu had a knack for transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Tasked with reimagining a device as simple as a catapult, he tapped into his mysterious ability known as golem transmutation. When not immersed in such ingenious ventures, he spent his leisurely days playing with Palvina and the children, attentively monitoring Bastia's health, and finally addressing the age-old task of reversing Terria's aging process, which he had delayed for far too long. Time flowed swiftly, and before he realized it, summer had arrived with its sunlit days and gentle breezes. As the seasons shifted, so too did Vandaliu's abilities. Rapid healing, status effect resistance, death attribute magic, chant revocation, automatic mana recovery, surpass limits, golem transmutation, no attribute magic, mana control, carpentry, engineering, and alchemy skills all advanced to new heights. A new prowess emerged, multicast. The ranks of Zadiris, Nwaza, Bone Man, Bone Wolf, and their spectral companions rose as well, each evolving into formidable entities in their own right. Amidst these events, a deeper understanding was unveiled about the enigmatic race of vampires, descendants of the goddess Vita and the undead champion Zackert. Though many mortals saw them as fearsome monsters, these beings were not inherently monstrous. Within their secretive society, vampires existed in three distinct forms: purebreed, nobleborn, and subordinate. Rigid hierarchies defined their world, intricately woven within their unique communities. Though deemed as mere monsters by many, vampires wielded skills comparable to none, their abilities transcending those of ordinary creatures. These potent beings could assume jobs thanks to their divine lineage, making even the weakest among them, the subordinates, daunting foes. Their power only multiplied with each elevation in rank, with beast transformation and clone emerging as particularly perilous abilities. Their titles evolved alongside their power: vampire slaves, vampire lichens, vampire rebels, each transformation bringing new dangers. Noble-born vampires, however, showcased even greater prowess. Gifted in arcane arts, some bore the rare demon eyes, garnering an aura of mysterious allure or paralytic terror. Their mastery of both magic and physical might made them adversaries that few could rival. Despite common misconceptions, not all nobleborn possessed the infamous demon eyes of charm or mind reading. These were unique gifts to a select few. Rank 6 vampires began as simple vampires, ascending to titles like Vampire Leader at rank 7 and Vampire Baron at rank 8, all bound by a common vulnerability to sunlight, silver, and light attribute magic, as dictated by the god of law and fate, Alda. Depending on their allegiances, they sometimes harbored additional weaknesses, such as an inability to cross thresholds uninvited or a distaste for garlic and running water. Chronicles of the pure-breed vampires, however, remained shrouded in the shadows. Known only for their unrivaled supremacy, they commanded unwavering loyalty from even the most powerful nobleborn. Among them, Serkrant stood as a rank 7 vampire leader, his potential eclipsed only by the prodigious Eleonora, who had soared to the rank of Vampire Baroness within mere years. In the ever-unfolding saga of mystery and might, these vampires weaved a tale both mesmerizing and terrifying. The only buzz of activity in the royal castle of Talashim was centered around its cherished bathhouse. In a realm where a national government lay dormant, this sanctuary of steam and relaxation remained the sole working facility. "Oh, that was such a delightful bath!" exclaimed one ghoul woman, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. "I completely agree," another chimed in. "And the massage golems the king crafted? Absolutely divine. Indeed, though I must admit that jacuzzi contraption with its wonderfully soothing bubbles was simply unmatched, came the enthusiastic reply. Having been accustomed only to icy washes in their former lives, the ghouls were now utterly enraptured by the decadent warmth of hot baths in Talashim. Amongst the delightful innovations conceived by Vandalu, the baths undeniably reigned supreme, offering bliss like no other. As they strolled leisurely, the whispered voices of the ghoul women carried a melody of rumors. "Have you heard the tales of Chief Teria being summoned to the king's chambers every night?" One voice murmured with intrigue. "I have, but surely it's just for companionship. The king is just four. Poor thing must get lonely," her companion replied knowingly. "And she isn't the chief any longer, is she? Foreman now, I believe." "True, yet I always find calling her chief comes more naturally," mused the first with a nostalgic smile. Their conversation halted abruptly as Teria, the center of gossip, flitted past them. Just moments later, Vandalu trailed after her, astonishingly scaling the ceiling with a spider-like grace. Speechless, the two women exchanged bewildered glances. Their surprise was compounded when Teria, now suspended mid-air by Vandalu's telekinetic powers, wailed dramatically, "No, spare me for tonight." "Not yet. Let's finish 10 more rounds since we have catapults to test come morning," Vandalu declared with innocence, sweeping a teary-eyed Teria away. "Perhaps it's not just loneliness after all," one woman surmised, her voice barely above a whisper. Elsewhere, Teria lay sprawled out inelegantly, visibly exhausted yet aglow with an otherworldly vitality, her every breath a testimony to the intense regimen dubbed the youth transformation. "It's only a matter of days now," Vandalu encouraged. "Let's give it our all." "How?" Teria exclaimed, a sound halfway between weakness and wonder. Her form brimmed with newfound vigor, yet carried the fatigue of a life lived in reverse. Although the memories of past struggles flowed through Teria, the unimaginable sensations from her transformation reshaped her being. A mix of discomfort at the crawling within her, and a languid pleasure resonating through muscle and spirit alike. "I no longer tire or ache. My sight remains clear," she began softly, pondering the undeniable advantages her rejuvenation had granted. Yet, the thought of further reversals brought a twitch of trepidation to her voice. "Shall we turn back another decade?" Vandalu offered, his voice teasing yet gentle. "Eek! Not another night, I implore you." Teria yelped, her protests tinged with playfulness. Meanwhile, in a clandestine meeting place known only to select pure-breed vampires, a rare gathering commenced. Those devoted to Hiryashukaka, the evil god of joyful life, converged in defiance of ages-old solitude. Upon the ancient floors, a crooked seven-pointed star glistened with freshly drawn sacrificial blood, swirling with anticipatory power. Arms raised aloft, three formidable figures intoned their eerie litany. "I, Ternitia, offer my sacred blood," proclaimed one, her eyes shimmering with a childish glee as her blood fell onto the star. "I, Gubaman, offer my sacred blood," intoned another, eyes wide and wild, akin to a gnarled tree stirring with unnatural life. "I, Burkine, offer my sacred blood," concluded the third, his eyes empty and lips bound tight in stoic resolve, yielding none of his inner turmoil. The scene unfolded as a testament to unity unseen for millennia. Together, the power they wielded could vanquish any band of adventurers, a force as ancient and formidable as the passing of time itself. The prospect of capturing this damper was nothing short of exhilarating. His laughter echoed through the chamber, filled with a peculiar blend of anticipation and malevolence, as he imagined the potential that lay within the damper's flesh. The very idea of transforming such a powerful being into an undead thrall sent shivers of delight down his spine, his sinister imagination already spinning the myriad possibilities. Meanwhile, Ternitia watched him with a mixture of amusement and skepticism. Unlike Gubaman, she wasn't so easily charmed by the prospects of turning living beings into dead puppets. Her thoughts lingered on the task faced at hand, for she understood the implications of failing the evil god's command. If the damper had indeed turned Eleonora and Serkrant against them or extinguished their lives, it posed a threat that needed swift elimination. "We must tread carefully," Ternitia murmured, her voice smooth yet marked with resolve. "This is no ordinary hunt, but a test. The evil god doesn't take lightly to failures, and neither should we." Berkine, standing still amidst the shifting shadows of the chamber, nodded his agreement silently. Although he had completed his gruesome task seemingly without remorse, a seed of doubt had been planted. The damper's ability to wrest control, be it through raw power or cunning strategies, was not to be underestimated. A misstep here could unravel the very fabric of their vampiric dominion. The three remained enveloped in an uneasy truce, their goals aligned albeit temporarily. The task of bringing down a creature favored by a god was no small feat yet. The allure of strengthening their own power through the damper's demise was undeniable, a siren call that each could not ignore. As they dissolved into the shadows, their minds were set, each fixed on the ultimate prize, the damper and the divine favor that would come with his downfall. Gubaman clutched the memory of his last macabre triumph closer, a trophy of bones and flesh that would not be his last. And somewhere beyond those walls, the destined prey lived, unaware of the storm gathering to hunt him. In the labyrinth beyond, echoes of the past faded with each step of the vampires, mirroring the relentless passage of time in pursuit of their quarry. The whispers among the undead carried tales of prophecy and revenge. The chase for the damper had only just begun. The evil god of joyful life had given him a tantalizing hint, an indication of the next precious addition to his macabre collection. The target? A damper of such formidable danger that even the malevolent deity himself deemed his existence intolerable. Surely, capturing such a being would surpass the worth of any A-class adventurer. What was it about this particular damper that posed such a threat? Perhaps he had merely enraged the evil god, yet somehow he had earned Hiryashukika's undivided attention. "Do your best, then," Ternitia mused, a hint of curiosity lacing her words. "Though I'm not really interested, well, maybe just a little. Didn't that damper command hundreds of ghouls? Turning ghouls into undead does sound rather intriguing." Ternitia harbored her own fascination with creating undead, but for her, it was an artistic endeavor rather than a quest for power or notoriety. Over the centuries, her creations themed around families had captivated her. The damper, with his parents already long gone, offered little allure. Still, the alluring possibilities whispered to her from within, a macabre muse tempting her with visions of the gray-brown skin of ghouls transfigured by undeath. Then there was Berkine, who with a sharp whisper of frustration broke the silence. "Shit!" The noble-born vampires, charged with the mundane task of holding empty cages, stared in wide-eyed disbelief as Berkine, shattering his usual calm, seized the head of a vampire who had dared speak his name. With a merciless twist, he lifted the hapless creature into the air. "Berkine-sama, what are you doing?" But Berkine was far beyond hearing, his voice rising into a furious crescendo. "Damn Theat, my Eleonora, my chosen toy, stolen by that cursed vampire." In a frenzy, Berkine thrashed the unfortunate vampire, transforming the room into a chaotic whirlwind of dust and debris. "I had centuries planned, building her up, breaking her down, and he took her from me before I could enjoy the spoils. Damn, damn, accursed vampire." Panic descended. "Hi! Berkine-sama has gone mad. Run away, run away!" screamed the vampires, scattering in terror. Amidst his disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and frothing rage, Berkine was no longer a noble figure, more monster than man, as he brought destruction down upon the chamber. A mighty swing of his fist shattered the last standing pillar, leaving him gasping for air as chaos settled around him. Full. With labored breaths, he gazed skyward to the tranquil glow of the moon and stars. Tossing aside the mangled vampire's head, he turned to Turnitia and Gubaman as if nothing had transpired. So, what shall we do next, Turnitia? Any suggestions? Calm once more, Berkine wiped himself clean with a silk handkerchief, restoring his composure. Ah, you're back, Turnitia remarked dryly. It didn't last very long this time. Gubaman chuckled. Last time, you were lost for days. Turnitia and I were almost compelled to intervene. Foo, my apologies, Berkine responded, as if the room wasn't a ruin around him. The once opulent meeting chamber had transformed into a gruesome tableau, a mountain of rubble where noble decor had stood, now littered with blood, limbs, and lifeless vampire remains. Well, it's fine, Turnitia shrugged, unfazed. I anticipated this might happen, so I left my dear servants behind. Only a few subordinates came along to pad the numbers. Clever move, Gubaman laughed. But alas, I brought all my noble-born vampires today. A terrible oversight, Berkine admitted, surveying the grim aftermath. How many more I have transformed into eternal silence is indeed regrettable. World they operated in, a world where whispers of betrayal, schemes of power, and plans of war were as casual as idle conversation. Berkine spoke, his voice woven with disdain. I crush, Gubaman responded with an air of nonchalance. Don't fret. I was already considering trimming the ranks, those who did not measure up. You merely spared me the trouble by thinning the herd with your temper. Berkine chuckled with mock offense. How conniving of you to use me so. In the dim candlelight, Turnitia added with a voice dripping with sadistic delight. Why inquire, Berkine? I did express an interest, but my satisfaction lies in flaying those ghouls once the damper is slain. The sinister thread of their plot began to unravel, and Berkine declared with cunning, It's clear. Gubaman sacrificed Serkrant, then my Eleonora. Inevitably, you're next, Turnitia. She paused, her mind swirling with thoughts before delivering her verdict. Indeed, I won't stand idle. It's time we deploy our forces. There's a man within a mid-Empire's army with a craving for immortality. He is a pawn who will do our bidding for the promise of vampirism. Her scheme unfurled like a dark map. We'll manipulate him and other noble families, high officials. Given time, the army will pursue the damper. They say an average noble-born vampire, a rare one, alongside some 30 or so subordinate vampires, fell victim to the damper's prowess. The evil god himself has mentioned it. Such prowess demands an army to counter. Thousands of soldiers, knights, adventurers, and the high priest who burned his mother. Our numbers will secure victory. Her ambition was silent yet palpable. Should I succeed in breaching it, could I keep that knowledge from Vita's worshippers by destroying it? Berkine, granting her wish, replied, I have no opposition. The worshippers of Vita might stumble upon it regardless. Gubaman chuckled, a sound that echoed through the chamber. True, should Turnitia obliterate it, certainty will belong to us. But gathering the army is serious business. You never excelled with humans, right? With a glint of rivalry, Turnitia replied, Humans aren't our forte. Nor yours, Gubaman. Their odd camaraderie was spoken with laughter, shared among those who were once purely rivals. As battered vampires emerged from shadows, each was preoccupied by Hiryashukika's prophecy. Why would this sinister god dispatch such a message, urging them against the damper? Was this being a threat to the god himself? What power or secret did the damper possess? Each vampire plotted silently. Could they seize it? Could they, against all odds, overthrow Hiryashikaka? In their shared silence, they departed for their next conclave, the seeds of rebellion sowed deeply. Meanwhile, under a blazing sun, Badya watched the fruits of careful planning unfold. Catapults tested with precision, each rock launched with destructive might. With a sigh of awe, she reflected on their potential as she shielded her swollen belly with a monster leather parasol. She marveled. These catapults are remarkable, promising indeed. Vandalyu, standing beside her, tempered her enthusiasm with a reminder. We are only in the testing phase. In the heart of treachery and innovation, their world teetered on a precipice, each player poised for whatever lay ahead. As Vandalyu soared through the air, tossed by Palvina with surprising ease, a flicker of satisfaction danced behind his typically deadpan eyes and flat voice. Though his expression seldom betrayed emotion, the subtle shift in his tone was evidence enough that he was in a particularly good mood. The results of firing with normal projectiles are excellent. Now, let's move on to testing with golem projectiles, he announced, his excitement palpable beneath his stoic exterior. Yes, ready, replied Palvina, her command spurring the catapult into action, seemingly on its own accord. Batich,